Chapter 3852. The young man in embroidered clothes was called Hui Yuan. He was the grandson of one of the Black Dragon elders in the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was also one of the Azure Dragon disciples in the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was only 9,000 years old, but he was already an outstanding superior divine king. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, only a few people below the divine emperor level in the Tianlong clan could fight him to a draw. No one could defeat him. Because of this, Hui Yuan was not afraid of Miss Seven. Also, Hui Yuan was a lecherous man. He had no resistance against good-looking women. For example, he had pursued all the good-looking female disciples in the Tianlong clan. Among them, there were some who got pregnant by him, but he forced them to abort their children. Because of this, Hui Yuan's reputation in the Tianlong clan was not very good. Although Miss Seven had only been in the Tianlong clan for a few years, she had heard some female disciples mention Hui Yuan. When those female disciples mentioned Hui Yuan, they would frown and show disgust. "Seven's junior sister, if you want to spar with me, as your senior brother, I won't refuse." Hui Yuan was still smiling brightly. "Senior brother who?" At this time, a group of Tianlong clan disciples who were following behind could not stand it anymore. An inner sect disciple who was quite strong stepped forward and said with a slight frown, "We came here on a mission. If you and Miss Seven want to spar, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now, if either of you is injured in the spar, you won't be the only ones who will suffer. We will suffer as well." As soon as the inner sect disciple spoke, a group of people immediately echoed his words. Not only were there people persuading Hui Yuan, but many others were also persuading Miss Seven. In the end, the two of them did not fight. Even Hui Yuan was afraid of angering the crowd. "Show some respect. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I'm punished by the sect." The seventh young lady coldly swept a glance at Hui Yuan, causing the smile on Hui Yuan's face to become even more radiant. As his gaze shot out, waves of scorching flames burned within it. This woman was really arrogant. However, the more arrogant she was, the more interesting it was. If the woman was easy to get, it would be meaningless. "Seventh junior sister, there will be a day when you will wish that I would take a few more glances at you." Hui Yuan grinned. "In your dreams?" Miss Seven sneered disdainfully. At the same time, a purple figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Ever since she had entered the Tianlong clan, other than Shui Haichuan, he was the only other person who had looked at her with a gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. They were both men, so why was there such a big difference? Sure enough, Mother was right. There were no good men in this world. Duan Lingtian continued to wander around the battlefield of the god kings of the Tianlong clan ever since he worked with them to destroy the Supreme First Sex team. During this process, he encountered a few more groups of god kings from the Tianlong clan. In addition, he also encountered two disciples of the Supreme First Sex God Kings. The two of them were together, and it was obvious that they had entered the battlefield of the Supreme First Sect after the opening of the Emperor battle plane. When Duan Lingtian discovered these two disciples of the Supreme First Sect, a team from the Tianlong clan had also discovered them. They wanted to compete with Duan Lingtian, but in the face of Duan Lingtian's profound teleportation, they were still half a beat too slow. Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the spoils of war left behind by the two Supreme First Sect disciples and left. The people from the Tianlong clan could only shake their heads and sigh at their bad luck. They had not discovered the two people first and were responsible for killing them. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed the two of them first, they did not say anything even though they were a little unwilling. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's extraordinary status in the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian's current strength was so strong that they may not be able to do anything to him. Really unlucky to encounter Duan Lingtian. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, those two people would have been our prey. Even after many days, there were still many people from the Tianlong clan who had been robbed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, the reason they were complaining was because it was too boring. Ever since they were devoured by Duan Lingtian, they had not encountered a single Greater One Sex disciple. Have all the Greater One Sex disciples gone into hiding? Even if it's a lone Supreme First Sect disciple, we don't mind, can't one appear? It feels like our luck ran out that day, and the prey of that day has not been hunted by us. A group of people broke through the air. While they were bored, many people also began to communicate. In a few words, they were all complaining about why they had not encountered a Supreme First Sect disciple for so many days. And perhaps their prayers had worked. 10 days later, they finally encountered a Supreme First Sect disciple. A lone Supreme First Sect disciple. This Supreme First Sect disciple was standing over a dangerous peak in the mountain range, watching them from afar. Until they approached and surrounded him, there was still no movement. It was like he was stupid. The few of you who are good at the law of space, disrupt the space, lest he is good at the law of space and teleport away. The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan bluntly ordered. Suddenly, the several people of the Tianlong clan who were good at the law of space began to disrupt the surrounding space, making it impossible for the people in the surrounding space to teleport. At this moment, the 32 disciples of the Tianlong clan were almost standing in all directions, surrounding the Supreme First Sect disciple in front of them. This Supreme First Sect disciple, dressed in a snow-white robe, had a handsome face. Facing the disciples of the Tianlong clan surrounding him, there was still a calm expression on his face. A moment later, when the divine power of many Tianlong clan disciples was rising, ready to move, the Supreme First Sect disciple opened his mouth, his tone cold and indifferent. If you can provide the whereabouts of Duan Litian, I won't kill you. These words stunned all the disciples of the Tianlong clan. A moment later, the crowd came back to their senses. When they looked at the Supreme First Sect disciple again, there was a change in their eyes. There was more fear and concern. Under normal circumstances, encountering such an insolent person, they would certainly think the other party was arrogant. But now, seeing that the other party had not changed his expression from beginning to end, and when he spoke, there was not the slightest sign of lack of confidence. In their minds, a name flashed almost at the same time. You are Shimin Longxiang? When the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan looked again at the white-clothed youth in front of him, his face was incomparably solemn. Although he was one of the best among the upper god kings of the Tianlong clan, except for Duan Lingtian, he did not think that there was anyone in the god king realm who could defeat him. But in the face of Shimin Longxiang, he still had to be wary. 1,000 years ago, when Shimin Longxiang was only a middle god king, he had defeated all the god kings of the Tianlong clan below the god emperor realm, and there was no lack of people who were not weaker than him. In other words, in a one-on-one fight, the Shimin Longxiang of 1,000 years ago may be able to defeat him now. And now, 1,000 years had passed, and with Shimin Longxiang's talent, there was almost no suspense in breaking through to the upper god king realm. In addition, the other party's comprehension was not bad, and perhaps his attainments in the law of wind had deepened. Shimin Longxiang! In fact, the group of Tianlong clan disciples present, when the white-clothed youth calmly threatened them, had vaguely guessed the other party's identity from his clothes. Shimin Longxiang, the top genius of the younger generation of the Greater One sect, liked to wear white, had a handsome appearance, sword-like eyebrows, and a superior temperament. The white-clothed youth in front of them matched all of them. Coupled with his unquestionable confidence, they all felt that the person in front of them was most likely Shimin Longxiang of the Greater One sect. Yes. The white-clothed youth, Shimin Longxiang, raised his head and glanced indifferently at the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan. If you want to live, provide Duan Lingtian's current whereabouts. If you can't provide it, or don't know, then this will be your burial ground. Shimin Longxiang's voice fell, and his tone was still indifferent, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. The faces of the people of the Tianlong clan changed. Shimin Longxiang, the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan, had a gloomy and ugly expression. I know you're very strong, and we even gathered so many people to join forces because we know you've entered the battlefield of the Divine King. But if you think you can kill us all by yourself, I'm afraid you're dreaming. You can either leave now or stay here. As the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the group of Tianlong clan disciples surrounding Shimin Longxiang immediately stepped aside to make a path. If they could avoid fighting, they would rather watch Shimin Longxiang leave. After all, once they fought, even if they could defeat or even kill Shimin Longxiang, many of them would certainly die. This was not what they wanted to see. After all, no one knew who would die. Everyone was worried about themselves. I gave you a chance. Shimin Longxiang had no intention of leaving. But since you don't cherish it, then you can be buried here. As his voice fell, bursts of cyan aura wrapped around Shimin Longxiang's body and swept up. In the blink of an eye, it had formed a tornado emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Some of the Tianlong clan disciples who were closer were oppressed by the aura and retreated repeatedly. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation were blown away by the oncoming wind. Those who did not resist were fine, as they moved with the wind. Those who resisted were basically injured, and blood wildly spurted from their mouths. Attack! Kill him! The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan shouted with a grave expression. High Divine Kings, all of you go forward and surround him. Attack with all your strength, don't hold back. Medium Divine Kings, interfere from behind. Kill him with all your strength. If we drag this out, we'll be defeated one by one. At that time, no one can think of leaving alive. If we fight with our lives on the line, there's still a chance of survival. If we cower, we'll definitely die. As the voice of the Tianlong clan disciple fell, he took the lead and rushed out. His momentum was like a rainbow, like a god of war. Chapter 3853. The leader of the 30-man team of Tianlong clan took the lead as an example. Although the others were afraid, they knew that they had to do it at this time. They had to bite the bullet and go. Just as their leader said, if they fought with all their might, there might be a chance for many of them to survive. If they did not fight with all their might and became timid, it was very likely that they would be defeated one by one, leading to everyone being killed. No one knew if they would be among those who survived after fighting with all their might. However, they knew that if they were to be timid, all of them would only have a path of death. Kill! Fight with him! So what if it's Shimin Longxiang? Today, we will kill Shimin Longxiang and let the Tai sect know that their undefeated genius under the Divine Emperor level will also die in the hands of our Tianlong clan disciples after entering the battlefield of the Divine Kings. The 30-man team of the Tianlong clan, including the few Tianlong clan disciples who were still interfering with the space, attacked one after another at this time to kill Shimin Longxiang. Divine weapons appeared in their hands, and the profound truths of the laws they were good at were integrated into their divine power. They burst out without holding back, and they did not dare to hold back. Whoosh! Whoosh! Waves after waves of powerful energy whistled out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Looking from afar, it was as if they had covered the sky and covered the sun. Boom! Boom! The terrifying power formed a colorful torrent that exploded in the sky, and then, like a tide, gathered in the middle of the encirclement. The torrent surged to the sky, and all of them gathered at one point, as if there was a vortex in the center that was constantly swallowing the surrounding water. I, Shimin Longxiang, have not fought since I stepped into the upper Divine King level. In the face of the thunderous attack of the Tianlong clan people, the white-clothed youth in the center of the storm spoke again, his tone still indifferent. Today, I will use the blood of you Tianlong clan disciples as a sacrifice to the sword in my hand. Arrogant! As soon as Shimin Longxiang's voice fell, many Tianlong clan disciples shouted. Today you, Shimin Longxiang, will die without a doubt. Kill him! Kill! The people of the Tianlong clan were all furious. No matter how strong Shimin Longxiang's strength was, he was only a divine king. Now, in just a few words, he actually treated them, a group of divine kings, as his subordinates. How could they not be furious? Do you really think that you, Shimin Longxiang, are invincible after becoming a high-level divine king? Among us, there are more than 15 high-level divine kings. While the heavenly dragon sect's disciples were enraged and attacked Shimin Longxiang, the tornadoes around Shimin Longxiang turned into streaks of 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 streaks. Using the sword light as wind, it wrapped around his body. Then, Shimin Longxiang moved. Whoosh! 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 Shimin Longxiang's whole body was encircled by the sword aura. Shimin Longxiang leisurely walked out, his speed neither slow nor slow. He welcomed the joint attack of the disciples of the Tianlong clan. Then, the attack landed, but it was shattered by the sword light surrounding Shimin Longxiang's body. In the next moment, whoosh! Shimin Longxiang's figure suddenly accelerated as he charged out. At the same time, the sword light that had formed a tornado around his body raged out. Among the 7 disciples of the Tianlong clan, 3 of them had their flesh cut off, and the remaining 4 had half of their flesh cut off as well. The 3 of them died, their blood and bones falling from the sky, smashing into the ground between the mountains, turning into a pile of debris. The remaining 4 disciples were also on the verge of death. Whoosh! Shimin Longxiang's eyes widened as 2 sword rays shot out from his eyes and merged into one before it flashed past the heads of the 4 dying disciples of the Tianlong clan. A string of 4. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 severely injured disciples of the Tianlong clan who were on the verge of death were killed by Shimin Longxiang's soul attack. In fact, after becoming a god, one's soul would tend to liquefy. It was much more difficult to destroy one's soul compared to a soul battle between celestials in the Devata realms. For this reason, in the realms of gods, unless one's soul energy was much stronger than one's opponent's, one might not be able to kill one's opponent with a soul attack. Otherwise, one's soul attack could only affect one's opponent at most. If the 4 disciples of the Tianlong clan were in their peak condition, it would be good enough if Shimin Longxiang's soul attack could affect one of them for a moment. Not to mention, it could be said that his soul attack had directly destroyed their souls. In fact, as long as Shimin Longxiang didn't launch his soul attack when they were seriously injured, weakened, and hadn't had the time to heal themselves, even if he had delayed for 1 or 2 breaths, waiting for their souls to stabilize, he wouldn't necessarily be able to kill any of them. Unfortunately, no one could have predicted the change in the battle. The remaining disciples of the Tianlong clan were more inclined to believe that Shimin Longxiang was able to achieve this because of his unique vision, or luck. This heaven-defying prodigy from the Supreme sect was someone whom several top god emperor forces in Tongling province had sent out high-ranking officials to invite. They were willing to leave Tongling province. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have survived until now by relying on luck. It was impossible for him to be lucky at this moment. Everyone, gather together! Join forces and fight him! Otherwise, we will be defeated by him one by one again! As the leader of the Tianlong clan spoke, more than 20 disciples of the Tianlong clan no longer surrounded Shimin Longxiang from all directions. They all flew out, gathered together, and faced Shimin Longxiang head-on. At this time, Shimin Longxiang was already standing in the distance, high in the air, calmly looking at the disciples of the Tianlong clan in front of him who had either failed to attack or retracted their attacks in time. More than 20 disciples of the Tianlong clan gathered together, looking at Shimin Longxiang with fear. They had not thought much of this heaven-defying prodigy from the Supreme sect, but when they really faced him in a life-and-death battle, they deeply realized how terrifying he was. Shimin Longxiang! At this time, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples spoke with an indifferent expression, his tone incomparably cold. Your strength is indeed very strong, beyond all of our expectations. I also believe that you have the ability to kill us. However, now that we are gathered together, even if you want to kill us, I'm afraid you will have to pay a big price. If you are injured, it will be difficult to resist the other teams of the Tianlong clan, or even Duan Lingtian. Do you really want to fight with us here? At this moment, the palms of the Tianlong clan disciple were sweating. It was to the extent that beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. His strength was the strongest among this group of Tianlong clan disciples, and it was because of this that he could become the leader of this team and command them. Otherwise, who would listen to him? It was also because he was the strongest that his vision was better than the others, and he could see that Shimin Longxiang's strength was far more terrifying than the rumors. This had reached another level. Perhaps, some of the weaker lower divine emperors might not be able to defeat him. Even if they did not lose to him, it would be difficult to defeat him. However, Shimin Longxiang's response was to move again. Who? 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 When Shimin Longxiang moved again, the sword light that had formed a tornado around him disappeared, and the green wind raged all over his body. His figure swayed and turned into dozens of afterimages. Then, these dozens of afterimages attacked the group of Tianlong clan disciples, and it was difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. At least, this was what the group of Tianlong clan disciples thought. Only one is real! The others are fake! While the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples shouted to warn the others, Shimin Longxiang's dozens of afterimages had already approached the group of Tianlong clan disciples. However, even with the warning, when these Tianlong clan disciples saw the afterimages approaching and saw the lifelike face and figure of Shimin Longxiang, they could not help but attack. The group of people attacked, and the afterimages scattered and turned into nothingness. For a moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, their expressions soon changed. This was because they discovered that the instant their tense nerves relaxed following the thunder-like attacks, waves of sharp auras swept over their heads. At this moment, even if they wanted to accumulate power to resist, it was already too late. A bunch of idiots! The leader of the Tianlong clan disciples was the only one in the group who did not attack. At this moment, he shouted loudly, and the power that he had been accumulating for a long time exploded, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. The moment he escaped, a force completely formed by wind fell from the sky like a towering mountain and pressed down on the group of Tianlong clan disciples. Because these Tianlong clan disciples had just attacked with all their strength, it was difficult for them to accumulate power to resist the force falling from the sky again in a short period of time. Therefore, they were all submerged by this force. The leader of the Tianlong clan disciples, who had already fled far away, could not help but turn his head to take a look. With just a glance, his eyes were about to burst. More than 20 Tianlong clan disciples, who were still alive a moment ago, were now pressed down by the hurricane falling from the sky. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist drifted in the air. In the end, the originally lively aura of life was completely annihilated. They were all dead. Run! Without any hesitation, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples felt his heart palpitate, and he hurriedly fled into the distance. Light burst out from his body, and he exerted all his strength. Your strength is not bad. However, if you want to escape from under my nose, it's still impossible. As the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples heard an indifferent voice, in the next moment, when he reacted and attacked, two cyan sword rays, one pierced his forehead from the back of his head, and the other pierced his heart from behind. His soul was extinguished. His heart was shattered. In the next moment, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples followed in the footsteps of his companions and died. At the same time, whoosh! A figure wearing clothes whiter than snow appeared. Shimin Longxiang had killed more than 30 people in a row, but the white clothes on his body were still as pure as snow, without a speck of dust or even a trace of blood. Chapter 3854. Ever since they learned that dozens of people from the Tianlong clan had died, while no one from their side had died, the people of the Tianlong clan who were outside the battlefield of the God Kings felt very relieved. You Greater One sect, you dare to challenge our Tianlong clan to an emperor battle. Now, do you regret it? However, at the entrance of the battlefield of the God Kings in Sky Dragon City, more than 30 soul beads were all shattered. The faces of the Tianlong clan elders on duty changed greatly, and at the same time, they felt their scalps go numb. Something big has happened! Although the several Tianlong clan elders on duty were very unwilling to believe that everything in front of them was true, and did not want to spread the news, they knew that this kind of thing could not be concealed. Not long after, the people of the Tianlong clan who were originally incomparably excited and ridiculing the Greater One sect were all speechless. A team of 30 people was wiped out? How many people died on the Greater One sect's side? Many people of the Tianlong clan began to pay attention to this question. However, when the news came back from the Greater One sect, they were all dumbfounded. During the time when the 30 people of the Tianlong clan were wiped out, the Greater One sect did not lose a single person. In fact, for several days, no one from the Greater One sect had died. For a time, there was a dead silence in the Tianlong clan. However, at the same time, there were people who could not help whispering. Could it be that they met Shimin Longxiang of the Greater One sect? A team of 30 people, and led by Wang Feng. Wang Feng's strength can also be ranked in the top echelon among the god kings of our Tianlong clan. That is, if we don't count Duan Lingtian. Shimin Longxiang alone was not enough to wipe them out, right? Perhaps, with the help of other people from the Greater One sect, plus Shimin Longxiang, more than 30 god king disciples of our Tianlong clan were wiped out. That should be the case. This news was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Tianlong clan. For a time, no one talked about the Greater One sect's divine king disciples being wiped out twice. Unlike the Tianlong clan, the Greater One sect, which was originally filled with worry, seemed to have been swept away in an instant with the news that the 30 god king disciples of the Tianlong clan had been wiped out and that no one from the Greater One sect had died. It must be Shimin Longxiang. Humph. The people of the Tianlong clan were mocking our Greater One sect before. Now, they won't mock us anymore, right? Does that Tianlong clan really think that they're the only ones who can wipe out our God King's disciples? Our Greater One sect also has such people. Haha. This time, it's really satisfying. In order to celebrate the annihilation of the 30 God Kings of the Tianlong clan, your father will go to the God Emperor battlefield and kill several God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. The intensity of the God Emperor battlefield spread to the ears of the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect's God Emperor experts, and also stimulated the hidden passion in their bodies. For a time, many God Emperor experts of the two sects entered the God Emperor battlefield one after another. Seeing this scene, the elders on duty at the entrance of the God Emperor battlefield could not help shaking their heads and sighing. I'm afraid it won't be long before some God Emperors fall. The God Emperor battlefield has also begun. It won't be long before the Quasi-Emperor battlefield begins. Duan Lingtian knew nothing about what was happening outside. He was still searching for the Greater One sect's disciples on the God King battlefield. I'm almost halfway to my goal. In the sky above a grassland, Duan Lingtian glanced at the identity badges of the Greater One sect's God King disciples in his storage ring and sighed secretly. In fact, he had long felt bored and wanted to leave the God King battlefield. But thinking of what he said in front of the Greater One sect in Peace City, he immediately dismissed the idea of leaving. In order to not slap his own face, he must collect the identity badges of the 100 God King disciples of the Greater One sect before he can leave. In the next few months, Duan Lingtian's luck was not very good. He encountered 3 more groups of Greater One sect's God King disciples, and one of the groups had more than 30 people. Among the 3 teams, 2 of the weaker teams were forcefully crushed and annihilated by Duan Lingtian. As for the stronger group, in order to not let even one of them escape, Duan Lingtian began to show weakness, and then took the opportunity to kill more than 10 people in one breath, and then slaughtered the rest. The 3 groups gave Duan Lingtian more than 50 identity badges. Only 12 more. Duan Lingtian counted the identity badges of the Greater One sect's God King disciples in his storage ring and found that there were already 88 badges. He only needed 12 more to reach 100. At that time, he could also leave. Continue. After another round of searching, Duan Lingtian found a large commotion in front of him half a month later. There are people fighting? And there seems to be a lot of people. In the God King battlefield, if there were people fighting, it would definitely be people of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he approached. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a large group of Heavenly Dragon sect's disciples besieging more than 30 Supreme sect's disciples in a lofty mountain range. The 2 groups had clearly just encountered each other, and no one had died for the time being. However, among the more than 30 Greater One sect disciples, there were already many people injured, and a few of them were seriously injured. Miss 7? Soon, Duan Lingtian saw several familiar figures in the group of people in front of him. One of the familiar figures was Miss Seven, who had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition with him. As for the other people, they were also people who had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition with him, but he did not recognize them. Perhaps during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, someone had mentioned their names, but Duan Lingtian had long forgotten. 1. A burst of golden blade light broke through the air, and the moment the sound of a blade rang in his ears, Duan Lingtian saw a Tianlong clan disciple who was seriously injured was killed by a blade. The person who attacked was a young man in embroidered clothes, and was also the strongest person among the Tianlong clan disciples that Duan Lingtian had seen. Perhaps even Miss Seven might not be his opponent. Azure Dragon Disciple. Duan Lingtian glanced at the identity token at the other person's waist. With just a glance, he saw a dragon engraved on it, and the dragon was inlaid with green jade. And this was the identity token of an Azure Dragon Disciple. Duan Lingtian had seen this identity token before. For example, Si Kong Yu had one hanging on his waist. So it's an Azure Dragon Disciple, no wonder his strength is so strong. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I'm missing 12 Greater One Sect Disciple identity tokens, so I'll kill 12 people, the rest I'll leave them. Duan Lingtian knew very well that even if he did not act, it would not be long before the 30 Greater One Sect disciples in front of him would die at the hands of a group of Tianlong clan disciples. His action could only be regarded as icing on the cake, and was different from before when he helped the Tianlong clan disciples in their hour of need. If he helped them in their hour of need, those people would not have any objections if he took more of the spoils. But icing on the cake was not necessarily the case. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not intend to directly attack and kill the Greater One Sect disciples. Before he acted, he must first inform the other party. At the very least, he must let the other party know of his existence. Otherwise, he really intended to steal the spoils. Who? Duan Lingtian teleported, and appeared near Miss Seven. Of course, he could only appear in the vicinity. The space in front of him was disturbed by some of the people of the Tianlong clan who were proficient in the laws of space, so it was impossible to teleport. Duan Lingtian could only teleport to a nearby space that was not disturbed. The appearance of Duan Lingtian naturally attracted the attention of many people. Duan Lingtian? The seventh young lady noticed Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Miss Seven. Miss Seven, we meet again. Well, I didn't expect to see you here. Miss Seven smiled. And at this moment, the young man in embroidered clothes, who had killed another Greater One Sect disciple, was the Azure Dragon disciple Hui Yuan who led the group of 100 Tianlong clan disciples with Miss Seven. In a flash, he came to Miss Seven's side, staring vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. He was vigilant, firstly because Miss Seven was friendly to Duan Lingtian, which was a treatment he did not receive. Secondly, because Duan Lingtian's appearance was likely to compete for the spoils of the Tianlong clan disciples. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? And at this time, the Greater One Sect disciples who had already fallen into a disadvantageous position and were somewhat defeated, when they learned of the identity of the purple-clothed inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan that had suddenly appeared, their complexions greatly changed. The vast majority of the Tianlong clan disciples, at this moment, revealed a look of despair. I want 12 Greater One Sect disciple identity badges. At the same time, Duan Lingtian spoke in a clear voice. These words were said to the group of Tianlong clan disciples present. Of course, the identity badges I want will only be obtained by killing them myself. I will not take the identity badges of the people you kill. As for their storage rings and divine tools, I will not take them, I only want their identity badges. As his voice fell, and without waiting for the Tianlong clan to respond, Duan Lingtian had already moved out like a ghost, heading straight for the nearest Greater One Sect disciple. This Greater One Sect disciple, just as he reacted, died under Duan Lingtian's sword. A Greater One Sect disciple identity badge was in his hand. Then, Duan Lingtian struck again, and the two Greater One Sect disciples nearby, in the blink of an eye, followed in the footsteps of the previous person, and died. In the blink of an eye, 3 Greater One Sect Disciple identity badges were in his hand. As for the 3 people's storage rings and divine tools, Duan Lingtian did not take them. What are you still doing? Kill! At this time, Hui Yuan, who had regained his composure, roared with an ugly expression, and at the same time his whole person turned into a golden light, heading straight for a Greater One Sect disciple. Although Hui Yuan was unwilling to agree to Duan Lingtian's words just now. But he also knew that Duan Lingtian's request was not excessive, at least in the group of Tianlong clan disciples present. Except for him, there should be no one who would have an opinion. So, even if he was unhappy, he did not say it out loud. But he still urged the others to kill the Greater One Sect disciples as soon as possible. As long as they killed the remaining Greater One Sect disciples as soon as possible, Duan Lingtian may not have the opportunity to get the 12 identity badges. After all, Duan Lingtian had just said that he would only take the identity badges of the Greater One Sect disciples he killed. Chapter 3855. On the other side, Hui Yuan's momentum was like a rainbow as he charged towards a group of Greater One Sect disciples. As for the other Tianlong clan disciples, most of them were intercepting the Greater One Sect disciples, not allowing them to escape. However, they did not fight with their lives on the line. Even if the other side fought with their lives on the line, they would still retreat and open up some distance. What a joke! Now, with the addition of Duan Lingtian, even if they did not lose a single person, they could still take down these Greater One Sect disciples. Under such circumstances, why should they fight with their lives on the line? You, Hui Yuan, are strong and have the confidence to not die, but we don't. For this reason, after Duan Lingtian killed the 12 Tai Sect disciples and snatched their identity badges, he continued to kill the other Tai Sect disciples. In the end, the few remaining Greater One Sect disciples were killed by the numerous Tianlong clan disciples that swarmed over. In this battle, our Sky Dragon Sect disciples killed 36 Greater One Sect disciples without a single casualty. It's a great victory! After the battle was completely settled, a Tianlong clan disciple shouted excitedly. The remaining Tianlong clan disciples were also infected by him. They either laughed heartily or began to shout, "Great victory! Great victory!" At the same time, after obtaining the 12 identity badges that he wanted, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of the 7th young lady in a flash. He nodded and smiled at her. "7th young lady, I've obtained what I wanted. I'll take my leave first." Although he did not know the relationship between 7th young lady and Shui Haichuan had told him to take care of 7th young lady if he had the chance. Since Shui Haichuan had personally asked, he naturally would not be unfriendly to 7th young lady. And 7th young lady responded, then asked, "You are preparing to leave the battlefield of the Divine Kings?" Before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, the Azure Dragon disciple Hui Yuan had unknowingly arrived not far from the 7th young lady. He stared at Duan Lingtian with an unsightly expression and sneered. "Duan Lingtian, didn't you boast in front of the people of the Greater One Sect that you won't leave the Divine King battlefield if you don't kill 100 Greater One Sect disciples? If you go out without fulfilling your promise, it's fine if you lose face, but I'm afraid you'll drag the sect down and embarrass us." As he spoke, Hui Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Yes, prepare to leave." Duan Lingtian nodded at the 7th young lady before he glanced at Hui Yuan indifferently. However, he ignored Hui Yuan as he teleported and disappeared from his original spot in a flash. At the same time, he completely disappeared from the sight of the 100-man team of the Tianlong clan. 7th junior sister. At this time, Hui Yuan said to Miss 7 with an ugly expression, "You should stay away from this kind of untrustworthy person. Today, he can break his promise to others, tomorrow he can break his promise to you." Miss 7 was the woman Hui Yuan had taken a fancy to. But she favored a young man who was more outstanding than him. This was unacceptable to him. Now, there was an opportunity to discredit the other party. He naturally would not miss it. Untrustworthy? The 7th young lady, who had not paid attention to Hui Yuan for a long time, swept a rare glance over Hui Yuan. "Don't you find it strange, Why did he say he only lacks 12 Greater One Sect disciple identity badges? What is the use of the identity badges as spoils of war? Miss Seven asked in reply. Without saying anything more, she moved to the side, no longer paying attention to Hui Yuan. When Hui Yuan heard her words, he thought for a while, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! At this time, the other disciples of the Tianlong clan who heard Miss Seven's words also had a grave expression on their faces, and more people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Duan Lingtian, could it be that before we saw him, he had already obtained 88 Greater One Sect Divine King disciple badges? Doesn't that mean he has already killed 88 disciples of the Greater One Sect's Divine King? Now he has gathered 100 people. So he's going to go out. This can't be true, right? 100 Greater One Sect Divine King disciples. Just thinking about it makes my scalp go numb. At the same time, at the entrance of the Greater One Sect battlefield, the Greater One Sect elder on duty saw more than 30 soul orbs shatter, and his expression changed again and again. Another team of 30 people has fallen. In the past year, almost 150 Greater One Sect Divine King disciples have fallen, right? Yes. I received news a few days ago that although many people from the Tianlong clan have also fallen, but not more than 100 people. Our Greater One Sect Divine King disciples have so many more people than the Tianlong clan? I just received news that more than 20 people from the Tianlong clan have died. The number of people who have died has also exceeded 100. On the Greater One Sect side, following the fall of another team of 30 people on the Greater One Sect battlefield, there was an uproar from top to bottom. Almost at the same time, the Tianlong clan had not completely recovered from the shock of the loss of a team of 20 people when they heard the news of 30 people from the Greater One Sect dying. Let's see how many people from our Tianlong clan have died this time. Many people subconsciously thought that since more than 30 people from the Greater One Sect had died, perhaps some people from the Tianlong clan had also died. However, they soon discovered that before and after the 30 people from the Greater One Sect had died, no one from the Tianlong clan had died. In other words, the people from the Tianlong clan had killed more than 30 disciples of the Greater One Sect and not a single one had died. This was naturally a joyous occasion. For a moment, the people of the Tianlong clan who were originally in low spirits began to recover their spirits. After all, based on the current situation, the losses of the Tianlong clan were far less than the losses of the Greater One Sect. Of course, these people basically did not have any relatives or disciples who had died in the Greater One Sect battlefield. For those who had relatives or disciples who had died in the Greater One Sect, it was difficult for them to be in a good mood no matter how many people from the Greater One Sect had died. Someone else has come out. Now, it had been nearly a year since the opening of the Emperor Battle Plain. Many Divine King disciples of the Tianlong clan had completed the minimum mission and walked out of the Greater One Sect battlefield. When these Divine King disciples learned of the cruel situation in the Greater One Sect battlefield, they were aware that they were still alive and did not dare to rashly enter the Greater One Sect battlefield again. However, although there were Divine King disciples who had walked out of the Greater One Sect battlefield in the past, those who walked out were basically in groups of at least 20 people. But today, there was only one person who had walked out of the Greater One Sect battlefield. I'm finally out. This time, I'll strive to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and then enter the Greater One Sect battlefield to take a look. The Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples can give me too few battle merits. If I want to exchange for what I want in Peace City, I'll have to kill the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperors in the Greater One Sect battlefield. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he walked out of the Greater One Sect battlefield. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had just walked out, felt some gazes fall on him. At this time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the entrance of the Tianlong clan battlefield was not as lively as when he had first entered. There were only a few people left. Apart from a few sect elders on duty, there were only a few Divine King disciples standing to the side. It's Duan Lingtian! One of the Divine King disciples recognized Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian? I heard that he went in alone. To think that he came out alive! Duan Lingtian's strength is not ordinary. As long as he doesn't encounter 100 people from the Greater One sect, he should be able to come out alive. And with the size of the Greater One sect battlefield, it won't be easy to encounter 100 people from the Greater One sect. That's true. I wonder what Duan Lingtian's harvest was this time. He should have killed a few Greater One sect disciples. I just don't know how many he killed. Before Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of God Kings, didn't he say he wouldn't come out unless he killed 100 Tai sect's disciples? If Duan Lingtian didn't say those words and the Greater One sect wasn't on guard, perhaps he really could have done it. But after he said those words, the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples formed groups one after another. It's almost impossible for him to accomplish that goal. Several Divine King disciples of the Tianlong clan whispered to each other. Although the several Tianlong clan elders on duty didn't say anything, they had the same thought in their hearts. After Duan Lingtian came out, he glanced at the people in front of him, and when he didn't find any familiar faces, he left and headed directly in the direction of Peace City. In the Emperor battle plane, if one wanted to use the identity badge of a sect's disciple to exchange for battle merits, one had to go to Peace City to do so. And the people in charge of handling this matter were people from several top God Emperor forces in Tungling Province. Duan Lingtian came out. Duan Lingtian just came out of the Divine King battlefield and went to Peace City immediately. Duan Lingtian should have gone to Peace City to exchange for battle merits with the other people who came out of the Divine King battlefield. After all, only by exchanging battle merits can one be considered to have completed the sect's minimum mission. Say, do you think Duan Lingtian only completed the minimum mission this time, or did he kill many disciples of the Greater One sect? No one dares to recklessly say that. Then is it possible that he killed 100 Divine King disciples of the Greater One sect? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. As news of Duan Lingtian leaving the Divine King battlefield and going to Peace City immediately spread, more and more people went to Peace City to join in the fun. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived in Peace City, received a message. It was a message from Dongfang Yannian. Little Tian, you came out? Brother Yannian, you're pretty well informed, aren't you? Duan Lingtian smiled. Dongfang Yannian had specially entered Greater One City in the Emperor battle plane to find Duan Lingtian after learning that Duan Lingtian had come out. How was it? Did you get anything? Right now, they're all saying that it's impossible for you to complete the threat you made in front of the Greater One sect. Chapter 3856. Then what do you think, Brother Yannian? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile when he heard Dongfang Yannian's message. Haha, of course I have confidence in you. Dongfang Yannian laughed. Although we've only known each other for a few years, with my understanding of you, you probably won't take back what you've said so easily. Moreover, it hasn't even been a year since you entered the battlefield of God Kings, yet you've already come out. You must have fulfilled what you said, right? When Dongfang Yannian reached the end of his sentence, there was clearly a hint of probing in his tone. Brother Yannian, won't you find out once you make a trip to Peace City? Duan Lingtian did not point it out. He replied with a smile, then said nothing else. He headed towards the place where one could hand in their spoils of war and their badges and receive their battle merit. In the center of Peace City was a large hall called the War Achievement Hall. It was specifically for the disciples of the Tianlong clan and the disciples of the Greater One sect to exchange battle merit. This brat is still keeping me in suspense? In Sky Dragon City, Dongfang Yannian could not help but shake his head with a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian's message. Whatever. I'll make a trip to Peace City and join in the fun. As he mumbled to himself, Dongfang Yannian's figure blurred. He turned into a streak of light and headed straight for Peace City. At the same time, the number of people from the Tianlong clan heading to Peace City had clearly increased. In fact, the number of people from the Greater One sect heading to Peace City had increased as well. Everyone was going to watch the fun. And the fun they wanted to watch was the fun when Duan Lingtian exchanged battle merit. Peace City. War Achievement Hall. Before Duan Lingtian had even entered the War Achievement Hall, quite a few people had already recognized him. They followed behind him and pointed at him. Amongst these people were people from the Tianlong clan, as well as people from the Greater One sect. Right now, the people pointing at him were basically all from the Greater One sect. I advise you people of the Tianlong clan not to follow him into the war service hall. Otherwise, as disciples of the Tianlong clan, you'll lose face along with Duan Lingtian. A Greater One sect disciple swept a glance over the group of Tianlong clan disciples and mocked. That's right. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't go in. Another Greater One sect disciple revealed a mocking smile. Your Tianlong clan's Duan Lingtian, before entering the God King battlefield, declared in front of our Greater One sect's elder Huan Yun and many fellow disciples that he would only come out after killing 100 people of our Greater One sect. This time, he came out less than a year after entering the battlefield of God Kings. Could it be that you think he's fulfilled his promise? You know, our Greater One sect's people who have been killed in the God King battlefield so far are less than 150 people. Less than 150 people. If 100 people were really killed by Duan Lingtian, then the other God Kings of your Tianlong clan are really trash. Of course, I don't think the other God Kings of your Tianlong clan are so trash. Unlike the clamoring of the Greater One sect group, the Tianlong clan group only frowned. A few of the more irritable ones began to curse at the Greater One sect disciples. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also entered the war service hall. And just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the war service hall, a respectful greeting suddenly came from outside the door. Elder Huang Yun. Elder Huang Yun. Elder Huang Yun, you've come. A middle-aged man with an ordinary face, sharp eyes, and a medium build slowly walked in from outside the war service hall amidst the exclamations. Moreover, as soon as he entered, he quickly stepped forward and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Duan Lingtian paused and looked at the middle-aged man, who was the Greater One sect elder Huan Yun, and asked indifferently, You want to find trouble with Ping City? I'm going to exchange for battle merits. You're blocking my path. Are you trying to incite conflict? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Humph! Sensing several cold gazes falling on him from within the war service hall, Huan Yun, who felt great pressure, hurriedly stepped aside to make way for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he could not help but snort coldly. Then, as Duan Lingtian stepped forward, he followed all the way, a mocking smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, do you still remember what you said to me in the Divine Pill Hall of Peace City more than 10 months ago? You said that you would enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings and would not come out until you killed 100 of our Greater One sect disciples. Now that you've come out of the battlefield of the Divine Kings, I wonder if you've accomplished what you said? If you haven't, then what you said to Duan Lingtian is tantamount to fart. The promise that you, the number one person of the younger generation of the Tianlong clan, made is also in name only. Moreover, you're a disgrace to the Tianlong clan. Is this how the Tianlong clan teaches their disciples? Huan Yun sneered all the way, as if he was certain that Duan Lingtian could not accomplish what he had said in the past. In the war service hall, although there were many disciples of the Tianlong clan, no one said a word. They looked at Duan Lingtian's back with eyes full of doubt. In the depths of their hearts, they also did not believe that Duan Lingtian could kill 100 Greater One sect disciples in less than a year's time on the battlefield of the Divine Kings. It must be known that because of Duan Lingtian's arrogant words, the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples had all formed teams to enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings in order to prevent Duan Lingtian from defeating them one by one. Later, the Greater One sect even formed a team of 100 people to kill Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped. Then, he slightly tilted his head and glanced at Huang Yun. Suddenly, he cracked open his mouth, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. He smiled and said, Say, if the elders and friends of those 100 Greater One sect disciples knew that their deaths were all because of you, Huan Yun, how would they feel? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward one of the counters in the War Merit Hall. At this time, Huan Yun did not follow Duan Lingtian. The mocking smile on his face was no longer there, replaced by disbelief. Then, he shook his head and said, No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At the same time, Elder Dongfang Yannian. Elder Dongfang. As a series of greetings rang out from the entrance of the war service hall, the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian, walked in. He glanced at Huan Yun indifferently and said, "I'm really curious. You, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, indirectly caused the deaths of 100 Greater One sect disciples. How will the Greater One sect deal with you?" With that, Dongfang Yannian walked towards Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian took out 100 Greater One sect disciple badges from his spatial ring in front of many people who had followed him. 100 exactly. The old man behind the counter counted the badges for the disciples of the Greater One sect, then said in a clear voice, 21 Greater One sect disciple badges for Greater One God King, 34 Greater One God King badges for Greater One God King, 45 Lesser One God King badges for Greater One God sect disciples. 740 battle merits. As soon as the old man said that, the war service hall fell into a dead silence. Little Tian, amazing. At this moment, Dongfang Yannian had already arrived beside Duan Lingtian. He grinned and gave him a thumbs up. At this moment, after a moment of deathly silence, an uproar broke out in the war service hall. Heavens! Duan Lingtian really did it? He entered the battlefield of God Kings alone and killed 100 Greater One sect disciples in less than a year? From what I know, when Duan Lingtian came out, there were less than 150 Greater One sect disciples who had died, right? Among them, 100 were killed by Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian is that strong? The Greater One sect had specially formed groups to prevent Duan Lingtian from killing them one by one. But now it seems that forming groups is meaningless against Duan Lingtian. Terrifying. Too terrifying. In the war service hall, the group of Tianlong clan disciples were all shocked. And the Greater One sect disciples who were originally arrogant did not say a word at this moment. Their faces were ugly, and many of them looked as if they had just eaten a fly. Of course, the one with the ugliest and palest complexion was the inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, Huan Yun. Huan Yun's face was deathly pale. He could almost foresee what would happen to him if the elders of the 100 Greater One sect disciples killed by Duan Lingtian knew that they were indirectly killed by him. Most likely, he would be killed as soon as he left the Greater One sect. He naturally understood that it was difficult to offend the public. Moreover, he was only an inner sect elder in the Greater One sect. There were many people he could not afford to offend. Haha. Weren't you people of the Greater One sect very arrogant just now? Can't say anything now? Weren't you mocking Duan Lingtian just now? Are you dumbfounded now? Elder Huan Yun of your Greater One sect is really powerful. With just a few words, he killed 100 God King disciples of your Greater One sect. This news you have to quickly spread back. I'm really curious, what kind of expression will the other people of your Greater One sect have when they hear this news? The Tianlong clan disciples who were mocked by the people of the Greater One sect and did not have the courage to say anything were now full of confidence, and had a déjà vu of serfs turning into landlords. And now, it was the group of people of the Greater One sect who lowered their heads and did not say a word. And very soon, many people of the Greater One sect left dejectedly. Huan Yun also attempted to leave with the crowd. And the moment Huan Yun stepped out of the war service hall, Duan Lingtian timely opened his mouth. Elder Huan Yun, I wish you good luck. These words almost made Huan Yun spit out blood. Then, Huan Yun's eyes were bloodshot, and he said through gritted teeth, I, Huan Yun, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, will immediately enter the battlefield of the God Emperor, and fight to the death with the God Emperor of the Tianlong clan. I will fight to the last drop of blood for the sect. Huan Yun knew that he had no other choice. If he were to leave the Emperor battle plane, then not only would he die, but his seniors, friends, and disciples would be implicated as well. Only by dying on the battlefield of the God Emperor battle plane, sacrificing himself for the sect, could he protect his elders, friends, and disciples. Chapter 3857. Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, had entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings for the first time and killed more than 100 Divine Kings from the opposing Greater One sect. When the 100 badges of the Greater One sect's Divine Kings were delivered to the War Service Hall of Peace City, the War Service Hall was not the only one who was shocked. When the news spread, the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect were shocked as well. Unlike the joy of the Tianlong clan, Greater One sect was filled with worry. This was especially true for the higher-ups of Greater One sect whose juniors confirmed that Duan Lingtian had killed. They were furious and wanted to find the intersect elder, Huan Yun, who had infuriated Duan Lingtian and made Duan Lingtian boast that he would kill 100 Divine Kings from the Greater One sect's Divine Kings. However, because Huan Yun had entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors as soon as he left Peace City and returned to Greater One City, they had nowhere to vent their anger. After Duan Lingtian had submitted the 100 badges of the Greater One sect's Divine Kings, they were sent to Greater One City by the War Service Hall of Peace City and handed over to the Supreme Elder of Greater One sect who was in charge of Greater One City. Yuer. When the benevolent-looking old man saw one of the badges, he let out a low growl from the depths of his throat. That was one of his most beloved grandsons. But now, he had died in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Moreover, he had been killed by Duan Lingtian, an intersect disciple of the Tianlong clan who had killed more than 100 Divine Kings. Senior brother. After the people from the War Service Hall of Peace City left, the old man left Greater One City and sent a message. Senior brother, let Long Xiang come out. It's meaningless for him to kill other disciples of the Tianlong clan in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Why don't we let him come out and agree to a battle to the death with Duan Lingtian? Of course, if we are not confident, or if the Tianlong clan refuses, we will make an agreement with the Tianlong clan that Duan Lingtian and Long Xian will not be allowed to enter the Divine King battlefield in the future. They will be forbidden from entering the battlefield. Although he hated Duan Lingtian, he knew that he couldn't attack the Duan Lingtian in the Emperor battle plane. As for outside, it would be even more difficult to make a move against the Duan Lingtian unless they were confident that they could kill the Duan Lingtian without being discovered. The Greater One sect was the sect that had nurtured him and protected him for many years. Even though his grandson was important, the legacy of the sect was equally important. The disciples of the God Kings were the foundation of the sect in the future. If the sect continued to be slaughtered by Duan Lingtian, unless the sect was able to produce a God Emperor expert who could lead the sect to a higher level and recruit more outstanding disciples, otherwise, the sect would go downhill. This was no longer a trial, but a massacre. This time, although his heart was filled with hatred, he didn't lose his reason and knew what was more important. Let's have a meeting to decide this matter. On the other side, there was a response in a moment. Soon, the great elders of the Greater One sect, as well as other Greater One sect elders whose status was equivalent to the Black Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, gathered together. They were all high-level God Emperors. Of course, the Greater One sect master was also present. When the Supreme Elder from Tai City spoke up, the others agreed as well. It's true that Duan Lingtian and Shimin Long Xiang entered the God King's battlefield and slaughtered them one-sidedly. This way, not only will the God King's disciples from Tai sect not be able to gain experience, but even the God King's disciples from the Heavenly Dragon sect won't be able to gain experience. I agree with the Tianlong clan to prohibit Duan Lingtian and Shimin Longxiang from entering the Divine King battlefield again. Seconded. Many of the Greater One sect elders present had juniors who had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. In addition, some of their juniors were still alive on the Divine King battlefield. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, they didn't want Duan Lingtian to enter the Divine King battlefield again and slaughter the disciples of their Greater One sect. That Duan Lingtian, how can he be so strong? It doesn't make sense. There were also people who voiced such doubts. He must be hiding his strength. That's obvious. What a sinister boy. I thought the strength he showed before was shocking enough, but I didn't expect him to be hiding his strength. Let Shimin Longxiang come out first. If his twin sister Shimin Yun is in danger, she will send a telepathic message and he will come out. The meeting of the Greater One Sect's high-level god emperors only lasted for less than an hour before it ended. After the meeting, there were only 3 people left in the huge meeting hall. The Greater One Sect Master, Greater One Sect's Great Elder Luo Qijan. There was also an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Luo Qijan was also the person who didn't support the emperor battle in the past because he felt that his senior brother's disciple, Shimin Longxiang, would definitely become a god emperor in the future. However, he later learned from his senior brother that Shimin Longxiang would soon leave the Greater One Sect, and that Duan Lingtian had appeared in the Tianlong clan, so his thoughts changed. "I'll have to trouble you to let Shimin Longxiang come out." The Greater One Sect Master looked at the last old man with white hair and a youthful complexion and said respectfully, "Okay." Hearing this, the old man nodded faintly and then disappeared completely in front of the Greater One Sect Master and Great Elder Luo Qijan. "I really don't know why Senior Brother wants Longxiang to leave the Greater One Sect. Even if the Greater One Sect can't give Longxiang a better future, there's no hurry, right?" Luo Qijan said with a sigh. "Great uncle, if I were him, I would make the same choice." The Greater One Sect Master shook his head and said, "Shimin Longxiang shouldn't be bound by the Greater One Sect. You may think that with his talent, it's not difficult for him to become a god emperor in the future. But then what? If he spends too much time in the Greater One Sect, even if he becomes a god emperor in the future, it'll be difficult for him to deal with the current 1,000-year tribulation, right? I think Great Uncle's expectations for Shimin Longxiang may not be as simple as an ordinary god emperor. He may even be expecting him to become a god emperor." When the Greater One Sect Master said this, Luo Qijan couldn't help but gasp. God Emperor? Was that possible? The Greater One Sect's encampment. Outside a secluded and elegant valley surrounded by clouds all year round, the Greater One Sect's disciples were usually not allowed to come close, and there was a Greater One Sect's patrol team monitoring the surroundings. Whoosh! The old man with white hair and a youthful complexion silently passed through the cloud-covered valley. In fact, the clouds surrounding the valley were all condensed by the formation, but at this time, the old man's figure passed through the formation as if he was entering a place without any hindrance. In the secluded and elegant valley, there was only a small wooden house, and the rest were in their original state, the kind that had not been damaged in any way. The old man stood in the air, overlooking the courtyard of the small wooden house. In the courtyard, there was a 16 or 17-year-old girl wearing a yellow dress. She sat in front of a stone table in a dignified manner. She held a cup full of steaming hot water in her hands. Her face was slightly pale, but when she saw the 2 little animals rolling around and frolicking in the courtyard, a pale smile bloomed on her face. Although she was sitting there, she still looked very delicate, as if she would fall in the wind. Whoosh! The old man stepped on the air and landed, looking at the young girl with eyes full of gentleness. When the old man landed, the young girl came back to her senses and looked at the old man with a pair of beautiful eyes, revealing a look of joy. Master. As her voice fell, she was about to stand up, but it seemed a little difficult. Whoosh! As the old man casually stretched out his hand, a gentle force pressed the young girl back to the stone chair. Yunner, didn't I tell you? Your body is weak, so you don't have to bow when you see me. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he sat opposite the young girl and asked with a smile, Is it too boring here? No. The young girl lightly shook her head. Master, Yunner was born with terminated meridians, and I can't cultivate. It's already lucky that I'm still alive now, and I should be thankful. How can I be bored? The old man sighed. Perhaps there's a venerable grade divine pill that can help you open up your terminated meridians and open up the path of cultivation. However, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to obtain such a divine pill for you. There's still hope for your brother, the old man said. The young girl shook her head again. Master, actually, I don't expect to open up my terminated meridians and open up the path of cultivation. If I had a choice, I'd rather brother slack off and not work so hard. I know. I'm the reason why he's like this today. When she reached the end of her sentence, A hint of sorrow could be seen in her eyes. If I wasn't worried that my death would affect Brother's cultivation and even his future, I would have died a long time ago. The old man's expression turned solemn. Don't mention this again. When the young girl's expression turned timid, the old man's expression softened again. Yunner, I'm here to ask you to bring your brother out. You can sleep now. Before the young girl could react, the old man had already knocked her out and placed her on the bed in the wooden house. Then, the old man raised his hand, and a sharp light pierced through the air and landed on the young girl's heart. In an instant, the young girl's delicate body trembled slightly. In the next moment, the old man withdrew his hand and left the wooden house in a flash. He arrived outside the valley and looked in the direction of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm in the Supreme Essex estate. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as though he was waiting for something. At the same time, in the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm, a handsome young man with a cold expression suddenly came to a halt. In the next instant, he clutched his chest with one hand and his expression changed drastically. Yunner. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already sped off in the direction behind him like a ghost. That's Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang? He's also in the battlefield of the God Kings? No. He's still in our Supreme sect? It's really Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang. His expression doesn't seem too good. Near the entrance of the battlefield of the God Kings that led to Skyfirst City, many people saw the young man in a hurry and could not help but stop to watch. At the same time, they were filled with doubts. What had happened to make their Supreme Essex-prided son of heaven lose his composure like this? End of chapter. Chapter 3858. To Duanling Tian, more than 700 battle merits was not considered much. He casually used them to exchange for some pill refining materials that he urgently needed before he left Peace City. The things I want will cost me nearly 20,000 battle merits. The God King battlefield won't give me that many battle merits. The most important thing right now is to break through to the God King realm. When I break through to the God King realm, I'll enter the God King battlefield and kill the God Kings of the Greater One sect to accumulate battle merits. In the Emperor battle plane, as a disciple of the Tianlong clan, killing a Greater One sect disciple of the Greater One sect at the High God King realm would only give him 25 battle merits. But if he could kill a Greater One sect disciple at the Low God King realm, he would be rewarded with 200 battle merits. And if he killed the Middle God King, he would be rewarded with 2,000 battle merits. Let's go out first. After returning to Sky Dragon City, Duanling Tian was escorted by a group of Tianlong clan disciples. He left through the entrance of the Emperor battle plane and returned to the Tianlong clan. Before that, the Tianlong clan people escorted Duanling Tian and were not stingy with their words of praise. Now, the news of Duanling Tian killing more than 100 Greater One sect God King realm disciples had spread throughout Sky Dragon City and the Tianlong clan. Every disciple of the Tianlong clan felt that Duanling Tian had brought honor to the Tianlong clan. In the Emperor battle plane, the God King battlefield was fierce, and Duanling Tian's battle merits could be said to have completely boosted the morale of the Tianlong clan. The Greater One sect has offered a reward of 300,000 contribution points for killing Duanling Tian. Now that Duanling Tian has returned after killing more than 100 Greater One sect God King realm disciples, the Tianlong clan will also reward him with 300,000 contribution points. Not long after Duanling Tian returned to the Tianlong temple, he heard the words of the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qinchong, which spread throughout the Tianlong temple. Duanling Tian suspected that Long Qinchong knew he had returned to the Tianlong temple and made such a public announcement to let him hear it. After all, if he was still in the Emperor battle plane, he wouldn't have heard it. Duanling Tian, congratulations! Presently, Duanling Tian had just returned to the Intersect Disciples Cultivation Area, and within the spacious Intersect Disciples Cultivation Area, a few figures flew out from the Internal Affairs Pavilion to congratulate Duanling Tian. More than 90% of the Intersect disciples were in the God King battlefield, and those who weren't were in Sky Dragon City or Peace City in the Emperor battle plane. Elders, how do I claim the 300,000 contribution points? Duan Lingtian asked as he smiled at the few elders who flew out of the Internal Affairs Palace. Do you want it now? One of the elderly elders asked with a smile. When he saw Duan Lingtian nod, the elderly elder immediately sent a message and quickly responded. Duan Lingtian, the clan master has sent Vice Sect Master Shui over personally to transfer 300,000 contribution points to you. Vice Sect Master Shui? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard Elder Nian Mai's words. Then, his gaze deepened. If he remembered correctly, only one of the Tianlong clan's Vice Sect Masters had the surname Shui. In other words, this Vice Sect Master Shui was the father-in-law of Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, the Tianlong clan's Vice Sect Master, Shui Mingji. I've never seen this Vice Sect Master Shui before. When he first arrived at the Tianlong clan, Shui Haichuan had warned him that if Kuang Tianjing saw him as an enemy, it meant that he was on the opposite side of Vice Sect Master Shui. He had to be wary of Vice Sect Master Shui. After staring for a while, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of wind whistling from afar. When he came back to his senses, a figure had already appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with a determined face and a dignified expression. Greetings, Vice Sect Master Shui. Vice Sect Master Shui. At the same time, the elders of the Internal Affairs Palace bowed to the newcomer. Shui Mingji nodded to them, then his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, sizing him up. Unlike Duan Lingtian, he was the first person to arrive. It was Duan Lingtian's first time meeting him, but it was not his first time meeting Duan Lingtian. Early on during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, he'd once secretly appeared in the sky above the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition and threatened Duan Lingtian via voice transmission, but Duan Lingtian didn't know that the person threatening him was him. Duan Lingtian? Shui Mingji asked with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian again. Vice Sect Master Shui? Duan Lingtian nodded slightly at Shui Mingji as a greeting. The elders of the Internal Affairs Palace were a little surprised by Duan Lingtian's arrogance in front of Shui Mingji. This was because even in front of them, Duan Lingtian had never been so arrogant. After all, their status in the Tianlong clan was far below Vice Sect Master Shui. Thank you, Vice Sect Master Shui. Under the astonished gazes of the elders of the Internal Affairs Palace, Duan Lingtian directly took out his identity token and handed it to Shui Mingji. It was obvious that he wanted Shui Mingji to transfer the 300,000 contribution points that Sect Master Long Qinchong had promised him. The elders of the Internal Affairs Palace thought that Shui Mingji would frown or something, but they soon became even more astonished. Shui Mingji did not seem surprised by Duan Lingtian's behavior at all. He casually took Duan Lingtian's identity token and transferred 300,000 contribution points to him without hesitation. Of course, these 300,000 contribution points did not belong to Shui Mingji. They were transferred to him by Sect Master Long Qinchong. Strictly speaking, he was now just an errand boy. I have completed the task that Sect Master gave me. See you later. After Shui Mingji returned Duan Lingtian's identity token to Duan Lingtian, he no longer maintained the smile on his face. This was because he could see that there was no room for negotiation between him and Duan Lingtian. Of course, he did not think that there would be room for negotiation. This was because, in his opinion, the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, had most likely told Duan Lingtian that he had sent people to kill Linghu Renjie. As he turned around to leave, Shui Mingji's eyes were filled with killing intent. I can't delay any longer. His current strength, even compared to the greater one-sex Shimen Longxian, is not the slightest bit weaker. Perhaps he has strength comparable to an ordinary lower divine emperor. Otherwise, how could he be like a fish in water on the battlefield of divine kings and kill hundreds of greater one-sect disciples in less than a year? If he is given time to grow, not only Kuang Tianjing, but also my daughter, son-in-law, and even I will be in trouble. Shui Mingji was not in a hurry to return to his own place of cultivation. Instead, he went directly to the cultivation place of inner-sect elder Kuang Tianjing. After Shui Mingji left, several elders of the Internal Affairs Palace looked at Duan Lingtian. One of them asked in confusion, Duan Lingtian, is there a conflict between you and Deputy Lord Shui? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not deny it. Deputy Lord Shui's son-in-law, Zhongken's master, intersect disciple Kuang Tianjing, attacked me before I entered the Tianlong clan and behind the Linghu family. If it weren't for the protection of the Linghu family's protective array, I would have died at that time. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he shook his head and descended into the Internal Affairs Hall. The elders of the Internal Affairs Palace looked at each other. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian was so indifferent to Deputy Lord Shui. It turned out that there was another layer of reason. Duan Lingtian will grow sooner or later. If Kuang Tianjing doesn't take the initiative to make amends, he will suffer a great loss sooner or later. An elder of the Internal Affairs Palace sighed. Looking at Duan Lingtian's attitude when he mentioned Kuang Tianjing and his attitude toward Deputy Lord Shui, I'm afraid the hatred between him and Kuang Tianjing won't be let go so easily. I'm afraid that in a few years, Duan Lingtian will have the ability to defeat, or even kill Kuang Tianjing. Does he need to wait until he grows? From what I know, the top Emperor God forces in Tungling Province are all fighting to get him to join them. As long as he joins one of them, he can make any request. When that time comes, one word from him, and Kuang Tianjing will be dead. After walking around the Internal Affairs Palace for a while, Duan Lingtian, who was rich, spent some contribution points to buy some new materials he needed in the Internal Affairs Palace before he left. He returned to his residence and went into closed-door cultivation. For the time being, he did not need to refine divine pills to aid his cultivation since he still had a surplus of divine pills from before. While Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation, Shui Mingji, the deputy lord of the Tianlong clan, and Kuang Tianjing, the inner sect elder, had gathered together. We can't wait any longer. We must kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Shui Mingji said in a deep voice. How long has it been? He's only a high-level god king. Moreover, his current strength is comparable to an ordinary low-level god king. Have you heard about his performance in the battlefield of the god kings in the Imperial Battle Realm? Shui Mingji asked. I've heard about it. Kuang Tianjing nodded solemnly. His expression was solemn as he said, Indeed, we can't wait any longer. If he breaks through to the God King stage, I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm not strong enough to kill him. Didn't you come up with a plan earlier? Shui Mingji asked again. Now that he has left the Imperial Battle Realm, it's time to launch a plan to lure him out and kill him. I'll come up with a plan in the next 2 days. Kuang Tianjing said. We have to be quick. Shui Mingji said with a serious face. His existence has always made me feel uneasy. Now, only his death can give me complete peace of mind. Aren't I the same? Kuang Tianjing smiled bitterly. Don't worry, Deputy Sect Leader. Once I've confirmed the plan, I'll contact the 2 White Dragon Elders from the 10,000 Devil Sect and ask them to personally make a move. There's no need for you to personally make a move, Deputy Sect Leader. Kuang Tianjing promised. Shui Mingji nodded and added. If possible, ask them to make a move together. I keep having the feeling that there's something strange about Duan Lingtian. I can't say for the time being. End of chapter. Chapter 3859. While the Tianlong clan's vice-clan master Shui Mingji and the Tianjin clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing were plotting how to lure the Duan Lingtian out of the Tianjin temple and kill the Duan Lingtian, the Tianlong clan welcomed a group of uninvited guests. These uninvited guests were from the Tai sect, led by the sect master of the Tai sect. Just like a few years ago, the sect master of the Tai sect had brought people to the Tianlong clan to initiate the Emperor battle. Sect Master Luo, the Emperor battle has already begun. What business do you have with the Tianlong clan? As the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qinchong personally received the sect master of the Tai sect and the others. The sect master of the Greater One sect was also a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He looked at Long Qinchong in the distance and smiled faintly. Sect Master Long, the battle between the God Kings in the Darch Battle Realm is already in full swing. More than 100 God King disciples from our 2 sects have been killed or injured. Long Qinchong interrupted the sect master of the Tai sect. Sect Master Luo, you should say that more than 160 God King disciples of your Tai sect have died, while the number of God King disciples of our Tianlong clan has just exceeded 100. Long Qingchong deliberately corrected him. The sect master of the Tai sect didn't get angry and smiled faintly. Sect Master Long, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. If it weren't for the return of Shimin Longxiang, many of your Tianlong clan's God King disciples would have died. Long Qingchong laughed. Sect Master Luo, are you joking? Who doesn't know that it's impossible to communicate in any of the battlefields in the Emperor Battle Realm? It doesn't matter if you're communicating with each other inside or outside. You're telling me that the Tai sect has allowed Shimin Longxiang to return? Long Qingchong's smile grew even brighter. The Greater One Sect Master shook his head and said, Sect Master Long, don't you know that some twins have a certain telepathy between them? Especially when one of them becomes a god, they'll be able to sense it even more. If the other party is in mortal danger, he can sense it immediately. Hearing the words of the Greater One Sect Master, Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, took a deep look at the other party. Sect Master Luo, you mean Shimin Longxiang has a twin brother in the Greater One Sect? Long Qingchong had naturally heard of what the sect master of the Greater One Sect said. Even in the Tianlong clan, there was such a twin brother. Moreover, there were many similar records in the Tianlong clan. The Greater One Sect master shook his head again. Not twin brothers, but twin sisters. Shimin Longxiang and his twin sister, Shimin Yun, are both disciples of my martial granduncle, the supreme elder of the Tianlong clan, Lu Zhantu. My martial granduncle has called Shimin Longxiang back a few days ago through Shimin Yun. In fact, Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, had received the news a few days ago when Shimin Longxiang had just come out. On the Greater One Sect side, there were many spies of the Tianlong clan. Shimin Longxiang's return from the battlefield of the God Kings had alarmed the entire Greater One Sect, and Long Qingchong had also heard about it. Just now, the reason why he expressed his disbelief of the Greater One Sect Master's words was that he thought the Greater One Sect Master was deliberately mystifying things while Shimin Longxiang was released. He didn't expect Shimin Longxiang to have a twin sister. And then? Long Qingchong looked deeply at the Greater One Sect Master. Sect Master Luo, don't tell me you're here to tell me to let Duan Lingtian and Shimin Longxiang fight to the death outside? Long Qingchong knew in his heart that Shimin Longxiang had most likely entered the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm to target Duan Lingtian. However, the battlefield of the God Kings was huge, and the probability of the two of them meeting was not high. However, because Duan Lingtian had not left the battlefield of the God Kings, even if the probability was low, the Greater One Sect could only let Shimin Longxiang run around like a headless fly. While looking for Duan Lingtian, he killed the disciples of the Tianlong clan's God Kings. If that's the case, I can't agree to it. Without waiting for the Greater One Sect Master to respond, Long Qingchong shook his head. This kind of matter must be decided by the person involved. I don't have the authority to decide for him. If it was an ordinary disciple of the Tianlong clan, as the sect master of the Tianlong clan, he could naturally make the decision for him. However, Duan Lingtian was different. He believed that even the Greater One Sect Master would not dare to say that he could make the decision for Shimin Longxiang. Sect Master Long, I think you've misunderstood. The Greater One Sect Master shook his head again. I've come to find you this time not to challenge Duan Lingtian to a death battle on behalf of Shimin Longxiang, but to discuss something with you. Oh? Long Qingchong's eyes flashed. Sect Master Long, the Greater One Sect Master said with a grave expression. You should also know that with Shimin Longxiang and Duan Lingtian's strength, entering the battlefield of the God Kings is actually unfair to the others. Even if the others form a group, they may not be able to avoid being killed by them. Unless it's a group of 100 people. At this point, the Greater One Sect Master paused for a moment before bluntly stating the purpose of his visit. The reason I came this time is to discuss something with Sect Master Long. From today onwards, Shimin Longxiang will no longer enter the Divine King battlefield. However, in exchange, we don't want Duan Lingtian to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again. The Greater One Sect Master went straight to the point. Long Qingchong's eyes flashed when he heard this. Shimin Longxiang agreed to this matter? If he didn't agree, I wouldn't have appeared here. The Greater One Sect Master said matter-of-factly. The Tianlong clan will have to ask the person involved about this matter. Long Qingchong said. Of course. Duan Lingtian, who was originally cultivating in seclusion, was suddenly awakened by someone. The person who woke him up was none other than Shui Haichuan. Brother Haichuan, is there something you need? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Shui Haichuan must have an urgent matter to discuss with him, and even woke him up from his cultivation. The sect master asked me to come. Shui Haichuan sighed. He asked me to tell you that as long as you're willing to not enter the battlefield of the God Kings again, he can give you another 200,000 contribution points. The reason? Shui Haichuan's intention surprised Duan Lingtian. He originally didn't plan to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again, but now that the Tianlong clan sect master asked Shui Haichuan to come find him, it was equivalent to sending a treasure to his doorstep. In exchange, the Greater One sect will not allow Shimin Longxiang to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again. This time, you killed more than 100 God King realm disciples in the battlefield of the God Kings, and although Shimin Longxiang didn't kill as many as you, he still killed more than 60 people. This is because he entered the battlefield of the God Kings later than you. Otherwise, the number of people he killed wouldn't be less than you. Shui Haichuan said. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He had heard about Shimin Longxiang's existence not long after leaving the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm. At that time, he was in Peace City. Many Greater One Sect disciples said that he, Duan Lingtian, would have definitely died if he hadn't encountered Shimin Longxiang in the battlefield of the God Kings. Later on, he heard from Dong Fanyanian, so he had a certain understanding of Shimin Longxiang, this monstrous genius of the Greater One Sect. Brother Haichuan, tell the sect master that it's fine if I don't enter the battlefield of the God Kings, but I don't want 200,000 contribution points. I need some medicinal herbs. Duan Lingtian said as he named several medicinal herbs to Shui Haichuan. They were all relatively rare, and one of them could be found in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. It required battle merits to exchange for them. However, it required 1,000 battle merits. Duan Lingtian didn't have enough battle merits in the battlefield of the God Kings. Moreover, there were other things he urgently needed, so Duan Lingtian exchanged them for other things. In reality, these medicinal herbs were worth less than 100,000 contribution points at most in the Tianlong clan. However, they were rare and hard to find. Unless the Tianlong clan sent people to distant places to buy them with divine crystals, divine stones, or other treasures, they could only rely on luck to obtain them. These medicinal herbs must be delivered within 3 years. Duan Lingtian added in the end. He thought about his cultivation progress. In about 3 years, he would be able to use these medicinal herbs to refine divine pills to aid his cultivation. At that time, he might be able to reach the God Emperor realm in one go. I'll tell the sect master right away. Shui Haichuan quickly contacted the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. After a moment of silence, Long Qingchong agreed. Tell him that I agree. At the same time, Long Qingchong also felt some regret for rewarding Duan Lingtian with so many contribution points. If it weren't for the fact that he had previously rewarded Duan Lingtian with 300,000 contribution points, he might not have rejected the offer of 200,000 contribution points this time. He had really shot himself in the foot. Thank the sect master for me. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly when he heard Shui Haichuan's message. Then, as if remembering something, he said, Brother Haichuan, I met Miss Seventh on the battlefield of the Divine Kings. She's now one of the 2 leaders of the 100-man team. She won't be in danger there. I know. Shui Haichuan nodded. He had heard about Miss Seventh leading a 100-man team. Brother Haichuan, you seem to have a special relationship with her? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Don't misunderstand. Shui Haichuan shook his head when he saw Duan Lingtian's meaningful look. She's the daughter of an old friend of mine. The last time she met me, she was just passing on a message from her mother. I asked you to take care of her because I feel guilty about what her mother did back then. Shui Haichuan sighed when he thought about what had happened back then. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, when he saw that Shui Haichuan seemed to be in a bad mood, Duan Lingtian did not continue chatting with him. He bade farewell and returned to his room to continue his closed-door cultivation. He had completely forgotten about the time while he was cultivating. Half a year later, somewhere in the Tianlong Temple, an old voice sounded resolute. It's decided then. Set up a trap and lure him in. The divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a God Emperor expert, and suspected to have been left behind by a God Emperor expert, I don't think he'll be able to resist the temptation. Chapter 3860. For Duan Lingtian, cultivation was the strengthening of the divine power in his body. The continuous flow of heaven and earth's spiritual energy from heaven and earth was integrated into his body and transformed into his divine power through his cultivation technique. During this process, the divine pills he had consumed, the soul-gathering formation formed by the divine stones around him, and the divine crystals in his hand had all provided him with great help, allowing his cultivation speed to rise even further. Otherwise, even without the bottleneck from the godly king realm to the divine emperor realm, it would still take a long time to cultivate. Many people spent thousands of years cultivating from the moment they broke through to the upper godly king realm to the bottleneck of the divine emperor realm. Even those with good talent had to spend hundreds of years or even thousands of years to do so. With the cultivation resources I have now, even the godly venerable god forces geniuses may not have it, let alone the geniuses of the top godly emperor forces. Duan Lingtian often thought of this when he was cultivating. Of course, he only dared to compare the cultivation resources of the upper godly king realm with others. If it was the cultivation resources of the divine emperor realm, he would not be able to compare. The reason he could enjoy such treatment was because he was able to refine the ultimate king-level divine pills and even ultimate emperor-level divine pills. Although there is no peace, blindly cultivating will still get worse and worse. It's better to take a break once in a while. It's more efficient to cultivate after resting. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian did not completely immerse himself in cultivation. Moreover, I have nearly 300,000 contribution points now. With so many contribution points, I should be able to stay in the Tianlong clan's lost secret chamber for a long time, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. The Tianlong clan's lost secret chamber could only allow one to comprehend a certain law to the point of fusing three profundities. It was of no help to his law of space. However, it was of great help to him in comprehending other laws. In addition to the law of space, he also comprehended three other supreme laws. However, the law of time could not be improved through ordinary lost secret chambers. In addition, he had also comprehended all of the 5 elemental laws. When he was in the Linghu family, he had comprehended them to the point where he could fuse 2 profound meanings. I'll first comprehend the laws of life and the laws of fire. These 2 laws will have a huge impact on refining divine pills. Moreover, their improvement will strengthen my clones of the law of life and law of fire as well. Duan Lingtian had already condensed the law clones of the other 8 laws, but he had not used them yet. Moreover, he usually did not use his other nomological avatars. A spatial law doppelganger was enough. If the law of space doppelganger was useless, then the weaker law of space doppelganger would naturally not be of much use. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the law secret chamber, Shui Mingji, the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader, received the news and immediately sent a message to the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. Duan Lingtian has entered the law secret chamber. Now, do you have a plan to lure him out of the Tianlong clan? On the other hand, Kuang Tianjing was a little troubled. Don't worry, deputy clan leader. I've been thinking of a plan and looking for an opportunity recently. After all, I can't just send someone to Duan Lingtian, tell him that I've discovered the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a divine emperor expert, and invite him to explore them together, right? If Duan Lingtian is so stupid, he wouldn't be alive now. Kuang Tianjing wished he could kill Duan Lingtian, but he also knew that he couldn't alert the enemy. If he sent someone to Duan Lingtian, they would definitely be seen through by Duan Lingtian, who wouldn't hide news of the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a divine emperor expert. They would only tell those close to them. It was impossible for them to tell others. I naturally know this, Xue Mingji impatiently said. What I want to ask you is, do you have a plan? Yes, Kuang Tianjing responded. In the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian has two good friends. They were both 10-star students of the Hidden Fog sect Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Since then, they have been friends and now they have entered the Tianlong clan together. I want to use them. Following Kuang Tianjing's words, Xue Mingji didn't continue to be aggressive. Then let's wait, Xue Mingji said. I also don't believe that Duan Lingtian's two friends won't come out. Vice Sect Master Xue, don't worry. I want Duan Lingtian dead more than anyone else, Kuang Tianjing said in a deep voice. Moreover, I am already mentally prepared. If I can't kill Duan Lingtian with this method in the end, I will personally kill him before he grows up. I won't hesitate to die. Kuang Tianjing's tone was resolute. Oh? Kuang Tianjing's words surprised Xue Mingji. Elder Tianjing actually has such determination? Therefore, please don't worry, Vice Sect Master. Duan Lingtian won't be able to escape death sooner or later, Kuang Tianjing said. As he said this, Kuang Tianjing felt bitter in his heart. If there was a way to kill Duan Lingtian through other means, he wouldn't have taken that step. In fact, it wasn't his own idea to take that step. No one wanted to die. However, the two white dragon elders of the Thousand Demons sect had already spoken to him in private. If it really came to that, he would have to kill Duan Lingtian at the cost of his own life. If he killed Duan Lingtian in Tianlong Temple, he would be executed. If he didn't do as he was told, he and his family would all die without a burial place. In order to prevent him from escaping, the two white dragon elders of the Thousand Demons sect had even cooperated with him and left some marks on him so that he wouldn't be able to escape. Originally, if he didn't cooperate, the marks wouldn't be able to reach him. However, he didn't dare to not cooperate. With Elder Tianjing's words, I'm relieved. Xue Mingji smiled faintly. For Xue Mingji, even if Kuang Tianjing was his son-in-law's master, he was only an inner sect elder. His status was low and couldn't enter his eyes. He didn't care whether he died or not. In fact, if he died, his son-in-law would have less to worry about. In his view, it was a good thing. The Emperor Battle Plane. The Divine King Battlefield. Kill! Kill them and we'll be able to complete the minimum mission for this year and next year, and leave the Divine King Battlefield. Don't be afraid. Otherwise, if the other side turns the tables, everyone will die. A team of 30 people from the Tianlong clan was besieging a team of 20 people from the Greater One sect. The top battle strength of both sides was equal, but because the Tianlong clan had the advantage of numbers, it was one-sided. However, because they were at a disadvantage and the danger was close, the more than 20 disciples of the Greater One sect were all as if injected with chicken blood. After a few people were killed, the remaining people became even crazier. Boom! Rumble! The group of Greater One sect disciples knew that at this time, they could only fight for their lives. If they tried to escape, they would only die faster, because once they escaped, they would become the target of everyone. At that time, not only would the people of the Tianlong clan target him, but the people of the Greater One sect would also not help him. Buzz! A bright blade light flashed across the sky, and was about to sweep through the head of an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan and split him in two. The expression of the Tianlong clan disciple completely changed. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Bang! At the critical moment, there was an explosion. It was a tall and burly figure breaking through the sky like a god. He punched out, and a terrifying power entwined with blood chi turned into layers of victory, shattering the blade light. Kill him, the tall figure said indifferently. The Tianlong clan disciple revealed an ominous glint in his eyes, and joined forces to kill the Greater One sect disciple who had almost killed him. The whole process only took 2 breaths of time. Ding Yan, thank you. The Sky Dragon Sect Inner Sect disciple who had been saved by a life and death situation finally had the time to thank the people around him. We are all fellow disciples, no need to thank me, Ding Yan said. At the same time, the other disciples of the Tianlong clan also gradually gained the upper hand. Of course, in the process there were still several people who were killed by the Greater One Sect disciples. When the more than 20 disciples of the Greater One Sect were completely annihilated, the more than 30 people of the Tianlong clan also lost 6 people, leaving less than 30 people. After the dust settled, the group of Tianlong clan disciples did not have the slightest joy, but each and every one of them had a sorrowful look. They were originally a team of 50 people. They had encountered several waves of Greater One Sect disciples, and had been crushed along the way. They had also lost a lot of people. To be able to survive until today, they were all relatively strong. But they did not expect that, although the remaining people were quite strong, they still lost 6 people. I really can't accept this. The number of people who died this time is the most. A Tianlong clan disciple said with a face full of unwillingness. There's no other way. The Greater One Sect disciples we encountered this time, although there weren't many people, but their strength was very strong. Only 6 people died, that's already not bad. This time, as we all agreed before, those fallen teammates, if their relatives and friends need help in the future, any one of us is duty-bound to help. Whoever wants to avoid this responsibility will be targeted by the remaining people. Seconded. Let's go, let's go. The harvest this time is enough for everyone to complete the minimum task. Ding Yan was also a member of this team. A year ago, Ding Yan originally only found a small team, but as the situation changed, his small team joined forces with several other small teams, and then further expanded. In the end, Ding Yan's team had expanded to nearly 60 people. After entering the battlefield of the Divine King, Ding Yan had followed this team and killed many Greater One Sect disciples, collecting their identity badges. Everyone had only one goal, to complete the minimum task. After completing the minimum task, they would go out to rest for a period of time, and then enter the Emperor battle plane. Chapter 3861. After successfully returning to Sky Dragon City, Ding Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he followed the people in his team to complete the minimum mission. After all, they were not like Duan Lingtian, who brought back a pile of identity badges of the Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples and exchanged them for a large amount of battle merits. The identity badges they received were all managed by the strongest team leaders. When they completed the minimum mission, they would be counted one by one. After the counting, Ding Yan followed the people in the team to Peace City. Originally, in the Emperor battle plane, the identity badges used to complete the minimum mission were not counted for battle merits. However, after the Greater One Sect changed this rule, the Tianlong clan also followed suit and changed this rule. After all, if the Tianlong clan changed it, and you did not, it would dishearten the disciples. Ding Yan, what are you going to exchange for with your battle merits? A teammate asked Ding Yan with a smile. Ding Yan shook his head. I've already looked around. Although there is something I want, I can't exchange it for anything with my battle merits. Therefore, I don't plan to exchange for anything for the time being. After saying that, Ding Yan bade farewell to the other party and returned to Sky Dragon City. Just as Ding Yan was walking toward the exit of Sky Dragon City, he saw 2 people walking in front of him in a somewhat secretive manner. The 2 people seemed to have not noticed him and were whispering to each other in low voices. We can't let too many people know about this. That place is suspected to be a divine residence and divine treasury left behind by a divine emperor expert. Of course I know about this. However, didn't you say that opening the divine treasury requires the cooperation of many people? Are you going to find a divine emperor? How is that possible? We are only superior divine kings. How can we find a divine emperor to go with us? If a divine emperor goes, do you think we have a share of the things in the divine residence and divine treasury? The 2 people whispered to each other while looking left and right. However, because they did not notice Ding Yan behind them while looking left and right, they still talked quite a bit. After talking for a while, one of them subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. When he saw Ding Yan, his expression instantly changed. Moreover, a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Someone's here!" he hurriedly reminded his companions. At the same time, he and his companions stopped and turned around, glaring at Ding Yan. "You heard everything?" These were two inner sect disciples. Both of them looked young. One was wearing a light green robe, while the other was wearing a grayish-white robe. Both of them were looking at Ding Yan with unfriendly gazes. "Yes." Ding Yan was very clear in his heart that with such a short distance, and the fact that he was a mid-level divine king, the other party would not believe him if he said that he did not hear it. So, he might as well admit it. Furthermore, at this moment, his heart was burning with passion. Divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by God Emperors? If he could enter, it would be a great opportunity. "You are Ding Yan?" One of them looked at Ding Yan for a moment, and frowned for a moment. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something. A glint flashed across his eyes as he asked in a deep voice. "Yes." Ding Yan nodded. "Ding Yan?" The other person looked at his companion in confusion. "You know him?" "No, I've only heard of him. This Ding Yan was brought into the sect by our Tianlong clan Sikong. However, he did not join our Tianlong clan until the last time he came in with Duan Lingtian, Hua Tiandu, and the rest. Moreover, he participated in the Hidden Dragon competition." Sikong? The father of the Azure Dragon disciple, senior sister Sikongyu? "Yes." The two of them conversed for a while and approached Ding Yan. Although Ding Yan's heart tightened, he acted as if nothing had happened. This was because he knew that the two of them would not kill him here. "Ding Yan." The green-robed youth stared at Ding Yan and said in a deep voice, "We did not mean to let you hear it. However, since you have heard it, we will give you two choices." Ding Yan looked at him and waited for him to continue. The green-robed youth continued. "Later you will leave with us. Consider it carefully during this process. If you are not interested in the Divine Emperor treasury left behind by a Divine Emperor expert, make a hard demon blood oath after you leave and promise that you will not spread this matter. The two of us will give you 1,000 contribution points. If you are interested, we can allow you to join us. However, you can only bring one person with you at most. Since you are close to Sikong, you can invite his daughter Sikongyu to join us. However, before you allow Sikongyu to join us, you still have to make a hard demon blood oath that you will not spread what you know from us. Moreover, you have to guarantee that Sikongyu will not spread this matter. Besides that, we know that we are not a match for Sikongyu. If you want us to bring you over, you have to make a hard demon blood oath before you go. After you leave the sect, you are not allowed to make a move against us unless we take the initiative to make a move against you." The two young men spoke one after another, carefully taking all kinds of concerns into consideration. If it was said that Ding Yan was originally only half believing in the so-called divine dwelling and divine treasure left behind by a divine emperor expert, now he undoubtedly believed it a little more. If they were not sure, why would the two of them be so careful? It was obviously impossible. "I also have a request." When the two of them could not think of anything else to say, Ding Yan looked at the two of them and said, "I can only bring one person. I have no objections. However, I don't want to bring Sikongyu. I want to bring Duan Lingtian. He is not a divine emperor," Ding Yan said. "Duan Lingtian?" Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, the two youths' expressions changed slightly. "The Duan Lingtian you are talking about is the one who killed hundreds of Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples in the Divine King battlefield not long ago and is suspected to have the strength of a lower Divine Emperor? Is it the new inner sect disciple who just joined the sect? That Pill Master Duan?" The two youths' expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. "Yes." Ding Yan nodded. "No." One of them shook his head and said, "Duan Lingtian is too strong. In fact, he's even stronger than Sikongyu. Even if we can find a few more powerful higher god kings in the sect to join us, we won't be able to gain anything once we enter the divine dwellings and divine treasure. Duan Lingtian won't do. You should look for Sikongyu. The person shook his head as he said this. At this moment, the other person frowned slightly and said, if Duan Lingtian joins us, with his strength, we can go in with fewer people. It's a good thing. However, if he joins us, we won't be able to get a share of the benefits. Ding Yan frowned when the two youths chimed in. He did not want to bring Sikongyu along for such a good thing. The first person he thought of was Duan Lingtian. Didn't you say that a divine king would be enough? Duan Lingtian is also a divine king, Ding Yan said in a deep voice. In any case, I'll only bring Duan Lingtian. If you're unwilling, I'll spread the news after I leave. At that time, you'll still have to share the news due to the pressure. Moreover, you won't be able to get anything. As soon as Ding Yan said this, the two youths' expressions changed drastically, and their gazes turned sharp. Then, the two youths looked at each other. Under Ding Yan's gaze, they did not speak for more than 10 breaths of time. In the end, the green-robed youth looked at Ding Yan and said in a deep voice, we can let Duan Lingtian participate. However, before we enter the Divine Emperor Treasury, he must swear a hard demon blood oath that he won't take all the benefits in the Divine Emperor Treasury for himself. He must share them with us. Of course, in view of his strength that's almost on par with the Divine Emperor, we can give him 30% of the benefits. The remaining 70% will be shared by all of us, including you, Ding Yan. Ding Yan nodded when he heard the green-robed youth's words. That's not a problem. However, how many people do you intend to bring along? I don't recommend bringing too many people. Of course. The other youth nodded matter-of-factly. With Duan Lingtian, the two of us can bring along another 4 people. At that time, Duan Lingtian will take 30% of the total benefits, and the remaining 7 of us will each get 10%. Ding Yan felt the youth was too optimistic when he heard his words. How could the Divine Emperor Treasury left behind by a Divine Emperor Treasury be so simple? That was something that could cause death. In response, Ding Yan added, what if someone dies in there? With Duan Lingtian's strength, I'm afraid he'll have to shoulder the burden alone at a critical moment. 8 people. If one of us dies, we'll share 40% with Duan Lingtian. If 2 of us die, we'll share 50% with Duan Lingtian. If 3 of us die, we'll share 60% with Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan stated his request. You don't have any objections to this, right? The two of them pondered for a moment and discussed through voice transmission. Finally, they nodded. No objections. It's decided then. Duan Lingtian has come out a long time ago. He should be cultivating now, right? After leaving the Emperor Battle Realm and returning to the Tianlong Temple, Ding Yan and the two youths returned to the Inner Sect Disciples cultivation area. Both of them were Inner Sect disciples as well. However, Ding Yan soon discovered that Duan Lingtian was not there. I'll contact you after I've contacted Duan Lingtian. After exchanging soul pearls with the two youths, Ding Yan destroyed his residence. The two youths returned to the same courtyard and entered the same room. They activated the formation in time. The fish has taken the bait. The green-robed youth grinned widely. Now, let's inform Elder Kuang Tianjing. This is good news. I'm sure Elder Kuang Tianjing won't be stingy with his contribution points. The other young man also laughed. Based on their private conversation, it was obvious there were 2 chess pieces in Kuang Tianjing's plan. As for the divine residence and divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse, it was pure nonsense. The 2 messages were sent out one after another. As for Kuang Tianjing, he immediately received the message from the 2 of them. Ding Yan has taken the bait? Kuang Tianjing smiled after listening to the entire process. It went smoother than I expected. In this case, Ding Yan will most likely believe in the divine residence and divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse. Chapter 3862. The Tianlong clan's secret chamber of laws was of a much higher level than the Linghu family's. This was to be expected. After all, one was a God Emperor level clan with a deep foundation, while the other was merely a God Emperor level clan. Duan Lingtian had originally thought that with enough contribution points, he would at least be able to comprehend the fusion of the three profundities of the law of fire and the law of life. However, he soon realized that he had been overthinking things. He had just comprehended the fusion of the three profundities of the law of fire, but before he could comprehend the fusion of the three profundities of the law of life, he was forcefully thrown out of the secret chamber. Have I used up all my contribution points? This thought suddenly popped into Duan Lingtian's mind just as he was thrown out, and his comprehension of the law of life was interrupted. A voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. You've used up all your contribution points. The person who had spoken was an old man standing in the corridor outside the secret chambers. He was dressed in a long white robe and had a wizened face. He was now looking at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Since when could an inner sect disciple squander his contribution points in the secret chamber of laws? Even the son of the sect master and the grandson of the golden dragon elders would not receive such treatment, right? However, when he thought about the source of his contribution points, he felt relieved. His contribution points were not given to him, but earned through his own efforts. No matter how he used them, no one could tell him what to do. Elder Ming, since I've used up all my contribution points, it's time for me to leave. Goodbye. Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze, bid farewell to the old man, and left. The old man with the black dragon elder identity token at his waist acknowledged Duan Lingtian's departure, and watched him leave. Just as Duan Lingtian's figure was about to disappear, he could not help but remind him. Duan Lingtian, if you have the chance to obtain a large amount of contribution points in the future, try not to use them up all at once. If there's a need for contribution points in the future, you may not be able to obtain them in time. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment, then turned around and smiled at the old man. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Although he said that, Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. If he really wanted contribution points, there were many ways to obtain them. He believed that the sect master of the Tianlong clan would not be stingy in the face of what he had offered. I'll cultivate for now. As for the other laws, there's no hurry, I'll take my time. After leaving the secret room, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, however, with the law of fire I've comprehended, my law of fire clone should be able to provide me with some help. After all, not everyone below the Divine Emperor realm can comprehend the law and fuse three profound meanings to perfection. Currently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended the fusion of all three profundities from the law of fire and had reached the perfection stage. Even if he didn't use the law of space and only used the law of fire, his strength wouldn't lose to the strongest group of young geniuses under the Divine Emperor of Sky Dragon sect. So many people have come out. After returning to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area from the Law Secret Chamber, Duan Lingtian saw that there were many more inner sect disciples than before. Obviously, they had all come out from the battlefield of the Divine Kings. It's Duan Lingtian. The eyes of the inner sect disciples lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian. It was as if they had seen a celebrity. In fact, Duan Lingtian could be considered a celebrity. Before the opening of the Emperor Battle Dimension, Duan Lingtian had made a name for himself by refining an ultimate divine pill in public. After the opening of the Emperor Battle Dimension, he had entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings and killed hundreds of Greater One Sect's Divine Kings, causing the Divine Kings of the Greater One Sect to tremble in fear. Now, not to mention the Greater One Sect and the Tianlong clan, even among the top divine emperors in the Tongling province, Duan Lingtian's reputation was not small. Duan Lingtian is back. Not long after Duan Lingtian's return, Ding Yan, who was in his own residence, received a message. The person who sent the message was none other than one of the two people who had invited him to join the treasure hunt in the divine treasury of the divine abode. Duan Lingtian is back? After receiving the message, Ding Yan immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're back? Duan Lingtian, who had just returned to his residence, replied, I've been back for a long time, but I've been in the Law Secret Chamber recently. You're out too? Yes. Ding Yan replied, then said, I have something to talk to you about in person. Come over. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the two of them met again. Ding Yan, you should have completed the minimum mission, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Yes. Ding Yan nodded with a smile. If I hadn't completed it, I probably wouldn't have come out. Duan Lingtian, I've heard that you single-handedly killed more than 100 godly kings from the Tai sect in the battlefield of the godly kings. Ding Yan sighed. You know, I was worried that you would be targeted before. Now that I think about it, I was too naive. Back then, when he learned that Sikongyu planned to join forces with Duan Lingtian to enter the Divine King battlefield, he was relieved for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian going in alone, he felt that it would be dangerous, so he was even more worried about it. Now it seemed that he was worried for nothing, and at the same time, he underestimated Duan Lingtian too much. I didn't meet any of their experts. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, and at the same time, he thought of a name. Shimin Longxiang. Judging from the other party's performance in the Divine King battlefield, his strength was obviously close to that of a lower Divine Emperor. In their Greater One sect, I'm afraid that only Shimin Longxiang can contend with you, Ding Yan said, and at the same time, a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything. He changed the topic and asked, Ding Yan, didn't you say that you have something to talk to me about? What is it? Ding Yan's expression turned solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After confirming that Duan Lingtian had activated the isolation formation, he said, Duan Lingtian, I have news about the divine dwellings and divine treasure left behind by a divine emperor. And it seems to be left behind by a divine emperor. Hearing Ding Yan's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. A divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert? Seeing Ding Yan's mysterious face, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask, Ding Yan, where did you get this news? Is it reliable? Now, Duan Lingtian thought of the last time he entered the divine palace left behind by divine emperor Qin Wu. Was Duan Lingtian's luck that good? In less than 100 years, he went to a divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert, and now he received news of another divine palace left behind by another divine emperor expert. It should be reliable. Ding Yan nodded. He then told Duan Lingtian about his previous experience, and the agreement he made with the others. In the end, he reminded Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, don't tell anyone about this. I have made a heart demon blood oath. Normally, Ding Yan could only tell Duan Lingtian about this after Duan Lingtian had made a heart demon blood oath. However, he trusted Duan Lingtian, so he skipped this part. Of course, he had to bear the risk. Duan Lingtian heard Ding Yan's words, and his eyes flashed a few times before he finally nodded. Okay, when are you leaving? Call me. Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan repeated. At this time, Ding Yan repeated again. After we gather, before we reach the divine palace left behind by the divine emperor expert, you also need to make a heart demon blood oath. Duan Lingtian nodded. I understand. Then, Ding Yan chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while, mainly talking about her experience in the Divine King battlefield. Of course, he also asked Duan Lingtian about Duan Lingtian's experience. After learning that Duan Lingtian had once exterminated the 30 Divine Kings of the Greater One sect with his own strength, he couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian, do you think that Greater One sect's Shimin Longxiang is really as strong as the rumors say? Ding Yan asked. I'm not sure. Duan Lingtian shook his head. However, since he was able to kill nearly 100 Divine King disciples of the Tianlong clan in such a short period of time, and there was no lack of top existences in the Tianlong clan, it can be seen that his strength is indeed extraordinary. At least if I can do it, it shouldn't be difficult for him to do it. When Duan Lingtian said this, Ding Yan broke out in a cold sweat. If that's really the case, then it's fortunate that we didn't meet him. Otherwise, even if we weren't exterminated by him, I'm afraid that not many of us would have survived. While feeling a lingering fear in his heart, Ding Yan bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. Returning to his room, Ding Yan was sweating like rain, but it was all cold sweat. On the other side, Duan Lingtian was sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard, his left hand leaning on the table, chin in hand, deep in thought. Divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert? Interesting. After muttering to himself for a while, Duan Lingtian stood up, returned to his room, and continued to cultivate. It wasn't until 2 months later that he came out of seclusion. This time, he didn't want to come out of seclusion, but because of Ding Yan's message. Because he had an agreement with Ding Yan, he didn't block the message, so he didn't enter a selfless state of cultivation. Although the results of his cultivation in the past 2 months were average, he still made some progress and was one step closer to the Divine Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian, they are already waiting for us outside the sect's encampment, Ding Yan said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. At this time, Duan Lingtian could see the excitement in Ding Yan's eyes. Regarding this, he could also understand. After all, it was a divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert, and it was suspected that it was left behind by a superior divine emperor. Not to mention Ding Yan, who was a divine king, even a divine emperor would be tempted. Okay, let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Then, as he stepped out, he stomped his foot in the air, and the door to his residence that had just been opened by the formation closed again. Seeing this, Ding Yan was stunned, not understanding why Duan Lingtian did this. He was about to leave, so what was the point of opening the array? Seeing Ding Yan's shock, Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. You know that I have many enemies in the Tianlong clan. I can open the array and pretend that I'm still inside. Even if someone discovers that I'm leaving now, as long as they can't confirm that it's my original body, they will have to suspect that my original body is still inside. Chapter 3863. Ding Yan's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he said apologetically, Duan Lingtian, I really forgot about that. I was led by the nose by the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by the divine emperor. I completely forgot that you'll be in danger if you leave the Tianlong temple. As a friend of Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan had learned about the conflict between the Duan Lingtian and the Thousand Devil sect through Ho Qingning, even though Duan Lingtian did not mention it. It's fine. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Now that the Emperor Battle Realm has opened, everyone's attention is on the Emperor Battle Realm. Even if some people are watching me, they won't dare to act rashly. Don't tell me they'll take the risk to kill me? What if I'm only leaving the Tianlong temple with my clone? I'm not a native of the realms of gods, and I don't have the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. Therefore, I can form a law clone at will. Moreover, the loss of a law clone won't cause any substantial damage to my main body. At most, it'll take me some time to form a new law clone. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan said solemnly. If that's the case, you'll follow me with your law clone. It's too risky for you to go with your main body. Moreover, even if you only send your law clone with me, the others won't be able to compete with you and me. Ding Yan said. How do you know I'm not just a law clone now? Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yan through voice transmission with a smile. Ding Yan's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, his expression softened as he sighed in relief inwardly. Let's go, Duan Lingtian said to Ding Yan. Ding Yan nodded and led Duan Lingtian out of the Tianlong temple. Before they left the Tianlong temple, Quan Tianjing, an inner elder, received news that they had left together. Duan Lingtian left with Ding Yan? Yes. The person who came to report to Quan Tianjing was none other than his second disciple, Zhongken. Quan Tianjing's eyes brightened when he heard this. Zhongken frowned slightly as he said, However, I heard from the messenger that Duan Lingtian left his residence said that he activated the formation after he left Duan Lingtian and met Ding, he reactivated the formation again. When he spoke up to this point, Zhongken paused for a moment before he spoke of his concerns. Master, according to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian doesn't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse, and he's from a Devata realm. Moreover, during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, he revealed a clone of the Law of Space. Could it be that he left the Tianlong Temple after meeting Ding Yan and leaving with his Law of Space clone? Quan Tianjing frowned when he heard Zhongken's words. He even concealed his residence? Yes. Zhongken nodded. We'll have to destroy the formation in his residence to confirm if he left his true body behind. Moreover, that's not safe. It's impossible for the people there to keep following him. After all, there's a risk of being discovered. He could have left his true body behind on his way out. Therefore, there's only one way to confirm if it's his real body that left. That's to confirm if it's his real body or his clone outside of the Sky Dragon Sex estate. However, that's not something that can be easily detected with divine consciousness. At the very least, if he wants to, even a superior divine emperor won't be able to confirm if it's his true body or his clone. Unless it's the divine consciousness of a divine emperor who's 2 stages higher than his soul. Kuang Tianjing frowned when he heard Zhong Can's words. In the end, Kuang Tianjing took a deep breath and said, I understand. Leave the rest to me. If you have time, you should spend more time with my disciple's wife. I can see that Vice Sect leader Shui really values you. Make good use of this opportunity. After saying that, Kuang Tianjing sighed. All right, you can go back. Master, if there's anything else, just let me know. Zhong Can said solemnly before he left. All right. Kuang Tianjing nodded. His tone was casual, but no one knew if he took Zhong Can seriously. As soon as Zhong Can dared to leave, Kuang Tianjing sent out a message. Of course, this message was not for Zhong Can. Meng Shan, that Duan Lingtian left behind a smokescreen in the end. This time, I'm afraid you'll have to confirm if it's his true body or his clone that left. Kuang Tianjing sighed and said, If you regret it, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll find someone else. As soon as Kuang Tianjing finished speaking, there was a response from the other side. Master, if you hadn't taken me in back then, I would have died long ago. I'm not very talented, and I'm the one with the worst talent among your disciples. Even my current cultivation base of an inferior divine emperor is all thanks to you, Master. Even if I'm safe and sound now and don't take risks, I can only live for a few thousand years at most. The last 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was already very difficult for me. This time, it's my honor to do something for Master and little junior brother. Meng Shan was also Kuang Tianjing's eldest disciple. As an inferior divine emperor, Meng Shan was also an outer sect elder of the Tianlong clan, and usually stayed in the outer sect. Outside the Tianlong temple, Duan Lingtian was led by Ding Yen. After about half a day, Duan Lingtian followed Ding Yen into a small town and saw the other 2 inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan who had agreed to go with Ding Yen. In addition to the 2 inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan, there were 4 unfamiliar faces to Ding Yen. Looking at the identity tokens hanging from their waists, they were obviously inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan. Ding Yen. As soon as Ding Yen and Duan Lingtian arrived, the 2 inner sect disciples who had invited Ding Yen to the Divine Emperor's divine residence came up to him and introduced the other 4 to Ding Yen. Ding Yen was also introduced to the other 4 people. I don't think I need to introduce this person, right? As one of them spoke, the other 4 people suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian with vigilance. Duan Lingtian! For any inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian was an existence that they absolutely could not provoke. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, they did not think they could be a match for Duan Lingtian. What a joke! After all, Duan Lingtian had killed more than 100 disciples from the Tai sect's Divine King battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm. Moreover, it was said that a team of 30 people had been wiped out by Duan Lingtian with no survivors. What kind of concept was this? Hello, Senior Brother Duan. Senior Brother Duan, please take care of us this time. Hello, Senior Brother Duan. The 4 of them smiled as they greeted Duan Lingtian, and all of them were extremely enthusiastic. In fact, they did not dare to take the initiative to ask Duan Lingtian to swear a heart demon blood oath that he would not attack them, and that he would not take everything he had obtained in the divine residence. In the end, it was the 2 inner sect disciples who had invited Ding Yen. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had already heard about this from Ding Yen. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate to swear the heart demon blood oath. Seeing this, the 4 inner sect disciples who had also been invited heaved a sigh of relief. Now we should be able to go to the divine residence left behind by the divine emperor expert, right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the two people who had invited him and asked. The two of them nodded with a smile. Since senior brother Duan is also in a hurry to go, we won't stay any longer. Let's go now. Soon, the 8 of them stepped into the air and flew in another direction under the lead of the 2 inner sect disciples. It's not in the same direction as before. The 2 of you are really careful. One of the 4 inner sect disciples shook his head and said, It's better to be careful. One of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way said matter-of-factly, With just the 2 of us, we won't be able to suppress all of you. Not to mention, there's also senior brother Duan among you. It's better to be careful. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the other 4 did not say anything else. Whoosh! 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 The 8 of them hurried along. None of them took out a divine artifact flying ship and flew with their own strength. Their speed was not slow at all. Although Ding Yen was only a middle divine king, the law of profundity that he had comprehended was not something that most of the inner sect disciples in the Tianlong clan could compare to. Therefore, his speed was not slower than an ordinary upper divine king. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. It's already been a day, and we still haven't reached our destination. How much longer do we need? Ding Yen asked. Don't worry. One of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way said with a smile, At our speed, we'll reach our destination in about 2 days. That's right. The other person added, In 2 days, we'll reach the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by the Emperor God Expert. One of the 4 inner sect disciples said with a smile, I've heard all of you say that the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by the Emperor God Expert might be the work of a upper divine emperor. I hope it's as you say. That's right. A divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by a upper divine emperor is not something that a middle divine emperor or lower divine emperor can compare to. There are still 2 days left. I'm really looking forward to it. The 4 of them were obviously excited. Compared to the calmness of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way and the calmness of Duan Lingtian, there was a clear contrast. Although Ding Yen did not lose his composure like the other 4, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. It was not difficult to reflect his current mood. Just as Duan Lingtian's group of 6 followed the 2 inner sect disciples and arrived outside a stone forest, Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. Ding Yen, who was beside him, also stopped in his tracks. 2 of the 4 inner sect disciples also frowned as they looked at the stone forest in front of them. What's wrong? The 2 inner sect disciples who had taken the lead turned to look at Duan Lingtian's group and asked with a puzzled expression. However, deep in their eyes there was an obvious sense of guilt. There's a formation set up in the stone forest in front of us. Among the 4 inner sect disciples, one of the 2 inner sect disciples who were frowning said in a deep voice. The other inner sect disciple who was frowning also had a vigilant expression as he led the 2 inner sect disciples and asked coldly, You want to lure us into the formation in the stone forest? What do you want to do? Chapter 38:64. What? A formation? The remaining 2 of the 4 did not find any clues earlier, but now that they had extended their divine senses to search the area, they quickly discovered that something was amiss in the stone forest ahead. On the mobile phone. It's really a formation. If someone hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have discovered it even if I had covered it with my divine senses. Hearing their words, one of the 2 who had discovered the clue said in a low voice, If we hadn't dabbled in formations, we definitely wouldn't have discovered it. What on earth do you 2 want to do? Immediately after, their gazes fell on the other 2 people who were leading the way. Almost at the same time, they opened their mouths and asked similar questions. Both of their eyes were filled with anger. At this moment, the other 2 beside them also looked at the 2 who were leading the way with gloomy faces. On the other side, Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 who were leading the way. His eyes were as calm as ever, as if he was not at all surprised by what was happening in front of him. As for Ding Yen, he was also furious, as if he could not wait to rush forward, grabbed the two by their collars, hanged them in the air, and asked them what they wanted to do. Seeing that they had been discovered by Duan Lingtian and the other 5, the 2 who were leading the way frowned slightly and suddenly retreated at the same time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He hurriedly pulled Ding Yen along as he chased after the 2 heavenly dragon sect's disciples who were leading the group. Bang! Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian took Ding Yen to move, the area where he had been was instantly hit by a majestic and vast force, and the whole ground fell into a tremor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously turned around along the gray cover of the flying dust. At a glance, he saw that the other 6 disciples of the Tianlong clan had turned into a bloody mist and died. A divine emperor expert. The expression of Ding Yen, who was being led away by Duan Lingtian, changed drastically. However, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change much. He only became slightly more solemn. At the same time, he led Ding Yen and caught up with the 2 Tianlong clan disciples before they entered the formation in the stone forest ahead. When they saw Duan Lingtian blocking their path, their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and cowed out, begging for mercy. Duan Lingtian, let us go, let us go. Duan Lingtian, spare my life. I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. In front of Duan Lingtian, the 2 of them didn't even have the thought of running away. They kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and apologized one after another. However, Duan Lingtian ignored them. With a wave of his hand, a spatial storm surged and killed the 2 Tianlong clan disciples, who were caught off guard. Then, he took Ding Yen and flew away without looking back. Of course, he didn't go in the direction of the stone forest. Knowing that there was a formation in there, he would be courting death if he still went in there. Ding Yen, he seems to be alone. You leave alone. I'll take him in another direction. As they shuttled through a stretch of mountains near the stone forest, Duan Lingtian, who was making a ruckus, put down Ding Yen and continued to fly into the distance with great fanfare. Although Ding Yan's face was full of worry and regret, he didn't continue to follow Duan Lingtian because he knew that he would only be a burden to Duan Lingtian. I'm too weak. No. That's a divine emperor expert. Although Duan Lingtian is strong, he can't stop him. Send a message to Uncle Sikong. With this thought in mind, Ding Yen sent a message to Uncle Sikong without any hesitation. However, there was no reply. Ding Yen frowned. Could it be that Uncle Sikong is in closed-door cultivation? Or could it be that Uncle Sikong has entered the Emperor Battle Realm? Regardless of the reason, Ding Yan's expression turned unsightly. However, he did not linger and hastily returned to the Tianlong Temple. To be safe, he deliberately took a detour. If I had known this would happen, I would have exchanged soul pearls with a few more people. Now there's no way I can ask the people in the Tianlong Temple to help me. While Ding Yen was burning with anxiety, he was also filled with regret for his actions. While Ding Yen was preparing to return to the Heavenly Dragon Sect's estate to get reinforcements, Duan Lingtian and the Divine Emperors behind him began to play hide-and-seek in the mountains. In the end, the Divine Emperor caught up to Duan Lingtian. The Divine Emperor's speed was slower than his. After half a day, he finally caught up to him. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was a tall middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. When he stood there and stared at Duan Lingtian, he gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of being stared at by a dangerous creature. The middle-aged man was dressed in a long grayish-black robe. There was no identification token hanging from his waist. It was as though his origin was unknown. However, Duan Lingtian knew the person in front of him was from the Tianlong clan. In fact, he was most likely from the 10,000 Devil sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the stone forest, he knew he and Ding Yen had been deceived. The divine treasure left behind by the Divine Emperor did not exist at all. It was all fabricated. As for the reason for fabricating this matter, it was none other than to kill Duan Lingtian. In terms of killing Duan Lingtian, within the Tianlong clan, the one with the greatest motive was the 10,000 Devil sect as well as that Vice sect Master Xue Mingji. Of course, there was also a possibility that the Hidden Fog sect was involved. Although he was on good terms with the Hidden Fog sect Shui Hai Chuan, the others from the Hidden Fog sect might not have good intentions towards him. Who are you? Are you from the 10,000 Devil sect? Or are you from Shui Mingji's side? Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed middle-aged man and calmly asked. However, the black-robed middle-aged man didn't care about him at all. He directly attacked. A 5-foot-long saber in his hand bloomed with a golden saber light as it swept out, seeming as if it could cut through the void. The dazzling saber ray swayed in the air like water ripples as it spread out in circles towards Duan Lingtian. Although this was only a fusion of the three metal laws' three profound meanings, because the divine power was the divine power of a divine sovereign, its might was so great that even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a great pressure. Who? Duan Lingtian's divine power had already been accumulating for a long time. At this time, he activated the profound meaning of teleportation and directly disappeared from where he was, appearing in the land of lucky chances. However, just as he appeared in the distance, a blazing golden saber light swept out from behind him. It was like a saber strike from an indomitable god, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. 1. As the saber fell, the entire sky seemed to be dyed with a golden color. It was resplendent and gorgeous. Every single speck of golden light seemed to be able to cause the void to tremble. Who? Duan Lingtian teleported again. The gigantic saber ray seemed to have stuck close to his gradually disappearing silhouette before it landed on the ground. An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. A huge saber mark appeared on the ground. Countless vegetation in the mountains and precipitous ridges were uprooted, and many trees were cut down. It was a scene of devastation and chaos. You can't escape. When Duan Lingtian teleported again, the black-robed middle-aged man stepped on the dazzling saber light and blocked Duan Lingtian's way. He attacked Duan Lingtian again. However, every time, Duan Lingtian would be able to dodge his attack just in time. Humph! Finally, the black-robed middle-aged man's face turned cold. His divine power surged and the golden light became even more dazzling. It was as if he had turned into a golden man. 1. Another saber light came. This time, it was not a simple saber light attack. The black-robed middle-aged man merged with his saber and unleashed an even more powerful attack. It swept toward Duan Lingtian aggressively. Duan Lingtian's body swayed. He wanted to teleport again, but it was too late. The saber light caught up with Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. When it caught up with Duan Lingtian, it seemed to have turned into a fierce beast and swallowed Duan Lingtian whole. I didn't let Master down, the black-robed middle-aged man thought to himself as the attack swept toward Duan Lingtian like a stormy sea. At the same time, his body gradually appeared. However, when his divine movement appeared and the saber light dissipated, the joy on his face disappeared in an instant. It's his avatar of the law of space. The black-robed middle-aged man was Mengshan, the eldest disciple of the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianjing. At this time, his face was extremely gloomy. It was as if water could drip from it. Although he had already mentally prepared himself for this, facing it head-on was still a big blow. Master! After taking a deep breath, Mengshan transmitted the matter to his master, Kuang Tianjing. After receiving Mengshan's message, Kuang Tianjing's eyes instantly turned cold. It seems that Duan Lingtian wants to die in the hands of Kuang Tianjing. The murderous intent on Kuang Tianjing's body surged and did not dissipate for a long time. Duan Lingtian. On the way back to the Tianlong clan, Ding Yen could clearly feel the vibration behind him. In his heart, he could only silently pray that Duan Lingtian was safe. Ding Yen. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded, causing Ding Yen to breathe a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian, you've gotten rid of him, haven't you? No. Duan Lingtian replied. My avatar of the law of space was destroyed by him. As for my original body, it's still in the Tianlong temple. When Duan Lingtian said this, Ding Yan's eyes lit up. In other words, you had a trick up your sleeve earlier. Your original body didn't leave with me? Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. Because you said that only the God King went with you to the divine abode, I thought that even if it was just my avatar of the law of space, it would be enough. In order to not expose any clues, I even hid it from you," Duan Lingtian said. After Ding Yan's joy, he said apologetically, "Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry to have implicated you this time. I originally thought that the divine abode left behind by the divine emperor was real, but I didn't expect it to be a trap. A trap to kill you!" War Sovereign Lingtian. Chapter 3865. You don't have to blame yourself. You had good intentions. Duan Lingtian sent a message to console Ding Yan. In his opinion, if Ding Yan did not have good intentions, he would not have approached him. After all, he could have approached anyone for such a matter. Moreover, Ding Yan had previously told him that the other party had deliberately said that he could not approach him. However, Ding Yan had still insisted on coming with him. That was why the other party had compromised. Although the other party had taken advantage of his friendship with Ding Yan, at the very least, the other party could see his position in Ding Yan's eyes. Otherwise, he would not have come to such an arrangement. Duan Lingtian only felt gratitude towards Ding Yan. He did not resent him at all. "Duan Lingtian, do you remember that person's appearance?" Ding Yan asked. "I remember," Duan Lingtian replied. "However, even if I remember and recognize him, I don't have any evidence. When the other party attacked, he used a formation plate to set up a formation around the area to restrict the recording of things like the floating image pearl. Although a formation plate could not set up a powerful offensive or defensive formation in an instant, it could still set up some isolation and restriction formations. Of course, it was not to say that there were no instant offensive and defensive formations. However, the formation plates used to set up such formations were usually made of extremely precious materials that contained extremely powerful energy. "Describe that person's appearance," Ding Yan said. "I'll see if I've seen him before." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian described. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Yan replied, "I've never seen this person before. However, I can ask the others." "Forget it." Duan Lingtian sent a message. "If I see him, I'll be able to recognize him at first glance. Moreover, who knows if that's his true appearance? However, his divine weapon and the way he attacked should be difficult to fake." At Duan Lingtian's level of cultivation, the way he attacked had already formed his own style. Even he had his own unique characteristics. This was not something that could be changed just by changing his appearance. "That's true." Ding Yan suddenly understood. "Let's leave this matter at that. You don't have to tell the others. I won't continue to stay in this inner sect disciples' cultivation ground," Duan Lingtian said. "Not leaving the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds?" Ding Yan was taken aback. "Are you worried that he'll attack you directly? That shouldn't be possible. To kill him directly in the Tianlong Temple, is he not afraid of death?" Ding Yan found it hard to believe. "I'm just being cautious." Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "It's not necessarily that someone would risk their life to kill me. But this time, the other party plotted to have you bring me out of Tianlong Temple. They made it sound so serious, but it's obvious that they want to kill me. Moreover, now that the Monarch battle plane is open, he has so much free time. He's clearly in a hurry. Even a cornered dog can jump over a wall, let alone those people who want to kill me. They definitely know that when I grow up, I'll be a huge threat to them." After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ding Yan frowned and said, "Then where are you going to stay instead of the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds? Could it be that you're preparing to enter the Emperor battle plane to cultivate?" "The Emperor battle plane isn't a suitable place for cultivation," Ding Yan voiced his concerns. "Naturally, I won't enter the Emperor battle plane," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "I don't plan to enter the Emperor battle plane before I break through to the Divine Emperor realm. I'm planning to go to Brother Haichuan's residence and cultivate there. If I go to his residence, even the 2 white dragon elders from the Thousand Demon sect might not be able to kill me, let alone the inner sect disciple Kuang Tianjing who has a death feud with me. Of course, those two won't dare to make a move in the Tianlong Temple unless they have a death wish." Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Elder Shui Haichuan's residence is a good place to go. Ding Yan heaved a sigh of relief and said, Duan Lingtian, when I return, I'll speak to Uncle Sikong. If Elder Shui Haichuan wants to enter the Emperor battle plane, you should go to Uncle Sikong's residence. With his protection, even Vice Sect Master Shui Mingji won't dare to cause trouble, let alone the 2 white dragon elders from the Thousand Demon Sect. Based on Ding Yan's words, it was clear he was confident in Uncle Sikong. All right. Duan Lingtian did not reject Ding Yan's good intentions. Moreover, if Shui Haichuan really wanted to enter the Emperor battle plane, he would need a place to go. However, based on the current situation, Shui Haichuan would not easily enter the Emperor battle plane. After all, he still had to protect his elder brother, Shui Haishan. Currently, there was a white dragon elder from the Thousand Demon Sect keeping an eye on Shui Haishan. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not know if the white dragon elder had already left the Emperor battle plane. This was because he had seen the white dragon elder in the Emperor battle plane before entering the God King's battlefield a year ago. At that time, he did not know the white dragon elder. It was Dong Fang Yan's senior brother who told him the white dragon elder's identity. When Ding Yan returned to the Tianlong Temple, Duan Lingtian's main body left the inner sect disciples' residence and teleported away. In just a few leaps, he arrived at Shui Haichuan's residence. Brother Haichuan, I'll have to trouble you for a while. When he saw Shui Haichuan, Duan Lingtian said apologetically. Little Tian, do you still think of me as an outsider? You can stay here for as long as you want, said Shui Haichuan with a smile. At the same time, he personally arranged an independent courtyard for Duan Lingtian in his residence. It was very luxurious, and the environment was not inferior to where Duan Lingtian had stayed before. Brother Haichuan, Brother Haishan hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Duan Lingtian asked. Not yet. Shui Haichuan shook his head and asked. Little Tian, why did you suddenly tell me that you want to come to my place? Did something happen? As he spoke, Shui Haichuan's tone became slightly solemn. In Shui Haichuan's opinion, Duan Lingtian would not suddenly come to his place without any reason. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and told Shui Haichuan about what had happened to him in a few words. After hearing Duan Lingtian's story, Shui Haichuan said with a gloomy expression, Based on your description, I should be able to guess who attacked you. He didn't conceal his true appearance, Shui Haichuan said. Who? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was also curious about the person who had destroyed his clone using the law of space. Meng Shan. Shui Haichuan said in a deep voice. Before I broke through to the medium divine emperor realm, I fought with him. His attack was exactly as you described. Meng Shan? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Is he from the Thousand Demon Sect? Shui Haichuan nodded. Not only is he from the Thousand Demon Sect, but he's also Kuang Tianjing's eldest disciple. He's a lower divine emperor and was once defeated by me. He's now an outer sect elder of the Thousand Demon Sect. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Shui Haichuan's words. I guessed that it was most likely related to Kuang Tianjing and the Thousand Demon Sect. Now it seems like it's true. Meng Shan. I'll remember this person. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent. And that Kuang Tianjing. When I break through to the Divine Emperor realm, it'll be his death. Today was the first time Duan Lingtian had fought with the Divine Emperor. Although he was only a lower Divine Emperor, he could deeply feel the terror of a Divine Emperor's divine power. It was not a gap that a higher Divine King could overcome by relying on profound laws. Because of this, Duan Lingtian was confident that he could defeat the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing when he broke through to the lower Divine Emperor realm and consolidated his cultivation. At that time, he might not be a match for Elder Shui Haichuan of the White Dragon sect. However, it would not be difficult for him to defeat an inner sect elder. Even if he exposed his trump card, it would not be difficult for him to kill Kuang Tianjing, who was an inner sect elder. Little Tian, as an inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing is quite powerful. Hearing Duan Lingtian's muttering, Shui Haichuan reminded him. The law that he has comprehended may not be weaker than yours. You have just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Even if you consolidate your cultivation, it will be difficult for you to kill him. I suggest that you wait until you break through to the Middle Divine Emperor realm before you find a chance to kill him. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was not ordinary, and it was amazing. However, as an inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing had lived for a long time and had comprehended many profundities from the law. Therefore, Shui Haichuan did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Kuang Tianjing as a primitive divine lord. If it was a draw, Shui Haichuan still had some confidence in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brother Haichuan, don't worry. If I'm not confident, I won't attack him easily. It's not a good thing to alert the enemy. Shui Haichuan nodded in relief. At the same time, he said with a solemn expression, You made the right decision to come to my place this time. When the Emperor Battle Realm opened, Kuang Tianjing still dared to send people to kill you. This means that he's eager to kill you. Moreover, the Thousand Demons sect is eager to get rid of you as well. It's very likely that Kuang Tianjing will be pressured into killing you in the sect's encampment. If Kuang Tianjing can kill you at the cost of his own life, not only will the Thousand Demons sect not suffer a loss, but it will be a great gain, Shui Haichuan said. Of course, there was one more thing that Shui Haichuan did not mention. Even Vice-sect leader Shui Mingji would support Kuang Tianjing to kill Duan Lingtian at the cost of his life. After all, Duan Lingtian was a huge threat to him. After all, his only daughter was married to Kuang Tianjing's second disciple. Shui Haichuan did not mention Shui Mingji because he did not want to put too much pressure on Duan Lingtian. After all, Shui Mingji was not someone an inner disciple like Kuang Tianjing could compare to. He was also not someone the White Dragon Elder could compare to as well. In fact, he was not someone the Black Dragon Elder could compare to either. Shui Mingji's strength, even among the high-level divine emperors, was outstanding. Duan Lingtian actually left? After his first disciple, Mengshan, had failed, Kuang Tianjing, an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, struggled inwardly for a moment before he made his way to the inner sect disciples' residence. However, at this moment he discovered that Duan Lingtian had already left. Didn't he leave with his main body? Kuang Tianjing's expression was unsightly. He had finally made up his mind, but Duan Lingtian had already left? Chapter 3866. Duan Lingtian's primordial body had left, and the temple was empty. Even the array formation protecting the inner sect disciples' cultivation area had been removed, leaving Kuang Tianjing with nothing to show for it. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing only felt extremely depressed and sullen. He had set up a trap and used Ding Yan to lure Duan Lingtian away from the Tianlong clan. This was his way of saving himself. As long as he could kill Duan Lingtian outside, he would no longer need to risk his life to kill Duan Lingtian. He had even planned to leave the Tianlong temple as soon as his first disciple could confirm that the one who left was Duan Lingtian's primordial body and not his doppelganger. As soon as his first disciple sent a message, he would immediately leave the Tianlong temple to help and kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was very strong, almost as strong as a lower divine emperor. If it was his primordial body, even his first disciple, Mengshan, might not be able to kill him in a short time. It's not his primordial body. When Mengshan sent back the message, Kuang Tianjing knew that the thing he was most unwilling to see had happened. Duan Lingtian's primordial body had not left with Ding Yan, but only his doppelganger. Duan Lingtian's cautiousness made him feel helpless, but at the same time, he also knew that it would be harder to lure Duan Lingtian out than to reach the heavens. Therefore, after a struggle in his heart, he decided to act personally. He would kill Duan Lingtian's primordial body in the inner sect disciples' cultivation area to prevent future trouble. By doing so, he could protect his family. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to escape death, but his family would also be dragged down by him. Where did he go? Kuang Tianjing's expression was ugly. At the same time, he sent a message to Shui Mingji. As the vice-sect leader, Xue Mingji had a deep foundation in the Tianlong clan and had many eyes and ears. After receiving Kuang Tianjing's message, Xue Mingji began to ask around. 15 minutes later, he sent a message to Kuang Tianjing. After Duan Lingtian left the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, he did not go to the Emperor Battle Dimension. He went to the residence of the White Dragon Elder Xue Haichuan. I think your plan has made him feel threatened. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious. Humph. In my opinion, you should have just killed him directly. Why did you have to lure him out with some divine dwelling and divine treasure? You've messed it up, right? As he spoke, Xue Mingji's his tone was reprimand full of reproach. When Kuang Tianjing heard this, he was naturally very unconvinced. His expression was extremely ugly, because he had told Xue Mingji about this plan beforehand. At that time, he Lingtian and Xue Tian Lingtian he had. However, now that the plan had failed, he was pushing all the blame onto him. Of course, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he could not show it in front of Xue Mingji. He only replied, I will kill him myself. After pausing for a moment, he said, I hope you can give me a chance to kill him. For example, you can lure Xue Haichuan away from the mountain. No one in the Thousand Demon sect can do that. You're the only one who can do it. In the Tianlong clan, the two White Dragon Elders were the best in the Thousand Demon sect. Their status was similar to Xue Haichuan's, but they could not order Xue Haichuan around. Even the Black Dragon Elders, who were on good terms with the two White Dragon Elders of the Thousand Demon sect, could order Xue Haichuan around. However, Xue Haichuan knew that the Black Dragon Elders had a close relationship with the Thousand Demon sect. He would know what to do as soon as Xue Haichuan gave him an order. At that time, he could protect Duan Lingtian by his side. Got it. Xue Mingji replied indifferently, then ignored Kuang Tianjing. At this time, Kuang Tianjing was no longer anxious, because he knew that Xue Mingji would try to find a chance for him. After all, Xue Mingji also wanted to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Let's go back and wait for news. Now I hope that Duan Lingtian can break through to the Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible. At that time, it will be difficult for me to kill him. Kuang Tianjing thought to himself. When that time comes, it will be Vice Sect Leader Xue's headache. In Kuang Tianjing's opinion, as long as he did not leave the Tianlong clan easily, even if Duan Lingtian was not inferior to him, or even stronger than him, he would be safe for the time being. Unless he was stronger than Vice Sect Leader Xue. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that Vice Sect Leader Xue would send him to Duan Lingtian, and let him kill him to appease Duan Lingtian's anger and hatred. However, he had already thought it through. When that time came, he would tell Duan Lingtian that Xue Mingji had once threatened him and sent people to kill Linghu Renjie, the former head of the Linghu family. Based on his understanding of Duan Lingtian's character and the friendship between Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjie, he did not think that the Duan Lingtian would let things go peacefully. When that time came, Xue Mingji and Duan Lingtian would be at odds with each other, and it would be impossible for him to use his death to appease the hatred between them. Perhaps I should have thought this way from the beginning. Since I'm going to die anyway, why don't I take the risk? At this moment, Kuang Tianjing was completely relaxed. Previously, he had thought that he was going to die, but now that he had found a glimmer of hope, he was no longer afraid of going from hell to heaven. Of course, Xue Mingji did not know all of this. If he knew, perhaps he would have killed Kuang Tianjing directly to appease the hatred between him and Duan Lingtian. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was getting closer and closer to the God Emperor realm. He had even touched the threshold of the God Emperor realm. The divine power in his body had also shown signs of transformation. However, this slight difference did not change for a long time. This is no longer a problem of bottlenecks. Back then, when I took the Emperor Connection Divine Pill, it meant that there was no bottleneck when I broke through to the God Emperor realm. Now, the reason why it's not going well is because I've either used up all the medicinal power of the Divine Pill, or my body has developed a resistance to it, so it's no longer effective. In an independent courtyard in Shui Haichuan's mansion, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the void and muttered to himself. Whoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished muttering to himself, a surge of space energy stirred in the void and condensed into another Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian was the avatar of the law of space that Duan Lingtian had condensed again. With the experience of the first avatar, it took less than half the time to condense the avatar of the law of space this time. Moreover, it was condensed when Duan Lingtian was free. It's been so peaceful these past 2 years. It's fine that Quan Tianjing hasn't made a move, but that Vice Sect Master Shui hasn't made a move either? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Aren't they worried that I'll break through to the God Emperor realm? They should know that once I break through to the God Emperor realm, I'll be able to catch up to an inner sect elder in strength. At that time, only the 2 White Dragon Elders and Vice Sect Master Shui of the 10,000 Demon Sect have the ability to kill me. However, it's good that they haven't made a move. At least they've given me enough space to grow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Little Tian. Just as Duan Lingtian was lost in thought, a message came from Shui Haichuan. I just received an order from a Black Dragon Elder. He wants me and several other White Dragon Elders to join forces and enter the God Emperor battlefield. Recently, another White Dragon Elder of our Tianlong clan has fallen. Moreover, it's a White Dragon Elder that has a good relationship with our Hidden Fog sect. That Black Dragon Elder is also a Black Dragon Elder that has a good relationship with our Hidden Fog sect. He's following another Vice Sect Master, and that Vice Sect Master has always been hostile to Shui Mingji. So, it's impossible that it was Shui Mingji who made him give such an order to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Shui Haichuan's words cleared up Duan Lingtian's doubts before Duan Lingtian spoke. Another White Dragon Elder has fallen? Duan Lingtian's complexion turned solemn. This was the second White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan that had fallen. But on the Greater One Sect's side, they hadn't lost an elder that was equal in strength to the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. Only 2 ordinary middle-level God Emperors had fallen. In comparison, on the God-sovereign battlefield of the Emperor Warplane, the Tianlong clan's situation was even more perilous than the Greater One Sect's. This time, our Hidden Fog sect also supports letting me in, so we shouldn't be able to refuse, Shui Haichuan said. Then what about Brother Haishan? Duan Lingtian thought of Shui Haishan. My big brother broke through to the God King realm 2 months ago and is currently consolidating his cultivation. It's because of this that they let me in. Otherwise, they would know that I wouldn't be able to enter, Shui Haichuan said. Brother Haishan broke through to the God King realm? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. At the same time, he asked, Brother Haichuan, are you planning to let Brother Haishan enter the Emperor Warplane with you? Yes. Shui Haichuan nodded. After entering the Emperor Warplane, even if my big brother doesn't enter the God King battlefield, he won't have to worry about the 10,000 demon sects Lu Yin attacking him. In the Emperor Warplane's Sky Dragon City, the Golden Dragon Elder is overseeing it. Once Lu Yin attacks, he might die before he can kill my big brother. Shui Haichuan's words were filled with confidence in the Golden Dragon Elder overseeing the Emperor Warplane's Sky Dragon City. Will the Golden Dragon Elder be biased towards Lu Yin? Duan Lingtian asked. He won't, Shui Haichuan said. In our Tianlong clan, the Golden Dragon Elders put the clan's interests first. Moreover, they don't have any close relationship with Shui Mingji or the 10,000 Demon Sect. To them, I, Shui Haichuan, am much more valuable than Lu Yin. If it weren't for me, they might turn a blind eye, but considering me, they won't let Lu Yin succeed. Shui Haichuan's tone was filled with confidence. So, Brother Haichuan, the one you're worried about is me? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Shui Haichuan replied. That's why I wanted to tell you that you'll enter the Emperor Warplane with my big brother and stay in Sky Dragon City for a while. Chapter 3867. Duan Lingtian was naturally grateful that Shui Haichuan was still concerned about his safety at a time like this. However, he still declined Shui Haichuan's offer. Brother Haichuan, I won't be going to the Emperor Battle Realm with you. Shui Haichuan sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Little Tian, I know the heaven and earth spirit chi in the Emperor Battle Realm is thin, and it's almost impossible for you to improve your cultivation base. However, you're not in a good position in the Tianlong clan. If I enter the Emperor Battle Realm, I don't know about the others, but the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, might kill you regardless of the consequences. There's no rush in cultivating. It's not worth risking your life for a momentary improvement. Think about it, how unjust would it be if something were to happen to you? Perhaps you don't feel anything now, but do you really want to wait until Kuang Tianjing appears in front of you and tries to kill you before you regret your decision? There's no medicine for regret in this world. Once you've decided on something, it's like water in a basin that's overturned. It's impossible to take it back. Shui Haichuan was trying his best to persuade Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, Brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian knew Shui Haichuan had misunderstood. I don't intend to take the risk. The reason I said I won't be going to the Emperor Battle Realm with you is because I've already thought of a backup plan. I'm sure Brother Haichuan knows that I have a friend called Ding Yin. He's revered Elder Sikong's nephew. Before he came here, he told me that if it's inconvenient for you to be here, he can ask revered Elder Sikong to let me cultivate at his place. He told me some time ago that revered Elder Sikong agreed to his request. Therefore, I can go to revered Elder Sikong's place any time. However, I've been staying at your place for so long that I'm too lazy to move. If you're going to the Emperor Battle Realm, I'll go to his place, Duan Lingtian said. In fact, that was the case. 2 years ago, after Ding Yen returned to the Tianlong Temple, he went to look for his uncle Sikong, the revered Elder Sikong of the Tianlong clan. However, he was in seclusion at that time. A few months ago, Duan Lingtian received a message from Ding Yen saying that he could go to revered Elder Sikong's place at any time. However, since Duan Lingtian was safe in Shui Haichuan's place, he did not think about going there. After all, if he did, it would be another favor to him. I see. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Shui Haichuan finally understood. If it's revered Elder Sikong, then I'm relieved. Revered Elder Sikong's strength is a mystery in the sect. However, he was personally invited into the sect by the sect leader. Furthermore, the sect leader gave him the identity token of the Black Dragon Elder as soon as he arrived. This is enough to show that his strength is definitely not inferior to the Black Dragon Elder. I'm sure his place is safer than mine. When Shui Haichuan reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Most importantly, revered Elder Sikong is absolutely neutral in the sect. In the sect, if given the choice, no one would be willing to offend revered Elder Sikong even if it was an ordinary Black Dragon Elder. Shui Haichuan was relieved when he learned that Duan Lingtian was protected by revered Elder Sikong. Half a month later, Shui Haichuan was preparing to enter the Emperor Battle Realm. Before he entered the Emperor Battle Realm, he deliberately looked for Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, I'll send you there. Ding Yen had arrived at Duan Lingtian's place to bring Duan Lingtian to the residence of his uncle Sikong, who was also the Tianlong clan's revered Elder Sikong. However, before Duan Lingtian could leave after bidding farewell to Shui Haichuan took the initiative to look for him. Apart from that, there was another person following Shui Haichuan. It was none other than Shui Haichuan. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had met Shui Haichuan when he learned Shui Haichuan had come out of closed-door cultivation. Therefore, he was not surprised by Shui Haichuan's appearance. Brother Haichuan, I asked Ding Yen earlier, and Ding Yen asked revered Elder Sikong. Revered Elder Sikong said you can come with me? Duan Lingtian said to Shui Haichuan. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Emperor Battle Realm is extremely thin. It's difficult to cultivate there. Shui Haichuan shook his head and smiled when he heard this. Little Tian, I appreciate your kindness. In fact, I don't plan to cultivate in the Emperor Battle Realm. I just want to join in the fun and wander around Heavenly Dragon City and Peace City. I've been cultivating ever since I arrived at the Tianlong clan. It's a good opportunity for me to relax. When Shui Haichuan saw Duan Lingtian was about to say something, he beat him to it and said, "Little Tian, I'm not being courteous. I really don't plan to continue cultivating for the time being. If I have a need in the future, I won't be courteous with you." Duan Lingtian did not say anything else when he heard Shui Haichuan's words. Soon after, under Shui Haichuan's escort, Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan arrived at another mountain range in the Tianlong Temple before they entered another mountain range. There were very few people here. Even the number of patrolling disciples of the Tianlong clan was much lesser. They could only see a few people in the distance. Ding Yan seemed to have noticed the confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He explained, "Uncle Sikong likes peace and quiet. That's why there aren't many patrolling disciples in this area. Moreover, there's no one living in Uncle Sikong's residence. It's usually empty." Ding Yan had stayed here for a period of time, so he knew the situation here better than Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan nodded. "It's true that revered Elder Sikong has been living in seclusion ever since he came to the Heavenly Dragon sect. I've only met him once when he first arrived." Shui Haichuan still felt a little dazed when he recalled the scene from that year. He did not know if he had seen wrongly. At that time, he had seen the clan leader of the Tianlong clan look at Elder Sikong with reverence in his eyes. After all, even among the Golden Dragon elders in the sect, only the one who was closest to the sect leader could make the sect leader act this way. Perhaps Elder Sikong is also an elder to the clan leader? Shui Haichuan still thought so, whether it was then or now. Although Elder Sikong looked about the same age as the clan leader, at their level of cultivation, their appearance could no longer match their real age. It's right ahead. Under Ding Yan's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other two also saw layers of faint fog in front of them. It shrouded a quiet valley and looked extremely mysterious. Whoosh! As if a breeze had blown past, the fog outside the valley stirred slightly. Then, an old and aged figure appeared in the fog. Then, he stepped out of the fog. "Elder Wen." Ding Yan bowed respectfully when he saw the old man walk out. "Young Master Ding Yan, I've told you long ago that I'm only the master's servant. You don't have to be so polite." The old man sighed and looked at Ding Yan with a gentle gaze. Ding Yan seemed to be used to the old man's words and did not mind. "Elder Wen, let me introduce you to my friend." Ding Yan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Elder Wen, this is Duan Lingtian, a friend I met at Hidden Fog Academy in Tiafeng City. As for the other two, the one on the left is Elder Shui Haichuan, and the other is Elder Shui Haichuan's elder brother, Big Brother Shui Haishan." Ding Yan introduced them. "Young Master Duan, Elder Shui Haichuan." The old man smiled as he greeted Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan. Then, he nodded at Shui Haishan as a form of greeting. Although he did not greet Shui Haishan, it was obvious he valued Shui Haishan. "Elder Wen." Duan Lingtian and the other two responded. "The three of you, my family is waiting for you. Please follow me." The old man smiled as he greeted Duan Lingtian, Shui Haichuan, and Shui Haishan. After that, he turned around and led the way. Everywhere he passed, the fog would disperse and open up a path. Moreover, the dispersed fog did not close up for a long time. It was only when Duan Lingtian and the others entered the valley that the fog finally closed up. At this moment, Ding Yan's voice transmission sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Duan Lingtian, this elder one has always been by Uncle Sikong's side. Usually, when Sikong Yu goes out, he will follow Sikong Yu. Usually, he has never left Uncle Sikong's side. He has been by Uncle Sikong's side for many years. Although Sikong Yu has a proud personality, he is extremely respectful to him and respectfully calls him Grandfather Wen. Because Uncle Sikong thinks highly of me, Elder Wen has been courteous and respectful to me since the beginning. He has not looked down on me because of my low cultivation." Ding Yan's evaluation of the old man leading the way was extremely high. Duan Lingtian nodded and raised his brows slightly as he looked at the old man's back. He could not see through this old man. He gave him an extremely mysterious feeling. Not to mention Shui Haichuan, he had never felt this feeling from the few black dragon elders that he had come into contact with before. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that this did not mean anything. It did not mean that the stronger one was, the more one would give off such a feeling. that was only relatively speaking. There were many people who appeared to be extraordinary and mysterious because of the cultivation method that they cultivated. However, in reality, their strength might not be able to keep up with this mystery. Master, the guests have arrived. In the valley filled with green grass and fragrant flowers, 6 simple courtyards were located in various places. They surrounded the courtyard in the middle like stars surrounding the moon. Now, the old man was leading Duan Lingtian and the rest to the front of the central courtyard. He bowed and greeted them inside. Come in. As the courtyard door was suddenly opened, Duan Lingtian and the rest were led into the courtyard by the old man. In an instant, Duan Lingtian only saw a flash before his eyes. The originally spacious courtyard suddenly changed and became even more refreshing and tranquil. Moreover, the flowers and trees inside were even more luxuriant than they were outside. So everything that I saw outside was just an illusion. Only what I saw when I stepped through the courtyard door was real. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Chapter 3869. The elegant and tranquil courtyard was like a painting. In the painting, a well-proportioned middle-aged man dressed in a long greenish-brown robe was sitting cross-legged in the air. He was handsome and had a head of long, light gray hair. He seemed different from ordinary people. The most eye-catching thing about him was his aquiline nose. It was very recognizable. Master. Uncle Sikon. The old man and Ding Yen bowed at the middle-aged man at almost the same time. After the two of them, Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan cupped their hands and bowed at the middle-aged man as well. Greetings, revered Elder Sikon. Greetings, Senior Sikon. Duan Lingtian was the last one to return to his senses. He bowed as well. At the same time, a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. He had seen Sikon Yu before. However, Sikon Yu seemed to be different from revered Elder Sikon. At the very least, they did not look alike at first glance. However, after Duan Lingtian took a closer look, he finally saw the similarities between the two of them. First, it was their lips. Then, it was their ears. Both of them were quite similar. However, the features of these two parts were not obvious. It was impossible to tell at first glance. The middle-aged man, revered Elder Sikon Yi of the Tianlong clan, slowly opened his eyes after Duan Lingtian finished speaking. His eyes were different from ordinary people. They were grayish-brown. In Duan Lingtian's previous life's Hua Nation on Earth, it was more like he was wearing a layer of contact lenses. Elder Shui Haichuan, I've long heard of your name. Sikon Ye's gaze landed on Shui Haichuan as the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. That brat Long Qingchong has often mentioned you in front of me. He feels that compared to the other 2 White Dragon Elders who are the youngest among the White Dragon Elders, you have a higher chance of entering the God Emperor realm. Sikon Yi was not stingy with his compliments to Shui Haichuan as soon as he opened his mouth. Shui Haichuan was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, Revered Elder Sikon is too kind. Haichuan doesn't deserve such praise. Haichuan knows myself well. It's not that easy to become a God Emperor. Compared to me, you are still a young man. Young people need to be energetic. Don't be like us old people. Sikon Yi shook his head as he stood up and descended from the sky. After landing, he looked straight at Shui Haichuan. The opening of the Emperor battle plane this time will provide many whetstones for the God Kings. It will be the same for you. I've heard about you. However, I truly feel that there is no need for you to restrict your own path for the sake of your elder brother. At least, I don't think your elder brother would want that. When he spoke up to hear, Sikon Yi glanced at Shui Haishan. If Shui Haichuan heads to the Emperor battle plane in the future, you can come to my place. Of the 6 houses around me, 3 are empty. I'll leave 1 for Duan Lingtian and 1 for you. Sikon Yi said. Thank you, consecrated Sikon. Shui Haishan repeatedly thanked him. Ding Yen, thank you. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also thanked Ding Yen. However, Ding Yen was at a loss. What are you thanking me for? Didn't you ask consecrated Sikon to take Big Brother Haishan in? Asked Duan Lingtian. No. Ding Yen shook his head. Although I mentioned Big Brother Shui Haishan, Uncle Sikong didn't agree to it like he did you. I thought he didn't want to take Big Brother Shui Haishan in. Moreover, based on the current situation, it doesn't seem like he's taking Big Brother Haishan in because of me. It seems more like it's because of Elder Shui Haichuan. When Ding Yan said this, Duan Lingtian recalled the scene from before and faintly felt that this was the case. Thank you, consecrated Sikong. At this moment, Shui Haichuan also thanked Sikong Yi respectfully. Go. Sikong Yi looked at Shui Haichuan and waved his hand. I hope you can reach a higher level in the Emperor battle plane this time. Your cultivation needs to be accumulated, but the profundities of laws and other methods can be comprehended in battle. As for Shui Haishan, I suggest that you stay here and cultivate properly for a period of time. Once you've consolidated your cultivation, you can enter the God King battlefield in the Emperor battle plane to gain experience. As soon as Sikong Yi said this, Shui Haishan hurriedly replied, Yes, consecrated Sikong. Haichuan, you can go. I'll stay with consecrated Sikong. You don't have to worry about me, Shui Haishan said to Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan before he turned around and left to enter the Emperor battle realm. After Shui Haichuan left, Sikong Yi looked at the old man beside him. Old one, make arrangements for Shui Haishan. Yes, master. The old man replied respectfully, and then left with Shui Haishan. Before Shui Haishan left, he didn't forget to bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan. For a time, besides Sikong Yi himself, only Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan remained in the courtyard. Duan Lingtian, this is my uncle Sikong, the consecrated elder of the Tianlong clan, Sikong Yi. Ding Yan introduced with a smile. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Sikong Yi withdrew his doting gaze from Ding Yan and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He smiled lightly and said, Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. Thank you for taking care of this nephew of mine in Skywind City's Hidden Mist Academy. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. Consecrated Elder Sikong, you're too courteous. Ding Yan and I are friends, and it's normal for friends to help each other. Haha. What a good friend. Sikong Yi smiled while a wisp of recollection flashed in his eyes. It's good to be young. All of you remind me of when I first met Ding Yan's father. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's a pity that his old friend is no longer here, leaving his son behind. A wisp of sadness flashed in Sikong Yi's eyes as he sighed faintly. Duan Lingtian said with a solemn expression, Consecrated Elder Sikong, you're able to treat your old friend's son as your own after he passed away. If his old friend knows about this in the netherworld, he won't regret having a friend like you. Duan Lingtian's words caused Sikong Yi to laugh involuntarily. Little fellow, you really know how to talk. Compared to that blockhead Ding Yan, you're much more interesting. It's no wonder my daughter seems to be interested in you. She even asked me to find that brat Long Qin Chong and asked him to ask you to be that girl's alchemy teacher. Sikong Yi smiled. Ding Yan was stunned by Sikong Yi's words, and a wisp of imperceptible sadness flashed in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was also stunned, and then he said with a bitter smile, In terms of alchemy, I'm actually a dabbler as well. Although I can refine Peking grade divine pills, it can only be said that I'm sensitive to the vitality and the spirit energy of heaven and earth. In terms of true alchemy standards, not to mention the old sect master, even those divine pill masters in the sect can't be compared to me. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he finished speaking. Looks like the falling flower has feelings, but the heartless brook has no feelings. Sikong Yi looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, Since that's the case, I hope that when my daughter comes into contact with you in the future, Duan Lingtian, you can clearly explain it to her so that she won't have any illusions. That girl's heart is higher than the heavens, and she's never taken a fancy to a man of the same age. It can be said that you're the first man she's taken a fancy to in her thousands of years of life. I heard from Ding Yan that you have many wives and concubines, and you're not a fickle person. You have more experience in this aspect, and I believe you know how to refuse her. When Sikong Yi said this, Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yan immediately, and he was speechless. When did I tell this guy that I have many wives and concubines? As for me, I only have 2 wives. I only have 3 confidants who have confirmed relationships with me. How can this be called having many wives and concubines? At the same time, Sikong-yi continued. In return, I, Sikong-yi, owe you a favor. You seeking refuge with me is not included in this favor. I'm taking you in because of Ding Yen. 1 is 1, 2 is 2, and I hope you understand. When Sikong-yi said this, his expression turned solemn. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and said, Revered Elder Sikong, you don't have to be like this. To me, it's just a matter of lifting a finger. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Revered Elder Sikong, there's no need to owe me a favor. I, Sikong-yi, am 1, and 2 is 2. Sikong-yi spoke solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian to say anything before directly looking at Ding Yen and asking Ding Yen to arrange a residence for Duan Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished like a gust of wind and vanished without a trace. Duan Lingtian, let's go! When he saw Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, Ding Yen repeatedly called out to Duan Lingtian. Once Uncle Sikong has decided on something, he never changes his mind. Accept this favor of his. Moreover, if you don't want this favor, then don't look for Uncle Sikong in the future. Of course, if there's really something, I still hope you can look for Uncle Sikong. There are many things that Uncle Sikong is capable of doing. At this point, Ding Yen looked meaningfully at Duan Lingtian and transmitted his voice. Even if you ask Uncle Sikong to kill Vice-sect leader Xuemingji, he will still do it for you. Moreover, from the moment you speak, Xuemingji won't live to see the next day. Even if Xuemingji is holed up in the clan's encampment. Ding Yan's words were something that Duan Lingtian hadn't expected. At the same time, he never imagined that Sikong-yi, a revered elder of the Tianlong clan who usually presented himself as a black dragon elder, would actually be so capable. Xuemingji was the Tianlong clan's vice-sect leader, and his status was even higher than that of the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon elders. His status was second only to the clan leader and the Golden Dragon elders. And now, Ding Yan's words made Duan Lingtian's imagination run wild. How close is revered Elder Sikong to the clan leader to be able to decide the life and death of a vice-sect leader? Or perhaps, he's not ordinary to begin with. Just like that, Duan Lingtian stayed with Tianlong clan's revered elder Sikong-yi and cultivated there. As for the herbs that the Tianlong clan's sect leader had helped Duan Lingtian gather, Duan Lingtian didn't personally take them. Instead, he had Ding Yin do it on his behalf, so that those with ulterior motives wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know any of this. He didn't even know that Shui Haichuan had received an order to head to the Emperor Battle Plain. Although the person who'd given the order wasn't Xuemingji or the myriad demon sex people, Xuemingji's figure was still present. Chapter 3870. Vice-sect leader Shui, it's time for you to give me what you promised me. A black-robed figure appeared in the residence of the Tianlong clan's vice-sect leader, Xuemingji, and spoke to Xuemingji. Xuemingji's expression was a bit unsightly. Did you do something? Did you remind Shui Haichuan to escort Duan Lingtian to honorary elder Sikong? Even to Xuemingji, the deputy sect leader, Sikong was a mystery. He only knew that honorary elder Sikong had been personally invited back by the sect leader, and that the sect leader seemed to have a good relationship with him. Even if he only appeared as an elder of the Black Dragon clan, his strength should only be comparable to an elder of the Black Dragon clan. But even so, if possible, he didn't want to rashly provoke him. After all, he was backed by the sect leader. Vice-sect leader Shui, do you think there's any point in me doing this? The black-robed figure coldly replied. I've done everything you asked me to do. Now, Vice-sect leader Shui, you're hesitating again and again. Are you going to go back on your word? As he spoke, the black-robed figure's expression became colder and colder. Humph! Xuemingji coldly snorted and flicked a storage ring. The black-robed figure casually caught it. After verifying its ownership, he let out a satisfied laugh. Thank you, Vice-sect leader Shui. From today onwards, you and I have nothing to do with each other. The black-robed figure's figure flickered, and he left like the wind. Not long after the black-robed figure left, Shui Mingji sent out a message. Duan Lingtian is currently with Honorary Elder Sikong. I'll have people monitor that place. If Duan Lingtian doesn't have a God King by his side, I'll notify you to go kill him. This message was for the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. I'll be waiting for Vice Sect Leader Shui's good news. Kuang Tianjing's tone was indifferent as he responded with a lack of interest. After replying, his lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you really think that Duan Lingtian is a fool? Judging from the current situation, he obviously intends to wait until he breaks through to the Divine Emperor realm before leaving. With his talent, and the fact that he can easily concoct top-level king-level divine pills, he has also taken Emperor-connecting divine pills. I'm afraid it won't even take 100 years for him to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and consolidate his cultivation. In Kuang Tianjing's opinion, once Duan Lingtian broke through to the God King realm, it would be meaningless for him to take action. At that time, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill Duan Lingtian in one blow. And if he couldn't kill in one strike, once he was targeted by the Black Dragon Elder who was patrolling the surroundings, he wouldn't be able to escape death. After Duan Lingtian had stayed with Consecrator Sikong Yi for 2 months, a beautiful figure came looking for him. It was Sikong Ye's daughter, Sikong Yu. Sikong Yu was Sikong Ye's only daughter. Duan Lingtian could feel how much Sikong Yi doted on her when he heard Sikong Ye's promise to him in the past. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come here. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, Sikong Yu was no longer as domineering as before. Her beautiful eyes flickered with joy. Miss Sikong. Duan Lingtian greeted Sikong Yu with a smile. I'm here because of Ding Yan's help to give me a safe place to stay. It's also because Consecrator Sikong is willing to take me in, Duan Lingtian said. Ding Yan. Sikong Yu slightly raised her eyebrows, then shook her head and said, Duan Lingtian, even if you don't look for Ding Yan, as long as you ask, I can ask my father to let you come here. My father really admires geniuses like you. For example, Elder Shui Haichuan is one of the people he admires. In fact, before you appeared, Elder Shui Haichuan was the person he admired the most in the Tianlong clan. However, your appearance has overshadowed Elder Shui Haichuan, Sikong Yu said. For the time being, I don't dare to compare myself with Brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He then went straight to the point and asked, Miss Sikong, is there anything you need from me? Seeing that Consecrator Sikong has taken me in, as long as it's within my ability, I will definitely not refuse, Duan Lingtian said. Really? Sikong Yu's eyes flashed with joy. Except for the divine pill. Before Sikong Yu could continue speaking, Duan Lingtian spoke first. Of course, I'm not trying to hide it. But I want to tell Miss Sikong that my level in the divine pill Dao is actually very ordinary. The reason why I can refine a king-grade divine pill is because I'm naturally sensitive to the life force and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There's no other reason. In the Tianlong clan, there are plenty of divine pill masters with higher attainments in the divine pill Dao than me. If Miss Sikong really wants to find a good teacher, the old clan leader is a very good choice. I heard that Consecrator Sikong has a good relationship with the clan leader. With the clan leader's help, I'm sure the old clan leader won't be stingy with his guidance. Duan Lingtian's words sealed Sikong Yu's mouth the moment he spoke. Sikong Yu frowned slightly. How did you know that I want to ask you about the divine pill Dao? My father told you. Duan Lingtian remained silent. It seems like father really did tell you. Sikong Yu shook his head and said, Duan Lingtian, I've never dabbled in the divine pill Dao. I just want to find a master who can guide me. I'm not looking for an outstanding teacher. Therefore, I feel that you're more than qualified to be my teacher. Sikong Yu smiled. As Sikong Yu spoke, her eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness, as if everything was under her control. I'm afraid that's still not possible. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Miss Sikong, I've been busy with my cultivation recently. I'm at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm. Therefore, I'm afraid that I won't be able to help you. You should find another teacher. Duan Lingtian tactfully rejected Sikong Yu's request. As for Sikong Yu, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, her originally excited expression finally turned a little ugly. Duan Lingtian, if you want to reject me, just say it. Why do you need such an excuse? You're at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm? How long has it been since you broke through to the Upper God King realm? Even I broke through to the Upper God King realm a long time before you, but I'm still far from that step. You said that you've already reached that step. Do you think that I, Sikong Yu, am that easy to bully? After saying those words, Sikong Yu turned around and left furiously. Miss Sikong. Just as Sikong Yu was about to leave, Duan Lingtian called out to her. Sikong Yu's figure stopped moving. She, who had her back facing Duan Lingtian, thought that Duan Lingtian had gone back on his word, and a wisp of delight appeared on her beautiful face that was originally filled with rage. In an instant, two conflicting emotions flipped. Of course, Duan Lingtian couldn't see it. Is there anything else? Sikong Yu asked. Her tone was much gentler, no longer as overbearing as before. Actually, there's nothing else. Duan Lingtian shrugged his shoulders and said, I just want to tell Miss Sikong that the number of women my heart can accommodate is limited. Now, it's already full. I will no longer like or love another woman. If it was at any other time, Duan Lingtian would surely be more tactful. But after Sikong Ye's reminder earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to be tactful. He directly spoke and didn't take Sikong Yu's feelings into consideration in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, cutting the Gordian knot would allow him to better complete Sikong Ye's task. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Sikong Yu's body shook. After a short moment, Sikong Yu turned around. At this moment, her beautiful eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Duan Lingtian, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Do you really think that I, Sikong Yu, am pestering you because I like you? You think too highly of yourself. Even if I, Sikong Yu, am lonely until I die, I won't take a fancy to you, Duan Lingtian. As soon as she finished speaking, Sikong Yu soared into the sky and left with a face filled with shame and indignation. Of course, no one could see that in the depths of her eyes there was a faint trace of pain. But it soon disappeared and was replaced by determination. The feelings that had just sprouted were cut off by her own hands. Many thanks. After Sikong Yu left, a sigh and a voice of gratitude sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It was the voice of Sikong Yu's father, Sikong Yi. I owe you a favor, Sikong Yi said. After Sikong Ye's voice faded, Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled and sighed. I'd better make the best use of my time and break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Once I break through to the Divine Emperor realm, I won't need to stay here and seek consecrated Elder Sikong's protection anymore. Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Sikong Yu, Duan Lingtian felt awkward and uncomfortable if he continued to stay here and seek Sikong Ye's protection. What Duan Lingtian didn't know was that after he said those harsh words to Sikong Yu had left and entered the God King battlefield again. It was as if she was venting something and running away from something. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't know all of this. After Duan Lingtian obtained the last medicinal ingredient that the Tianlong clan's clan master searched for, he refined a divine pill and continued to cultivate in seclusion. He had completely forgotten about the time while cultivating. Time flew by. Spring left and autumn came. Spring left and autumn came again. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The fighting in the God King battlefield was getting more and more intense. The fall of God Kings had become the norm. Even the speed and scale of the fall of divine emperors was constantly increasing. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the God King battlefield. In the God King battlefield, without Duan Lingtian and Greater One Sex Shimen Longxiang, it had become much fairer. No one was able to gain much of an advantage. Tianlong Temple. Somewhere. Duan Lingtian has already left consecrated Elder Sikong's place of cultivation. He's now heading towards the entrance of the God King battlefield alone. Under the orders of the Tianlong clan's vice clan master Shuemingji, the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing, who had always wanted to enter the God King battlefield but couldn't, received a message from Shui Mingji. Duan Lingtian has come out. Moreover, he's alone. Kuang Tianjing was stunned. Disbelief was written all over his face. This was different from what he had imagined. Duan Lingtian couldn't hold back for 2 years. Chapter 38-71. Lord Vice Sect Leader, could this be a trap? Kuang Tianjing asked cautiously through voice transmission. He found it unbelievable. Previously, Duan Lingtian had been extremely cautious. However, now that he had come out on his own, it was as though he was waiting to be killed. Strange. It was too strange. Humph. As soon as Kuang Tianjing received Kuang Tianjing's message, Shui Mingji replied, I'm currently near revered Elder Sikong's cultivation place. Apart from Duan Lingtian, no one else has left revered Elder Sikong's cultivation place. Nobody has extended their divine consciousness to track Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the Black Dragon Elder on duty today is my junior brother. If you make a move on Duan Lingtian now, even if you can't kill him with one strike, I can buy you some time. You only have 3 breaths to kill him. Shui Mingji paused for a moment before he added, I know what you're worried about. Although I find it strange as well, it's true that Duan Lingtian has come out. Perhaps he's bored at revered Elder Sikong's place and wants to join in the fun in the Emperor Battle Realm. Although he can't enter the God King's battlefield now, he can still wander around Heavenly Dragon City and Peace City. Don't waste any more time. At most, he'll leave the area my junior brother is in charge of in a dozen breaths. If you miss this opportunity and still can't kill him, Kuang Tianjing, you'll definitely die. Toward the end of his speech, Shui Mingji's voice became increasingly cold. Vice Sect Leader is nearby? Kuang Tianjing's eyes narrowed slightly when he received Shui Mingji's message. At the same time, he felt slightly relieved. However, he was not willing to be executed by the sect for killing Duan Lingtian. However, he had no other choice now. Lord Vice Sect Leader, although I'm certain he came out alone, is it possible that he has broken through and become a divine emperor? Kuang Tianjing asked quickly. It was clear he did not want to waste any more time. At the same time, Kuang Tianjing began to make his way to revered Elder Sikong's cultivation place. He was prepared to kill Duan Lingtian halfway. Divine Emperor? Shui Mingji did not hesitate to laugh when he heard Kuang Tianjing's message. It's not like you don't know how long it took for him to become a high divine king. Do you think he can become a divine emperor now? Unless he can concoct peak emperor-level divine pills at will and obtain the medicinal ingredients needed to raise his cultivation base. The main ingredients for those divine pills are all very rare. Even if the Heavenly Dragon sect has reserves, it would be very difficult to gather all of them. Shui Mingji did not comment on Kuang Tianjing's conjecture. Shui Mingji's conjecture was reasonable. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to break through and become a divine emperor in such a short time within the Tianjing clan. Even if he had taken emperor divine pills and had no cultivation bottlenecks, it was impossible. Shui Mingji did not believe that Duan Lingtian could refine peak divine emperor divine pills. Of course, there was another possibility. Duan Lingtian might not be able to refine peak divine emperor divine pills, but he might have enough divine pills to help him break through and become a divine emperor in such a short time. Or he might have the corresponding heavenly treasures such as divine herbs, divine fruits, and so on. However, the possibility of this was not high. This was because Duan Lingtian would either have heaven-defying luck or a shocking background to achieve such a possibility. Therefore, Shui Mingji did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through and become a divine emperor now. Moreover, he did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Once he missed it, he might not be able to find such a good opportunity again. Intercept him near Xuanqi Peak in Roaming Dragon Mountain Range. I'll buy you some time. It's best if you can kill him with one blow. If you can't, you must kill him within 3 breaths. Shui Mingji's tone suddenly turned sharp. If he doesn't die in 3 breaths, you must take him with you even if it costs you your life. Once you attack, whether he dies or not, you'll die for sure. I'm sure you know this better than I do. After a pause, Xue Mingji continued. Of course, if he really breaks through and becomes a divine emperor, you can only blame it on your bad luck. At that time, if you die, I'll take care of your bloodline, especially your family and friends. No matter what, your second disciple Zhongqin is my son-in-law, Xue Mingji's son-in-law. If Duan Lingtian is already a divine emperor and you die, I'll find some divine emperors to come to the Tianlong clan and pretend to be elders of the Tianlong clan to kill him and avenge you. Hearing Xue Mingji's words, Kuang Tianjing knew that although his next move was risky, it should not be too risky. Divine emperor? Although Kuang Tianjing had said so, in his heart, he did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through to the divine emperor realm now. Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 3,000 years old, was already considered a monster for being able to become a superior divine king at such a young age. If he became a divine emperor, he would be the first divine emperor who was not even 3,000 years old in the history of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. In the history of Tongling Province, the youngest divine emperor was more than 4,000 years old. There were many high-level divine kings under 3,000 years old, but no divine emperor, not even a low-level divine emperor. Vice sect leader, can't you check his cultivation level? Kuang Tianjing asked. He felt that it was safer to do so, even if he did not think that Duan Lingtian was a divine emperor now. Rashly checking will only alert the enemy, Xue Mingji said faintly. After all, I am only a divine emperor. Even if he is a high-level divine king, he will be alerted when I check his soul with my divine sense. You don't want him to go back directly after being alerted, do you? I think that even if it's a gamble, it's worth it. The probability that Duan Lingtian has broken through to the divine emperor realm is very low. Hearing Xue Mingji's words, Kuang Tianjing knew that there was no turning back. He had to do it whether he wanted to or not. Tianlong Temple had 9 intersecting mountain ranges, and Roving Dragon Mountain Range was one of them. Xuanqi Peak was an inconspicuous mountain peak in Roving Dragon Mountain Range. It was neither the highest nor the lowest. It looked ordinary, and few people passed by it. But today, a purple figure appeared in the sky above Xuanqi Peak. It came from afar and headed towards the entrance to the Tianlong Temple that led to the Emperor Battle Plain. However, the moment the purple figure appeared above Xuanqi Peak, his expression changed. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a violent power swept up from Xuanqi Peak and swept towards the purple figure in the sky. This power seemed to carry the might of thunder, and it was very sudden. It approached the purple figure in the blink of an eye. Phew! Kuang Tianjing, who had been accumulating power for a long time and unleashed his full power, heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he followed the force, afraid that something unexpected would happen at the crucial moment. He hid in Xuanqi Peak, while the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder patrolling around the Tianlong Temple would be able to determine his identity through his attacks. It made no difference whether he hid or not. What he needed to do now was to kill the purple figure in the sky, which was his target, Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Just as Kuang Tianjing rushed out and saw that his power was about to hit Duan Lingtian, he found that it was only an afterimage. The moment Kuang Tianjing's expression changed, Duan Lingtian appeared in the void in the distance. He crossed his arms and looked at Kuang Tianjing with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Elder Kuang Tianjing, you really won't give up. The Linghu family failed to kill me, and now they want to kill me in the sect. It seems that the sect's ban on killing each other is useless to you, Duan Lingtian said with a mocking smile. Kuang Tianjing didn't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. The moment his expression changed, he launched another attack. He always remembered the words of the deputy sect leader, Xue Mingji. He only had 3 breaths' time. Now 1 breath's time had passed since he launched his attack. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, Kuang Tianjing said coldly as he launched another attack. But even so, you still have to die. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing felt lucky. He thought that if Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the lower Divine Emperor realm, he might not have time to consolidate his cultivation. If he hadn't consolidated his cultivation, Kuang Tianjing might have a chance to kill him in 2 breaths' time. I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, a spatial storm swept out from his body. A sword light shot up to the sky and blocked Kuang Tianjing's attack. The moment his attack was shattered, he teleported again. 2 breaths time passed. Only 1 breath's time left. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing could feel that several powerful auras were sweeping toward them from all directions. Obviously, they were the White Dragon Elders who were patrolling the nearby area. Xue Mingji was the deputy sect leader, so he could ask the Black Dragon Elders to go easy on him. However, the Black Dragon Elders couldn't ask the White Dragon Elders to go easy on him. After all, there were too many people. Once this kind of thing spread out, it would be a big problem. Moreover, everything that happened here would be recorded by the mirror image array in Tianlong Temple. No one dared to take the risk. If the Black Dragon Elders arrived 1 or 2 breaths time later, it could be said that they had something to do. However, if the White Dragon Elders didn't arrive in time, it would be thought-provoking. Duan Lingtian, you must die! Feeling the approaching danger, Kuang Tianjing suddenly roared. Then, his eyes widened and blood shot out from his 7 orifices. Finally, the blood condensed into a blood mist in the void and merged into his body. The next moment, a bloody aura burst out from Kuang Tianjing's body. Chapter 3872. The bloodline energy was unique to the natives of the realms of gods. Kuang Tianjing had it as well. Moreover, Kuang Tianjing's bloodline energy was different from most people's bloodline energy. Most people's bloodline energy only had one characteristic. However, Kuang Tianjing's bloodline energy was different. It had 2 characteristics. One of the characteristics was that it could increase one's strength even when it was restrained. The other characteristic was that it could increase one's strength by destroying half of the heavenly veins in one's body. However, one would be severely injured after the attack, and one's strength would be reduced by more than half. The second characteristic was a desperate attack. Kuang Tianjing had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had only used it twice. Both times he had used it when he was on the brink of death. Moreover, both times he was lucky. Although he was severely injured in the process, it took him many years to repair half of the heavenly veins in his body. There's no other way. I can only risk my life to kill him. When Duan Lingtian dodged his first sneak attack, Kuang Tianjing knew Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a divine emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dodge his attack in time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's teleportation prowess had also revealed his strength as a lesser divine lord. At that moment, Kuang Tianjing knew he had lost the bet with Xue Mingji. The impossible had happened. As expected, Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a divine emperor. After another exchange, Kuang Tianjing realized something shocking. Not only had Duan Lingtian broken through and become a lesser divine emperor, but he had also consolidated his cultivation base as a lesser divine emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal with Kuang Tianjing's full-powered attack so easily. This was the last moment. Kuang Tianjing knew this was his last chance. If he failed again, even if Duan Lingtian was no match for him, he would be captured by the White Dragon Elder. At that time, there would be no chance to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he directly activated the second characteristic of his bloodline power. He shattered half of the heavenly veins in his body and unleashed a power that was several times stronger than before. Of course, this power wouldn't last for long. Now that he had unleashed his full power, he could only guarantee that his next attack would be this powerful. Duan Lingtian, you must die! With a roar, Kuang Tianjing's figure flickered. He casually waved his hand, and a resplendent blade of light shot out from his high-quality god artifact. As it swept through the air, it seemed to be able to tear apart space, causing it to tremble. Then, the light blade split in all directions and intertwined into a huge saber king. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it fell on Duan Lingtian. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not teleport in time even if he wanted to. Stop! Kuang Tianjing, do you want to die? Just as Kuang Tianjing was about to explode, a few angry voices were heard from afar. These voices belonged to the White Dragon Elders. Not only were they angry, but they were also anxious. If someone was killed in the area they were in charge of patrolling, the person who attacked first would undoubtedly die, and they would not be able to escape the blame. Especially now that the Emperor Battle Dimension had opened. The sect would most likely give them an order not to leave the Divine Emperor battlefield if they did not kill an elder of the Greater One sect who was as strong as them. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing to do. There's still such a trick! Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Before he could teleport again, a figure shot out from his body. It was another Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian soared into the sky, then turned into a blazing light and exploded. A terrifying spatial storm swept out. At the same time, Duan Lingtian hurriedly took out his high-grade divine sword, sword follows the heart, and formed a layer of defense around his body. He even took out his spoils of war, a middle-grade defensive divine artifact. Bang! There was a loud bang. It was the explosion of Duan Lingtian's avatar, which blocked part of the power of Kuang Tianjing's all-out attack. Bang! Another loud bang. Kuang Tianjing's remaining power hit Duan Lingtian's middle-grade defensive divine artifact. Suddenly, the middle-grade defensive divine artifact was annihilated, and cracks appeared on the armor. The intact defensive divine artifact was destroyed in an instant. And then... boom! Rumble! Duan Lingtian's final trump card clashed with Kuang Tianjing's remaining strength. After a brief exchange of blows, Duan Lingtian was defeated. However, Kuang Tianjing's strength was almost depleted as well. It was this remaining power that landed on Duan Lingtian and sent Duan Lingtian flying with a bang. Wah! Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he finally came to a stop, he felt a wave of dizziness. He felt as though his body was about to fall apart. I was careless. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He did not expect Kuang Tianjing to possess such strength. Based on Kuang Tianjing's final attack, it was likely that no other intersect elder in the Heavenly Dragon sect would be able to cast it. Impossible! At the same time, Kuang Tianjing, who saw that Duan Lingtian was still alive, turned pale and coughed up blood. Half of his veins of heaven had been shattered, and he was now seriously injured. He no longer had the ability to chase after Duan Lingtian. Of course, even if he had the ability to chase after Duan Lingtian, he would not have the chance. Whoosh! 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 3 figures appeared around Kuang Tianjing, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. These 3 people all had one thing in common. They all had a White Dragon Elder identity token hanging from their waists. Obviously, they were all White Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan. They first looked at the severely injured Kuang Tianjing, then turned to look at the similarly injured Duan Lingtian. One of them had a look of disbelief. Just now, they only recognized Kuang Tianjing, but did not recognize who Kuang Tianjing was attacking. Now, looking at Duan Lingtian, one of them recognized Duan Lingtian. This is Duan Lingtian! After the White Dragon Elder recognized Duan Lingtian, he transmitted his voice to the other 2 White Dragon Elders. When the 2 of them heard that the young man in purple was Duan Lingtian, they were stunned. Duan Lingtian? In their impression, although Duan Lingtian was the most powerful divine king in the Tianlong clan, a divine king was only a divine king. No matter how powerful he was, he could only be comparable to a lower divine emperor. Just now, Kuang Tianjing's last attack was so powerful that even the lower divine emperors of the Tianlong clan might not be able to take it head-on. Unless it was a lower divine emperor who could fight against an enemy of a higher level, very few lower divine emperors could escape unscathed from that attack. But now, Duan Lingtian had retreated. Although he was obviously injured, he still managed to escape unscathed. Whoosh! A strong wind swept past and a white-haired old man in a sky-blue robe appeared. As soon as the old man appeared, the 3 White Dragon Elders who had arrived first bowed to him. Elder Huang. The identity token hanging on the old man's waist was the Black Dragon Elder's token. He was the Black Dragon Elder who was in charge of patrolling the Wandering Dragon Mountain Range and the other mountain range nearby. As for the 3 white dragon elders, they were his assistants. Capture the 2 of them and bring them to the law enforcement hall. After the white-haired old man appeared, he glanced coldly at Kuang Tianjing and then at Duan Lingtian. Then, he spoke to the 3 white dragon elders in a businesslike manner. Yes. The 3 white dragon elders responded. Then 2 of them walked toward Kuang Tianjing and the last one walked toward Duan Lingtian. The white dragon elder who walked toward Duan Lingtian was also the white dragon elder who had recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I was there when you publicly refined the extreme king-level divine pill. The white dragon elder spoke to Duan Lingtian in a very polite tone. He was also a divine alchemist. When Duan Lingtian publicly refined pills, he was there too. However, because there were 2 other black dragon elders present, not many people noticed him even though he was the white dragon elder. How should I address you, elder? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile after consuming a divine healing pill. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the black dragon elder who had left in the distance. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. It was one thing for the 3 white dragon elders to arrive later, but he, a black dragon elder, actually arrived later than the 3 white dragon elders? Duan Lingtian did not believe that it was a coincidence. He was more willing to believe that it was Kuang Tianjing's arrangement. Or rather, it was the arrangement of the person behind Kuang Tianjing. As for the person who could arrange for a black dragon elder to be sent here, it went without saying who was behind Kuang Tianjing. It could only be the deputy sect leader, Shuemingji. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that even if he thought so, without evidence, he could not do anything to the other party. Moreover, the other party might even accuse him of slander. This time, I'm afraid I can only deal with Kuang Tianjing. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, this was also what he thought. He felt that it was unrealistic to be able to deal with Kuang Tianjing and the deputy sect leader, Shuemingji. Kuang Tianjing was only an inner sect elder. It was fine if he could deal with him, but as the deputy sect leader, Shuemingji was definitely not easy to deal with. In the Tianlong clan, the deputy sect leader's position was even higher than the black dragon elder, who was above the white dragon elder. My name is Yuluo. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, how did you offend Kuang Tianjing? He actually risked his life to kill you in the sect. This is an act of eternal damnation. No matter whether he succeeded or not, he will die without a doubt. Yuluo was obviously puzzled. Elder Kuang Tianjing has always suspected that I was the one who killed his disciples before entering the sect. Duan Lingtian replied. I know that he hates me, but I didn't expect that he would attack me in the sect, even at the cost of his life. Elder Kuang Tianjing. As the 3 white dragon elders led him to the law enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian looked at Kuang Tianjing and smiled faintly. Is it worth it to risk your life for a dead person? Chapter 3873. Kuang Tianjing knew that he had failed when he failed to kill Duan Lingtian after activating his forbidden bloodline for the 3rd time against Duan Lingtian. He had failed to kill Duan Lingtian, but he still had to pay with his own life. He was indignant and resentful, but there was nothing he could do. Was it worth it? Kuang Tianjing's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, he did not dare to say if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge the death of his youngest disciple, Chu Han, or if he was worried Duan Lingtian would seek revenge in the future when he grew stronger. Perhaps, it was more likely the latter. After all, he had regretted attacking Duan Lingtian and the Linghu family's guardian formation even though he knew that the Linghu family's guardian formation was extraordinary. At that time, not only did he fail to injure Duan Lingtian, but he also became Duan Lingtian's sworn enemy. Elder Kuang Tianjing. Duan Lingtian looked at Kuang Tianjing mockingly when he saw that Kuang Tianjing was ignoring him. At the same time, he said telepathically, I'll tell you the truth, your disciple, Chu Han, was indeed killed by me. Kuang Tianjing only glanced at Duan Lingtian when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His heart was as still as water, so he was not affected by Duan Lingtian's words. This was because although he did not dare to confirm that his disciple, Chu Han, had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, he had always assumed that Duan Lingtian had killed Chu Han. Therefore, he was not angry or shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's admission. Duan Lingtian continued, "You probably don't know how I became enemies with him, right?" At this moment, Kuang Tianjing's gaze finally changed. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian said bluntly, "Actually, there is no enmity between us. Even at the moment he died by my hands, there was no enmity between us. At that time, he and I found a fortuitous encounter at the same time. However, it was destined that only one of us would obtain that fortuitous encounter. I wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill me. However, I was lucky enough to be more skilled than him. Therefore, the one who died was him, not me." It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see the sharp glint in Kuang Tianjing's eyes. However, he ignored Kuang Tianjing's words and continued to say, "It's because of the fortuitous encounter I obtained from Chu Han that I was able to break through and become a primitive divine emperor not long after I became a prominent divine king. Otherwise, even though I quickly broke through to high-level godly king and consumed the Emperor Ascension divine pill, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the godly emperor stage without at least a few decades." Elder Kuang Tianjing. Speaking of which, I have to thank Chu Han. If it wasn't for his skills, I wouldn't have obtained that fortuitous encounter. If I didn't obtain that fortuitous encounter, I would have definitely died because of you. What a pity, what a pity. At the end of Duan Lingtian's words, Kuang Tianjing, who had lost all hope, glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted through voice transmission, "Duan Lingtian, even if I, Kuang Tianjing, lose this time, you won't be able to live for long. It won't be long before you come to accompany Chu Han and me." In his state of despair, Kuang Tianjing was still infuriated. It could be seen that Duan Lingtian's words had greatly stimulated him. "I'm afraid you won't have the chance to wait," Duan Lingtian said disdainfully. At this time, Kuang Tianjing, who had been angry for a while, seemed to realize that he could no longer do anything to Duan Lingtian. He did not continue to pester Duan Lingtian. Instead, he transmitted what he had just learned from Duan Lingtian to Deputy Sect Leader Shuemingji. He and Chu Han came across a fortuitous encounter. He killed Chu Han and obtained the fortuitous encounter. That's why he could break through to the godly emperor stage in such a short time. Just now, after learning that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the godly emperor stage, Shuemingji knew that Kuang Tianjing was likely to fail. In the end, it was just as he had expected. However, after learning that Kuang Tianjing had used the taboo bloodline power, he did not blame Kuang Tianjing because he knew that Kuang Tianjing had done his best. Under such circumstances, not many lower godly emperors could have withstood that attack. However, Duan Lingtian had withstood it. This also meant that although Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the godly emperor stage, he was not an ordinary lower godly emperor. Even if his strength was not as strong as a middle godly emperor, he was comparable to a middle godly emperor. I thought he could refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill. It's good that he isn't. Shuemingji heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill. Once the news that Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill spread out, he was afraid that the leaders of the top 3 god emperors in Tongling province would personally come to invite Duan Lingtian. Even the more powerful forces outside of Tongling province might also come to invite Duan Lingtian if they received the news. At that time, as long as Duan Lingtian said a word, even if he was the deputy clan leader of the Tianlong clan, he would die without a doubt. If Duan Lingtian knew what Shuemingji was thinking now, although he was not surprised, he would still snort disdainfully. Refining a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill would naturally allow him to make a name for himself. However, at the same time, it would also bring him great calamity. Now, he was just a puny godly emperor with heaven-defying alchemy skills. It would be fine if everyone treated him with respect, but he was afraid that some experts would want to imprison him, treat him as a slave, and force him to concoct pills. In the realms of gods, there was no lack of pill slaves with profound alchemy skills who were enslaved by others. These pill slaves were usually people whose cultivation base could not keep up with their alchemy skills. Since Duan Lingtian did not want to become a pill slave, he had also revealed to Kuang Tianjing that he had only broken through to the Divine Emperor stage in such a short time because he had competed with Chu Han for a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, people would suspect that he could refine the ultimate Emperor-grade divine pill. Lord Vice Sect Leader, Kuang Tianjing said solemnly through voice transmission, I don't have much time left in the enforcement hall. I have a few words that I hope you'll take seriously, Lord Vice Sect Leader. Speak, Xue Mingji said patiently. As the saying went, a man's words are kind when he's about to die. He wanted to know what Kuang Tianjing wanted to say to him before he died. At the same time, Kuang Tianjing continued to say, although Duan Lingtian is young, he's extremely shrewd. Even an ordinary 10,000-year-old man might not be able to compare to him in this aspect. Previously, when I tricked Ding Yan to lure him out, he only sent his clone out. After his clone was destroyed, he decisively went to Shui Haichuan's place to seek refuge. It's as though he has a keen sense of danger. If it's just intuition, it's fine. After all, intuition can't always be so accurate. However, I don't think it's his intuition. It's more of a guess. Although you tried to lure Shui Haichuan away, he didn't follow Shui Haichuan into the Emperor Battle Realm. However, he left a way out for himself and went to revered Elder Si Kong's place so we couldn't do anything to him. This time, he swaggered out alone, and when he saw me appear to kill him, he didn't show the slightest bit of surprise or panic. I suspect that he guessed that I would attack him. Perhaps he came out this time to bait me into making a move. Kuang Tianjing's tone turned grim as he said, I heard he came from a Devata realm. Based on his actions, he doesn't seem like a disciple from a sect or clan with a strong background. He seems like a person without a strong background. Well, I don't mean anything by that. I just want to remind you, Lord Vice Sect Leader, it's best not to make a move on him unless you're confident. Otherwise, you might go for wool and come home shorn. This time, I am a living example. After Kuang Tianjing finished speaking, he did not say anything else. On the other hand, Xue Mingji fell silent. Since he was able to become the vice sect leader of the Tianlong clan, although he was not much smarter than Kuang Tianjing, he was definitely not inferior. After listening to Kuang Tianjing's words, Xue Mingji even thought of becoming friends with Duan Lingtian. However, after thinking about it, he dismissed the thought. Right now, it seemed like there was no turning back. Although Kuang Tianjing was the one who had attacked today, he did not show up at all. However, with Duan Lingtian's intelligence, it was not difficult for him to guess Elder Black Dragon must have done something when he saw Elder Black Dragon, who was in charge of guarding the area, did not show up for a long time. He has just broken through to become a divine emperor, and he already has such strength. If I give him more time, perhaps even I won't be able to do anything to him. Even if I give him more time, I'll be left behind. Kuang Tianjing advised me not to act rashly, but if I don't act rashly for 1 day, or 2 days, when will I be able to get rid of him? Sometimes, it's not a matter of acting rashly, but a matter of not being able to act rashly. I have to find a chance to kill him in the shortest time possible. When Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianjing were brought to the Tianlong clan's law enforcement hall, Xue Mingji also sent out a message. This message was not sent to anyone in the Tianlong temple, but to a good friend he had made outside the Tianlong temple. I need 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice. Help me think of a way. This was the first message Xue Mingji sent out. Then, Xue Mingji sent out a second message. No matter the price, as long as I, Xue Mingji, can afford it, I'll take it. In the law enforcement hall. After Duan Lingtian and Xue Mingji were brought to the law enforcement hall, the people in the law enforcement hall began to review the mirror image formation in the Tianlong clan's Great Protective Formation. Then, they sent the message to a vice hall master, an elder black dragon, who was not in the law enforcement hall for the time being. As for the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, He was one of the Golden Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. Recently, he was on duty in Tianlong's city in the Emperor War realm and was not present. Clan Master. After the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall confirmed the ins and outs of the matter, he immediately sent a message to the Clan Master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Chapter 3874. Normally, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, as the elder of the Black Dragon clan, could decide how to deal with an inner sect elder. However, the inner sect elder wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, and everyone knew that Duan Lingtian was the strongest person in the Tianlong clan below the Divine Emperor realm. He was a young prodigy that even the clan master thought highly of. Therefore, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall reported this matter to the clan master of the Tianlong clan. An inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, tried to kill Duan Lingtian? Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, had a grim expression when he heard the news. Everyone in the Tianlong clan knew that he, Long Qingchong, had specially rewarded Duan Lingtian for his performance on the battlefield of the God Kings in the War of the Sovereigns. Duan Lingtian had brought glory to the Tianlong clan on the battlefield of the God Kings in the War of the Sovereigns. But now, someone was trying to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong temple? Clan Master, according to the Enforcement Hall's rules, this matter will be considered over once Kuang Tianjing is executed. The Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall paused and waited for Long Qingchong's response. Humph! Long Qingchong snorted. After you execute Kuang Tianjing, execute all of Kuang Tianjing's disciples except for his second disciple, Zhong Ken. Also, execute all of Kuang Tianjing's family members who are related to Kuang Tianjing by blood and are in the Tianlong clan. Long Qingchong's words were as if he wanted to exterminate Kuang Tianjing's entire family. Except for Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Ken. The Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall naturally knew the reason. It was because Zhong Ken had a good father-in-law, the Tianlong clan's Vice Clan Master, Shuaimingji. Sect leader, what's the reason? After hearing Long Qingchong's words, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall asked as he inwardly gasped. Do you need me to teach you this? Long Qingchong asked. I understand. The Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall felt a chill in his heart as he quickly responded. After a while, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall personally appeared in front of Kuang Tianjing. He stared coldly at Kuang Tianjing. Then, he spoke in a clear voice. Kuang Tianjing, you have ambushed and killed inner sect disciple Duan Lingtian within the sect grounds. You have disregarded the rules of the sect as nothing, a capital offense. As soon as he spoke, even though Kuang Tianjing was prepared, his face still sank. Then, the vice leader of the Law Enforcement Hall continued. Kuang Tianjing's disciples, except for the second disciple, Zhong Ken, were all involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. All of them will be executed. Law Enforcement Team 1, go and arrest them immediately. The moment these words were spoken, numerous voices in unison reverberated within the Law Enforcement Hall. Squad 1 receives the order. Then powerful auras flew out of the Law Enforcement Hall one after another. Kuang Tianjing's expression changed drastically. Vice Hall Master Qin, this has nothing to do with them. This has nothing to do with them. Before Kuang Tianjing could finish speaking, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall mercilessly interrupted him again. Within the sect, anyone who is related to Kuang Tianjing by blood, which is Kuang Tianjing's family, was involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. All of them will be executed. Hearing this, Kuang Tianjing's expression changed drastically again. Qin dash. Kuang Tianjing's voice was interrupted again. Team 2 will be responsible for this matter. Yes, Team 2. More auras rose and left the Law Enforcement Hall. No! Kuang Tianjing let out a roar. He stared at the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall with an unwilling expression. Then, he knelt down in front of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Vice Hall Master Qin, they knew nothing about the killing of Duan Lingtian. However, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall only responded to Kuang Tianjing with a casual slap. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge solid palm print fell like a mountain. Quan Tianjing was immediately killed. The miserable screams that had been echoing in the law enforcement hall suddenly stopped. In the law enforcement hall, not only were some of the elders and disciples on duty silent, but even the 3 white dragon elders who had sent Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianjing here were also dumbfounded at this moment. No one had expected that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Kuang Tianjing today. Not only was Kuang Tianjing executed, but Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples were almost completely wiped out. Except for Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Ken. For the sake of Duan Lingtian, the sect actually. Everyone's gaze when they looked at Duan Lingtian changed drastically. Initially, they were indifferent, but now they were filled with dread. If it was said that Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples were involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian, they would definitely not believe it, because that would be meaningless. But now, since the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall had spoken, even if there was no such thing, this matter was already set in stone. Even if the person behind this order was not the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, it was definitely the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Although Duan Lingtian is an inner sect disciple, his status in the sect is so high that I'm afraid no Azure Dragon disciple can compare to him. At this moment, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian was actually a little stunned. He had originally thought that the Law Enforcement Hall would only execute Kuang Tianjing. He had not expected that even Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples would be executed. Except for Zhong Ken. As for why Zhong Ken could survive, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that it must be because he now had another identity, the son-in-law of Deputy Clan Leader Shui Mingji. Why would the Law Enforcement Hall issue such an order? I don't seem to know this Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, right? Could it be that he's on good terms with Brother Haichuan and Brother Yanian, so he's taking care of me? But that's not very likely, is it? Just as Duan Lingtian was still guessing, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion dressed in a long gray robe, was already looking at him with an amiable expression. Duan Lingtian, are you satisfied with the sect's handling of this matter? Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze and hurriedly nodded. Yes. Thank you for upholding justice for me, Hall Master. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. Starting from the mundane plane, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that it was necessary to eliminate the root of the problem, but he did not expect to be able to do so now. He did not expect the Law Enforcement Hall to help him with this matter. This is the clan leader's intention. The Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall did not take credit for himself. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to tell him the inside story. Duan Lingtian, the clan leader thinks very highly of you. When he learned that you were ambushed, he almost personally executed Kuang Tianjing. The clan leader? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. He did not think too much about it earlier. Now that he thought about it, even if the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall in front of him was an elder of the Black Dragon clan, it seemed that he could not easily give such an order. Moreover, he might not even dare to give such an order. The current Kuang Tianjing was not only a member of the Myriad Demon sect, and he did not only have 2 elders of the White Dragon clan as his backers. Behind Kuang Tianjing was a deputy clan leader, Shui Mingji. Hall Master. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall in front of him. I would like to see the clan leader to thank him back then. Is it convenient? I'll ask the clan leader for you. The Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall quickly contacted the clan leader of the Tianlong clan and asked for his opinion. Soon, he received a response. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, I just asked the clan leader. The clan leader said that he will see you when you enter the Emperor battle plane and kill an elder of the Greater One sect. At that time, he will give you a big gift. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. The clan leader really thinks highly of me. The trip to the Emperor battle plane in the past allowed him to learn a lot about the Greater One sect, including the division of the Greater One sect's elders, In the Greater One sect, the elders were also divided into outer elders and inner elders, which was the same as the Tianlong clan. The supreme elders of the Greater One sect had a status equal to the Golden Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Between the supreme elders and the inner elders of the Greater One sect, there were two types of elders, namely the Profound Sky elder and the Dark Earth elder. The Profound Sky elder corresponded to the Black Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. The Dark Earth elder corresponded to the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. In other words, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan meant to let Duan Lingtian kill an elder of the Greater One sect whose strength was equal to the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Hall Master, so far, the Emperor Battle Plane has been open for 6 or 7 years. How many Dark Earth elders have died in the Greater One sect? Duan Lingtian asked the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. 1. The latter sighed. Just a month ago, he was killed by Elder Shui Haichuan. This news hasn't spread yet. 2 White Dragon elders of our Tianlong clan have died so far. Hearing the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, but at the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, the elder of the Greater One sect was not so easy to kill. In the Emperor Battle Plane, higher divine emperors were not allowed to enter. In this case, the elder of the Greater One sect and the White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan were equivalent to the strongest battle force in the Emperor Battle Plane. Existences of this level were not so easy to die. And as far as he knew, the reason why 2 White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan had died was because the 2 White Dragon elders were careless and fell into the trap of the elder of the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian, since the clan leader has set such a request for you, it shows that he thinks highly of you. Although the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall also felt that the clan leader's request for Duan Lingtian was not realistic, but he also knew that at this time, he could not attack Duan Lingtian's confidence. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Did the clan leader really think that the Emperor Battle Plane's Emperor Battle Plane was the same as the God King Battle Plane's Emperor Battle Plane? Duan Lingtian was able to run amok in the God King Battle Plane because he had more advantages than the other God Kings, whether it was in terms of the profoundness of laws or other means. And in the God King Battle Plane, not counting the lower divine emperors, among the middle divine emperors, how many divine emperors had comprehended the profoundness of laws that were inferior to his? Coupled with the difference in cultivation base, even if it was just an ordinary middle divine emperor, he could not deal with him now. Unless he used some trump cards, he might be able to fight to a draw, or even defeat or kill the other party, and some means, once exposed, would bring disaster to him unless they left no traces. Chapter 3875. However, as far as I'm concerned, it's much easier for me to reach the immortal Emperor realm than most of the others. The cultivation of the Divine Emperor realm was more than 10 times harder than the cultivation of the Divine King realm. However, Duan Lingtian did not spend much time in the Divine King realm. If he could only stay in the Divine Emperor realm for 100 years, Duan Lingtian felt that he was very lucky. This was after he had taken into account the various things he had obtained from the divine treasury left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. Most of the things in the divine treasury left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu were only useful to divine emperors. In the past, Duan Lingtian had no use for them, but now they could be used. Among them, there was no lack of cultivation aids. He had originally planned to meet the clan master of the Tianlong clan to thank him in person. After all, the clan master had taken great care of him by eliminating the Quan Tianjing branch for him. However, since the clan master had no intention of meeting him for the time being, Duan Lingtian did not insist. Although he knew that the clan master would still meet him if he insisted, he did not think it was necessary. Now, he was even interested in the big gift promised by the clan master of the Tianlong clan. Since the clan master of the Tianlong clan called it a big gift and gave it to him after he killed the elder of the Tai sect, it could not be an ordinary item. However, with my current strength, it's impossible for me to kill the elder of the Tai sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Goodbye, Hall Master. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall and left the Law Enforcement Hall. After he left, he immediately headed in the direction of the entrance of the Emperor Battle Dimension. When Duan Lingtian left, the 3 White Dragon Elders who had sent him here and the others in the Law Enforcement Hall all looked at him respectfully. In their eyes there was a hint of fear. They knew that from now on, no one in the Tianlong clan would dare to treat the person in front of them as an ordinary inner sect disciple. What a joke! How could an ordinary inner sect disciple get the Tianlong clan's Law Enforcement Hall to stand up for him? Although I can't kill the Greater One Sect's elder for the time being, I still have to go to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Just because I can't kill the elder doesn't mean I can't kill the other God Kings of the Tai sect. After all, the elder of the Tai sect represents the strongest force on the battlefield of God Kings. This time, I'll try my best to accumulate as many battle merits as possible, and exchange them for some of the things that caught my eye previously. It would be best if I could gather enough battle merits to exchange for the things I want. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor Battle Plane. This was his second time entering the Emperor Battle Plane. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor Battle Plane, news of the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing ambushing him spread like wildfire throughout the Tianlong clan. For a time, the entire Tianlong clan was shaken. Inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing ambushed Duan Lingtian halfway? Do they have such a deep grudge? Kuang Tianjing, as an inner sect elder, actually dared to attack him in the sect. As far as I know, the death of Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han, seems to have something to do with Duan Lingtian. I heard this from a friend of mine in the Myriad Demon sect. Everyone was shocked that Kuang Tianjing had tried to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong temple. However, this was not what shocked them the most. Instead, they were shocked that Kuang Tianjing had tried to kill Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian had not been killed. Elder Kuang Tianjing is an inner sect elder, and he's one of the stronger inner sect elders. How can someone like him not kill a godly king? Even if Duan Lingtian is said to be invincible among those below the godly emperor level in the Tianlong clan, shouldn't he be able to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike if he ambushed him? Could Elder Kuang Tianjing have been careless? While many people were puzzled by this, a piece of shocking news reached their ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian has broken through to become a lesser godly emperor. At the critical moment, Kuang Tianjing even activated the power of his taboo bloodline and displayed the strength that could kill most lesser godly emperors. But he still failed to kill Duan Lingtian. After this news spread, the Tianlong clan was in an uproar again. Just when everyone thought that this news was already very shocking, another piece of shocking news came. Kuang Tianjing tried to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong temple. Kuang Tianjing has been sentenced to death and executed on the spot by the Law Enforcement Hall. At the same time, the Law Enforcement Hall has ordered the arrest of Kuang Tianjing's family members and disciples. Except for his second disciple, Zhongken, no one was spared. Tomorrow, the Law Enforcement Hall will execute all of Kuang Tianjing's family members and disciples who were arrested. When this news spread, the Tianlong clan was shocked and in an uproar. When Kuang Tianjing tried to kill Duan Lingtian, even his family members and disciples were implicated. If Zhongken, Elder Kuang Tianjing's disciple, did not become the son-in-law of Deputy Sect Leader Shui, I'm afraid he will not be spared this time, right? Oh my God! This time, the Law Enforcement Hall is really going to kill all of Kuang Tianjing's family members. The Law Enforcement Hall will not act rashly. Perhaps the other members of Kuang Tianjing's family were really involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. Because of the Law Enforcement Hall's authority, most people in the Tianlong clan believed that the Law Enforcement Hall was telling the truth. Otherwise, they could not imagine that the Law Enforcement Hall would do such a thing for an inner sect disciple. However, for those who were in the know, they knew that the Law Enforcement Hall was helping Duan Lingtian to get rid of him. For the Law Enforcement Hall to do such a thing, it was either the Law Enforcement Hall Master, who was the Golden Dragon Elder, personally gave the order, or the sect leader himself gave the order. No matter which of the two gave the order, Kuang Tianjing's family members were doomed to die. Tianlong Temple. In a secluded valley somewhere. Thump! Accompanied by a soft sound, a young man suddenly knelt in front of a middle-aged man with a mournful expression. A beautiful figure stood beside the young man. Surprisingly, it was a beautiful young woman. At this moment, she was looking at the middle-aged man before her and said coquettishly, "Father, please help Zhongken and save the lives of his fellow disciples and his master's family." The young man kneeling on the ground was Zhongken. This woman was Zhongken's wife, the only daughter of the Tianlong clan's deputy sect leader, Xue Mingji. As for the middle-aged man's identity, it was obvious that he was Xue Mingji. Bang! 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 Xue Mingji sat in front of the stone table. A hint of helplessness flashed across his dignified face. At the same time, his fingers, which had been constantly tapping on the stone table, gradually slowed down. Finally, he stopped tapping. For a moment, the valley was silent. "Before your master made his move, I promised him that after he died, I would protect his family and disciples." Xue Mingji looked at the kneeling Zhongken and said in a low voice. The moment Zhongken's eyes lit up, Xue Mingji continued, "However, this time, I really have no other choice." Zhongken's expression changed drastically. The woman beside Zhongken also frowned slightly. At this moment, Xue Mingji continued to look at Zhongken and said, "I can't save them. I've asked around. The extermination of your master, Kuang Tianjing's family, was personally ordered by the sect leader. Now you should understand my helplessness, right?" As soon as Zhongken's words came out, his daughter's expression changed. Zhongken's expression froze, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "The sect leader personally gave the order? How is this possible? At first, I also thought it was impossible." Xue Mingji shook his head and said, "However, I later confirmed that it was indeed true. Perhaps it's because of Duan Lingtian's ability in the divine pill Dao that the sect leader values. Or perhaps it's because of Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability. For the sect leader, such a peerless prodigy should be on good terms with him, regardless of whether he stays in the Tianlong clan in the future. This would only be beneficial to the sect leader. Do you understand what I'm saying?" At this point, Xue Mingji looked deeply at Zhongken. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Mingji added, "If you, Zhongken, hadn't become my son-in-law, you wouldn't have survived this time." "I understand." After listening to Xue Mingji's words, Zhongken was silent for a moment before he nodded. Then, he stood up, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Father-in-law, what do you plan to do next?" Zhongken knew in his heart that his father-in-law was not someone to be trifled with. He would definitely not let this matter rest, unless he could reach a compromise with Duan Lingtian. However, from what he knew, there was almost no room for reconciliation between his father-in-law and Duan Lingtian. "Father, you can't just let this matter rest like this." At this time, the girl beside Zhongken said in a low voice, "This matter is tantamount to the enmity of killing Zhongken's father. You must avenge him." Xue Mingji glanced at the girl and sighed faintly. "Girl, don't get involved in this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Mingji looked at Zhongken and said indifferently, "I have my own plans for what to do next. You won't be able to help, so I won't tell you about it for now. Just go back and wait for news. Perhaps one day when you wake up from your cultivation, you'll hear the news of Duan Lingtian's death." When they heard Xue Mingji's words, Zhongken and his wife's eyes lit up. "Thank you, father-in-law." Zhongken knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express his gratitude. At this time, the girl beside him looked at Xue Mingji with a bright smile. "Thank you, father. You may leave." Xue Mingji waved his hand and sent them off. After receiving his reply, Zhongken did not continue to stay. In the blink of an eye, he left Xue Mingji's cultivation place with his wife. Chapter 3876. When Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor battle plane, he was recognized, but that was all. At this time, the news of the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing ambushing him began to spread. It would probably take some time for someone to bring in the news. This time, Duan Lingtian made his way to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. The disciples of the Tianlong clan, who thought Duan Lingtian was only here to take a look, were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian walking in the direction of the battlefield. What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lingtian banned from entering? Yes. Our Tianlong clan has reached an agreement with the Greater One sect. Their Greater One sect's Duan Lingtian is banned from entering. Correspondingly, our Tianlong clan's Duan Lingtian can't enter either. Is Duan Lingtian trying to break the agreement between our Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect? You must know that the sect master has compensated him for this matter. That shouldn't be the case, right? If Duan Lingtian had come to Sky Dragon City and just strolled around or went to Peace City, not many people would have paid attention to him. But now, Duan Lingtian was walking in the direction of the three major battlefields, and there was nothing to see there. This caused quite a commotion for a while. As a result, some people followed behind Duan Lingtian out of curiosity. Although Duan Lingtian noticed that some people were following him, he didn't care. He also heard the words of those people behind him and couldn't help but smile faintly. The battlefield of God Kings? He didn't intend to go back to that broken place after he came out last time. The rewards were too low. Killing a Greater One sect's God King only gave him 25 battle merits. In the battlefield of the Deity Emperors, even killing the weakest lower Deity Emperor would give 200 battle merits. If one could kill a medium Deity Emperor, they would get 2,000 battle merits. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer the hothead of the past. Back then, when he went to the battlefield of the Divine Kings, he still had to ask for directions. Later on, he saw the landmark stone tablets that led to the three battlefields. At a fork in the road in Sky Dragon City, there was a stone tablet erected on each of the three roads. On top of them were the engravings of the God King battlefield, the God Sovereign battlefield, and the Quasi-Emperor battlefield. In the past, Duan Lingtian had gone to the battlefield of the God Kings. But now, Duan Lingtian had gone to the battlefield of the God Kings. This scene was naturally witnessed by the group of people who followed Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, are you preparing to enter the battlefield of the God Kings? Battlefield of Divine Emperors? Only Divine Emperors and above can enter that place. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has already broken through and become a Divine Emperor? Impossible! As far as I know, Duan Lingtian broke through to the Upper Deity King less than 10 years ago. Do you think he can break through and become a Divine Emperor in such a short time? Then what is he going to do? I don't know. Maybe he's just curious and wants to see what the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings looks like. Driven by curiosity, the crowd continued to follow Duan Lingtian. No one thought that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a Divine Emperor. Just like when Duan Lingtian had left the cultivation ground of the Tianlong clan's Si Kong Yi and headed to the entrance of the Emperor Battle Dimension, Vice Clan Masters Xuemingji and Inner Sect Elder Kuang Tianjing did not think that he had broken through and become a Divine Emperor. At this moment, even the Heavenly Dragon Sect's disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to become a Divine Emperor. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings. The entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings looked no different from the entrance to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. However, there were fewer people here and fewer soul beads were publicly displayed. This was because there were far fewer Divine Emperors in the Tianlong clan than Divine Emperors. Seeing that someone had come, the elders of the Tianlong clan who were on duty at the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings were also attracted. Now 2 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan were on duty here. So many people? Soon, they saw a group of people following behind, many of whom were disciples of the younger generation. What are they doing here? Both of them frowned slightly. Elders, I'm going to the battlefield of the God Kings. Under the horrified gaze of the people behind, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and greeted the 2 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan on duty. Then, he went to the side and activated the formation for obtaining an ID badge before entering the battlefield of the God Kings. After his cultivation was confirmed, he successfully obtained his ID badge. This would also be his ID badge in the battlefield of the God Kings. He was a disciple of the Tianlong clan. Whoosh! Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian disappeared in front of them in a flash and appeared at the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings. Then, his figure disappeared. Hey! You didn't leave any soul beads! Although one of the inner sect elders spoke in time, Duan Lingtian was faster. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared at the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings. At the same time. Gulp! Hiss! The group of people who followed behind Duan Lingtian either gulped down a mouthful of saliva or gasped. At this moment, all of them had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. My God! Duan Lingtian actually obtained our Heavenly Dragon Sect's Divine Imperial Disciple's identity badge and entered the godly Imperial battlefield. Only a Divine Emperor can get the ID badge of the Divine Emperor's disciple, right? He broke through to the Divine Emperor realm? The shocked discussions of the crowd entered the ears of the two inner sect elders on duty, causing them to be petrified for a moment. The purple-robed young man who just entered the battlefield of the God Kings was actually Duan Lingtian. They had never seen Duan Lingtian, so it was impossible for them to recognize him. In addition, they did not know all the disciples of the Tianlong clan, so they were not surprised to see a strange face. But now, they were shocked to know that the man was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, even if they had not seen him, they had heard of him. Duan Lingtian was the recently rising heaven's pride of the Tianlong clan, known as the strongest person in the Tianlong clan below the Divine Emperor. A few years ago, he killed hundreds of disciples of the Greater One sect on the battlefield of the Divine Kings by himself, which made the Patriarch of the Greater One sect personally come to the Tianlong clan and set a ban to prevent Duan Lingtian from entering the battlefield of the Divine Kings. At that time, they knew that Duan Lingtian was a monstrous genius comparable to the peerless heaven's pride of the Greater One sect, Shimin Longxiang. In addition, they also knew that Duan Lingtian had stepped into the high-level Divine King realm a few years ago. Now, after witnessing Duan Lingtian get the ID badge of the Divine Emperor's disciple and successfully enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings, they subconsciously swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and felt their throats dry. In less than 10 years, Duan Lingtian had broken through from a mid-level Divine King to a low-level Divine Emperor? Even Shimin Longxiang of the Greater One sect may not have broken through by now, right? At the same time, those who came with Duan Lingtian and recovered from their shock quickly spread the news. At the same time, disciples of the Tianlong clan also came in and told the Tianlong clan's disciples in the Emperor battle plain about what had happened between Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianjing. For a time, the entire Sky Dragon city was shaken. In Peace City, many disciples of the Tianlong clan were discussing this matter, and many disciples of the Greater One sect also heard it. In a short time, the news also spread to the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian broke through and became a Divine Emperor? That Duan Lingtian who killed hundreds of our Greater One sect's disciples? That's him. That Duan Lingtian, the people of the Tianlong clan all said that he was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Shimin Longxiang. At that time, I didn't believe it. But now, Shimin Longxiang hasn't broken through, right? He shouldn't have. If he did, he would definitely enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperor. The entire Greater One sect was shaken by the news that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. And Shimin Longxiang, who had returned to the Greater One sect for many years, also received the news. Duan Lingtian broke through to the Divine Emperor realm? After receiving the news, he closed his door to cultivate and paid no attention to the outside world. I couldn't fight in the Divine King realm. Duan Lingtian, when I reach the Divine Emperor realm, I will definitely fight with you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm. Geniuses were all proud. Shimin Longxiang was no exception. In the past, Duan Lingtian had killed many people on the battlefield of the Divine King realm, forcing the Greater One sect to urgently call him back and ban him from entering the battlefield of the Divine King realm. At first, he was unwilling. Later, when he learned that Duan Lingtian could no longer enter the battlefield of the Divine King realm, he felt relieved because his only purpose in entering the battlefield of the Divine King realm was to fight with Duan Lingtian. After that, he prayed, hoping that Duan Lingtian could follow him into the Divine Emperor realm, so that they would have a chance to fight on the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm. He thought that Duan Lingtian, who had recently broken through to the Upper Divine King realm, would definitely enter the Divine Emperor realm later than him. But he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would break through first. It took less than 10 years for a Middle Divine King realm to enter the Upper Divine King realm and then the Lower Divine Emperor realm? Shimin Longxiang was greatly shocked. However, he did not give up. Instead, he wanted to break through to the Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible and enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm to fight with Duan Lingtian. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Duan Lingtian broke through to the Divine Emperor realm? The Greater One Sect Master and the other higher-ups of the Greater One Sect were shocked when they learned of Duan Lingtian's terrifying cultivation advancement. How did he cultivate? This Duan Lingtian must have obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented he is, it would be impossible for him to enter the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. That opportunity. I'm afraid it was left behind by at least a Divine Emperor expert. I think so too. Knowing that Duan Lingtian had entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm, they were not worried. He was just a Divine Emperor who had just broken through to the Lower Divine Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian's mastery of the profound laws, compared to the disciples of the Greater One Sect's Divine King realm, may be more outstanding, but compared to the disciples of the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor realm, it may not be more outstanding. In their view, after Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm, the threat to the disciples of the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor realm was at most comparable to the Inner Sect Deacon and Outer Sect Elder of the Greater One Sect. Chapter 3877. How's it going? Seeing his daughter and son-in-law leave, Xue Mingji's originally calm face instantly turned gloomy. At the same time, he sent out a message to ask about his friends outside. This friend was a good friend he had made in his early years. They had gone through life and death together. Xue Mingji trusted this friend very much. Otherwise, Xue Mingji would not have asked him for help in finding 2 intermediate God King kamikaze warriors. In the realms of gods, many forces would nurture kamikaze warriors. However, most forces would only nurture ordinary divine kamikaze warriors. As for God King kamikaze warriors, other forces would not have the resources to nurture them unless they were godly emperors. As for godly emperor kamikaze warriors, they were even rarer. If it were not for the powerful godly emperor forces, they would not have the courage to nurture them. After all, every godly emperor kamikaze warrior required a lot of resources. Among the godly emperor kamikaze warriors, the higher their cultivation base, the rarer they were. For example, although the Tianlong clan did not have any godly emperor experts, as a godly emperor force that had produced a godly emperor expert, it had a strong foundation. The Tianlong clan had nurtured some godly emperor kamikaze warriors. However, they were only low-level godly emperor kamikaze warriors, and there were very few of them. It was said that there was only one intermediate god king kamikaze warrior. This team of kamikaze warriors was in the hands of the Tianlong clan's current clan leader. This was a tradition of the Tianlong clan. I've found a way. Xue Mingji received a reply not long after he sent out the message. However, the price of 2 intermediate god king kamikaze warriors is not low. Especially since they'll die if you ask them to do it. What's the price of buying their lives? Xue Mingji asked. I've been trying to bargain with the other party, but I've almost reached my limit. However, old Xue, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your meager wealth, it'll be a huge burden for you to hire 2 intermediate god king kamikaze warriors. If they don't die, the price will be much lower. The other party asked. Is there a chance they won't die? Undying? Xue Mingji asked calmly. Do you think they won't die after killing people in Tianlong Temple? For a moment, the other party fell silent. After a short while, the other party said, Earlier you said that your target is a kid who has just broken through to become a low-level deity emperor? Yes. Xue Mingji replied. Don't underestimate him just because he just broke through to the lower divine emperor realm. His strength is comparable to a middle divine emperor's. When he recalled how Duan Lingtian had managed to escape from Kuang Tianjing's forbidden bloodline attack, Xue Mingji did not dare to underestimate him. How about 1 mid-level godly emperor death-sworn and 2 low-level godly emperor death-sworn? The other party asked. 2 low-level godly emperors? Hearing the other party's words, Xue Mingji frowned. As far as I know, the price of 2 low-level godly emperor death-sworn is not much different from the price of 1 mid-level godly emperor death-sworn, right? In terms of difficulty, cultivating 2 low-level godly emperors was not much easier than cultivating 1 mid-level godly emperor. It's much worse. The other party laughed. Do you think that the death-sworn I find are like the death-sworn cultivated by a god-level force like the Tianlong clan, relying on cultivation resources? The path I find leads directly to a godly venerable expert who is good at soul secret techniques. The death-sworn I find are also godly venerable experts who are good at soul secret techniques. They erase the memories in their 3 spiritual and 6 physical souls and inject the memories of the other death-sworn. Have you heard of the soul-shifting death-sworn? At this point, the person who sent the message to Xue Mingji was obviously proud. Soul-shifting death-sworn? Xue Mingji sucked in a breath of cold air. You actually have such a path? If it weren't for the soul-shifting death-sworn, and it's not that I look down on you, you may not be able to afford the cost of 2 mid-level godly emperor death-sworn. On the other side, the person who sent the message to Xue Mingji spoke very casually, without the slightest trace of politeness. A mid-level godly emperor death-sworn who is not weaker than an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, plus 2 low-level godly emperor death-sworn. It should be enough to kill the person you want to kill, right? Hearing the other party's words, Xue Mingji was silent for a moment before he said, 2 low-level godly emperor death-sworn. At least one of them is good at the law of space and can disturb the space. The person I want to kill is good at the law of space. In Xue Mingji's opinion, a large part of the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Kuang Tianjing's hands last time was because Duan Lingtian had teleported in time. Also, Kuang Tianjing did not immediately activate the power of his forbidden bloodline. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to escape death. Let me ask. The other party sent the message. However, just as the other party's voice fell, Xue Mingji said again. Forget it, 2 mid-level godly emperor death-sworn. I don't want low-level godly emperor death-sworn. I'm still not at ease. Whatever the price is, it will be. In the next few days I will ask my trusted disciples to send the things to you. If the divine stones and divine crystals are not enough, we will replace them with other things that are more easily circulated. This should not be a problem, right? In response to Xue Mingji's inquiry, the other party replied in a clear voice. This is naturally not a problem. All right, since you have decided, I will ask for 2 mid-level godly emperor death-sworn from him. When they arrive, what are your plans? Let them join the Tianlong clan and then wait for an opportunity to strike. The Emperor Battle Plain. The battlefield of godly emperors. In the sky above a boundless plain, a purple figure flitted past like a purple lightning bolt. Although the battlefield of godly emperors is about the same size as the battlefield of godly kings, there are much more people here. I am not slow, but it has been 2 months and I have not met a single person. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he first entered the battlefield of godly emperors, he was treading on thin ice and was extremely cautious. However, in the next few days, he did not even meet a single person. Now 2 months had passed, and he had even forgotten that there were godly emperors who could threaten him in this battlefield. He swaggered around as if he was fearless. There are so few people in such a big battlefield. There should be very few godly emperors who have the patience to travel together, right? Duan Lingtian thought. It's really boring. Moreover, I can't cultivate here, nor can I comprehend the profound meaning of laws. At the same time, because there is no spiritual qi, there is no way to refine divine pills. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If possible, he really wanted to wait for the greater one-sex godly emperors to come. Let's continue to look. Duan Lingtian felt that before he found the Greater One Sect's godly emperors, he would most likely collapse. In the battlefield of godly kings, although he often did not see anyone from the Greater One Sect for a long time, at least he could meet people from the same sect, so it was not too lonely. But this time, in the 2 months since he entered the battlefield of godly emperors, Duan Lingtian did not even see a shadow of a person. Now, he did not even have the extravagant hope of meeting someone from the Greater One Sect. As long as he could meet 1 or 2 people from the Tianlong clan, he would be very moved. 2 hours later. Perhaps the heavens heard the pleading in Duan Lingtian's heart, when he passed through the endless plains, through the towering mountains, and into the ice field. He heard the sound of fighting. Boom! Rumble! A violent sound came from the distance, followed by the sound of a large piece of glacier shattering. It was extremely crisp and ear-piercing. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up at this moment. It was as though he was a hungry wolf that had finally found prey after being starved for many days. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he headed in the direction of the sound. Of course, although he was anxious, he was very calm. He did not approach with great fanfare, but carefully crept over. Soon, he came to the side of a glacier, barely hiding his figure, and watched the confrontation in the sky above the ice field in the distance. It was a middle-aged man and a young man. The two of them were fighting, and fiery red power and azure power intertwined. The impact of the law of fire and the law of water caused the void to tremble, and the aftermath of the power slammed into the ice field, causing countless ferocious cracks to appear on the ice field. There were also many places where ice holes appeared, and one could see the water inside. It was unknown whether it was lake water or sea water. Fan Yiming, although your progress is fast, you are still far from being able to kill me. After the middle-aged man blocked the opponent's attack, he sneered and said, This time, when I go out, I will report to the sect that you, Fan Yiming, attacked a fellow disciple in the Divine Emperor battlefield. Humph! On the opposite side, the young man, Fan Yiming, sneered and said, So what if you go out and say more? Do you, Wang Liuan, have any evidence? Around them, there was a faint formation light circulating. It was the formation set up by Fan Yiming using the formation plate to block the recording of the scryer images. Moreover, what happened in the Emperor battle realm, even if you go out and make a hard demon blood oath, no one will take it seriously. Speaking of this, Fan Yiming's sneer deepened. The middle-aged man, Wang Liuan, heard this. His face was slightly gloomy. No wonder you dared to attack me in the Divine Emperor battlefield. It turns out that you have already thought of a way out. However, even if it is as you say, so what? Fan Yiming, do you have the ability to kill me? If I give you a few 100 years, you may have the ability to kill me. But, at that time, I, Wang Liuan, may not even be in the Greater One Sect. You want to avenge your master, but it is destined to be a dream. The corners of Wang Liuan's mouth were full of mockery. Hearing the conversation between the two, and then seeing the two people fighting more and more fiercely, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized. So they are both people of the Greater One Sect, but unexpectedly they are both middle-level divine emperors. After seeing the cultivation of the two people, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. These two people were both middle-level divine emperors, and judging from their strength, it was certainly impossible for them to be Earth Underworld elders of the Greater One Sect. They should be inner sect elders of the Greater One Sect. However, even if they were inner sect elders of the Greater One Sect, their strength was not something he could deal with without exposing his trump card. Seeing that the two people were unable to determine the winner after a long time, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed, and then his body moved slightly, breaking an icicle on one side of the glacier. Bang! With a light sound, the two people who were still fighting in the distance instantly stopped and looked in his direction. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.